We are Code Bar, a charity that facilitates the growth of a diverse tech community by running free programming workshops for minority group members.
We started in London in October 2013 out of pure frustration with the lack of diversity in tech. When we looked at what events were happening in London, we noticed that there were none for people who were absolutely beginners, someone who had potentially never written a line of code before, but was really keen to learn it.
In 2013, we have grown the Code Bar family and now have 31 chapters around the world. We have workshops happening in London, Berlin, Barcelona, Helsinki, Oslo, New York, Sydney, and now virtual workshops, and have taught over 12,500 minority group members to learn to code.
With the virtual program that Code Bar has extended during the pandemic, you can attend a Code Bar workshop as a student or as a coach from anywhere in the world.
Our workshops are different to normal events in that it is not the teacher in class format. When students sign up, we ask what they are working on. We then pair them with a student who is working on the same thing. We then assign them a coach who has that skill set. Essentially, it's lots of small groups, pair programming.
If you're looking to learn to code in a safe and collaborative environment but have never written a line of code before, that's fine. When you sign up, you can tick a box that says, I'm a complete beginner, I don't know what to learn. An organiser will have a chat with you and figure out what you like to learn, and then pair you up with someone else on that same topic.
Attending Code Bar as a student provided the structure that I needed to learn and improve my skills. Now, as a coach, I'm really happy that I can share my knowledge and contribute to the community that was so supportive and valuable to me.
Being an organiser at Code Bar has brought me a lot of joy. Watching students grow and seeing them come to the realisation that their goal of becoming a developer is achievable is a wonderful thing to see.
If you're interested in signing up, please go to codebar.io and sign up for one of our many workshops.
Or if you're interested in starting a Code Bar in your city, please drop us an email at hello@codebar.io and one of our team will get back to you as soon as possible.
Bye.
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 Hi, everybody. I'm Brandon. I'm founder and CEO of DevPost. We're fortunate to power the vast majority of software competitions, hackathons, that happen around the globe. There are two kinds: in-person software competitions when we're not in a pandemic, and virtual software competitions that usually last 6 to 8 weeks. And the value behind them, it's all about learning and improving your craft. Anything that you build, the intellectual property stays with you. It is not transferred to the sponsor of the competition. And you can earn really big prizes, many hundreds of thousands of dollars often. And in addition to that, exposure, meeting people, and again, having a time-boxed period where you can learn, improve your craft, and build something that you've been wanting to build. So when you get a chance, hope you go to devpost.com, check around, see what you can find. I would say the vast majority of competitions encourage and allow JavaScript, so it's a great opportunity to mess around with that. Thanks a lot. Have a great conference.
Hi everybody, my name is Samuel Snopko and I am the head of the developer relation at Storyblok. Storyblok is not only this shiny logo right here, but it's also bringing you the Cityjs World Series. We are going to sponsor the whole year of the Cityjs conferences, and we are really happy that we are able to bring you this awesome event with all the learnings that you can find out here. We also hope that you will learn a lot, you will find out a lot of new stuff, you will experience something new, and you will also give a chance to our workshops where we run the workshop between the Storyblok and your favorite front-end technology. On this conference, we have also one of our speakers, so Siddhar will talk more about the headless, but so give him a chance and listen to what he has to talk to you. But before we jump to other topics, I would like to show you the Storyblok because maybe you may not know about a Storyblok. Storyblok is the headless CMS with a real-time visual editor, and we are the first one with a real-time visual editor. So what does it mean? If you go to the storyblok.com website, you can find out more at what is Storyblok, but also you will find this nice diagram where you can see how does it basically work. You will get the real-time editor forms where as you are typing, you see in the real-time the preview of your content, text, images, or other components. And all of this is working with all the technologies you love. So it's not strictly connected to anything. You can choose NextJS, Svelte, Vue, React, Next, and others. You can go for PHP and more. You can check out all the enterprise cases we have, and also you can find all the resources how to build a website with different technologies as a Max Gatsby or Nuxt. Also even build the e-commerce solution. But I am here not to talk about the obvious stuff, hopefully, but also about the V2. The V2 is something we are bringing, and we are also hoping that it will help us to be the best CMS out there, not only the best headless CMS out there. So what this means is like we are bringing more collaboration tools, and you bring even better UX for our users, for the editors, content creators, marketers, developers, and you will be able to use all the powers without any restrictions. Please go to the storyblok.com version 2, log in and try it yourself. Tweet about it, find out more, and keep posted. Keep your eyes on our Twitter, and you will find out more, and maybe there will be some opportunities to give you something back. So I hope you are excited about all of this news as I am, and I wish you the really cool rest of your conference, and see you somewhere in the real world very soon. Ciao.
Amplify Studio is a new visual development environment in AWS Amplify that makes creating a full-stack web or mobile app, both a front-end UI and back-end, fast and easy. Instead of writing front-end component code from scratch, you can quickly choose from dozens of UI components for popular features. These UI components are also available within Figma, so your designer can create and customize them, and they can be imported into Studio as code. Use the Studio console to set up an app backend and connect your UI components to backend data in clicks. Studio offers a developer-friendly approach to low-code. It automatically translates visual changes into clean React code, letting you focus on the business logic and building a great app experience. Amplify Studio makes it easy to get started without cloud expertise and build full-stack apps that are built to scale following AWS best practices. Get to market faster and easier with Amplify Studio.
We did it! We made the app. That's only half the story. Soon, with a little luck, we'll have a ton of people using and loving our product. That means user accounts, authentication, security. You know the drill. But this part right here can be just as important as the app itself, because behind this login box is a lot of your users' information. And they're trusting you to keep it safe. It's important, but it doesn't have to be hard. That's why we use Auth0. It's an identity platform for developers that makes it easy to connect any app, like ours, to the authenticators and integrations we need. But wait, I bet you're like, we could do that ourselves. It's not that hard. We know what we're doing. First, I hear you. Second, are you sure? Users want security and flexibility. You want to give them all the newest sign-in options as soon as they're available, because they want to use your app on their terms, not yours. With Auth0, I can easily customize my login with the features my users want. I can create a custom two-factor authenticator for added security, and easily enable the multi-factor authentication methods I want. It even has breached password detection, so if someone else has a security breach, I can keep my users safe. Our security is always up to date and regulation compliant. You made an app, and Auth0 makes a better, safer experience for your users.
Hi folks, it's great to see you here. My name's Nathaniel Akenwa and I'm a developer evangelist at Twilio. Twilio is a platform for developers like yourselves to integrate telecommunications into the applications that you are building. It's so straightforward, I can send an SMS message in the time it takes me to finish this video. You can use Twilio to send and reply to messages via SMS or WhatsApp, integrate video calls into your websites, and even verify emails and phone numbers. There are so many ways to supercharge your apps using Twilio's APIs and helpful SDKs. So, back to our code, I have imported the Twilio library and I have my credentials stored as environment variables. Now I can easily send an SMS with just one more command. If you'd like to find out more or watch an interactive 5-minute demo, check out this link. I'll be hanging around throughout the rest of this event. And like we always say in Twilio, we can't wait to see what you build.
We are CodeBar, a charity that facilitates the growth of a diverse tech community by running free programming workshops for minority group members.
We started in London in October 2013 out of pure frustration with the lack of diversity in tech. When we looked at what events were happening in London, we noticed that there were none for people who were absolutely beginners, someone who had potentially never written a line of code before, but was really keen to learn it.
In 2013, we have grown the CodeBar family and now have 31 chapters around the world. We have workshops happening in London, Berlin, Barcelona, Helsinki, Oslo, New York, Sydney, and now virtual workshops, and have taught over 12,500 minority group members to learn to code.
With the virtual program that CodeBar has extended during the pandemic, you can attend a CodeBar workshop as a student or as a coach from anywhere in the world.
Our workshops are different to normal events in that it is not the teacher and class format. When students sign up, we ask what they are working on. We then pair them with a student who is working on the same thing. We then assign them a coach who has that skill set. Essentially, it's lots of small groups, pair programming.
If you're looking to learn to code in a safe and collaborative environment but have never written a line of code before, that's fine. When you sign up, you can tick a box that says, I'm a complete beginner, I don't know what to learn. An organiser will have a chat with you and figure out what you like to learn, and then pair you up with someone else on that same topic.
Attending CodeBar as a student provided the structure that I needed to learn and improve my skills. Now, as a coach, I'm really happy that I can share my knowledge and contribute to the community that was so supportive and valuable to me.
Being an organiser at CodeBar has brought me a lot of joy. Watching students grow and seeing them come to the realisation that their goal of becoming a developer is achievable is a wonderful thing to see.
If you're interested in signing up, please go to codebar.io and sign up for one of our many workshops.
Or if you're interested in starting a CodeBar in your city, please drop us an email at hello@codebar.io and one of our team will get back to you as soon as possible.
Bye.
Bye.
Hi, everybody. I'm Brandon, founder and CEO of DevPost. We're fortunate to power the vast majority of software competitions, hackathons, that happen around the globe. There are two kinds: in-person software competitions when we're not in a pandemic, and virtual software competitions that usually last 6 to 8 weeks. And the value behind them, it's all about learning and improving your craft. Anything that you build, the intellectual property stays with you. It is not transferred to the sponsor of the competition. And you can earn really big prizes, many hundreds of thousands of dollars often. And in addition to that, exposure, meeting people, and again, having a time-boxed period where you can learn, improve your craft, and build something that you've been wanting to build. So when you get a chance, hope you go to devpost.com, check around, see what you can find. I would say the vast majority of competitions encourage and allow JavaScript, so it's a great opportunity to mess around with that. Thanks a lot. Have a great conference.
Hello, everyone. Are you ready? I want to hear it louder. A bit louder. Yes, that's what I like. Okay. My name is Aris, and I'm the organizer and founder of Cityjs. So we are here today for the first indoor in-person event after 2 years of being inside the cave, our home. That's my last slide from when I was doing all these virtual conferences. So I said there's hope. At some point, we're going to meet all together and we're going to be in person. As you know, Cityjs is a community conference. And it's supposed to support like people from underrepresented groups. We give tickets free to communities. We started this conference 4 or 5 years ago with 3 meetup groups. I organize also JS Monthly. I don't know how many of you know. It's at the moment the only standing meetup in London. We support communities around the world in different countries. And this year we are expanding and we are doing events in places like India, Brazil, where I come from, Greece. We have some amazing speakers in Brazil. You can watch that online. It's going to be after work probably because it's going to be Brazil time. And for you that you want to travel to Greece, we have some amazing speakers like Kyle Simpson and Natalia Tepluchina, that is a ViewCore member, and TC39 Node.js contributor. So yeah, we have some really good speakers, so you should come. And now is the best moment of the conference. I'm gonna pass you to Jessica and Julia, who are our 2 MCs for the day. They will take you through all the speakers. They will have some really good jokes. So give them a big clap. Come on. Thank you, everyone.
Have you all been having a very good 2022?
That good.
Right? You all been having a very exciting 2022? Ooh, some of y'all live in the UK, huh? We are absolutely delighted to have the excuse to chat to you today. And the first thing we're going to do is thank our sponsors. Oh. So Storyblock and Beamery have come in and sponsored, which is absolutely lovely of them. And the sponsors really did a fantastic job helping keep the ticket prices down and get folks out here.
And we really couldn't have done this event without all the help. So we would like to thank AWS.
Are you allowed to thank Vonage? Does that get complicated?
I mean, it's not, and Vonage, but I thought we were gonna go one of it.
Oh yeah, that's me. Everything's fine. Everything's going to be fine. Computers were a mistake.
Oh, that works.
Oh, that's what the crowd likes. Also, Circle CI and New Relic were lovely enough to sponsor.
And so we're Cloudinary and thank you as well as sponsors.
Oh, Sticker Mule and Ably as well.
Prisma and Dozen.
And Microsoft and Manning.
Cooper Press and Pact.
Oh, and Nearform coming in at the very last one and getting a spotlight feature by themselves. We've got a whole bunch of community partners as well. I'm going to be incredibly cruel and not list them and just do sort of a dramatic gesture back and forth. But lots of these are doing all of these are doing really, really fantastic work. And if you haven't heard of some of them, checking out what they do is definitely a good way to spend one of the breaks.
And let's not forget about all the amazing competitions we have going on today. There's a lot of them going on. For example, Vonage is giving up a laptop. There's a Cloudinary, Beamery, Pact, Manning, and also an Ably giveaway. So be sure to check all these out. They are available on the website. Read up the details, or all of these sponsors have a booth here today. So make sure to just go over and see what it's all about.
So I think the question everybody's wondering, all of the individual attendees are speakers or perhaps hypothetically MCs able to win specifically a laptop?
Well, I haven't heard otherwise, so...
So nobody else go for a laptop, please, and thank you. If you like to look at your phones or devices during a conference, me too, you can find us on Twitter at CityJSConf, same thing on Facebook, or it says official on the Instagram, knowing that it is authentic. So far as the venue, you've got in, congratulations. If you need to exit for any sudden 2022 related reason, the emergency exits are just out here and to either side. While I can't promise anything, things should be fine. Okay, that's not where y'all are supposed to laugh, and I don't like that, but is this like a time zone thing where y'all live 12 hours in the future and you're like, no, I've seen this episode, it's real bad. But you can exit out either way, and you can also find the toilets out in these directions.
Also, just a quick note, you might notice that there's a bit of space between you, so feel free to take a seat as you are comfortable. We have not fully booked on purpose so that there's enough room for everyone and so that you all feel comfortable.
For a horrifying, exciting second, I thought you were going to suggest people cuddling. No.
I'm not going to make suggestions on that. And I believe we are ready for our first speaker.
Oh gosh, so we've got Maggie Appleton coming on first. And I'm really, really jealous of this bio because Maggie is a designer, a developer, and an anthropologist.
That is amazing. I wonder what she's talking about today.
I mean, it seems a little bit unfair, doesn't it? Because these are like 3 dream jobs.
And all in one.
It's unnecessary, really. But as also the design lead over at Intel. And I understand that she's known for her work taking really, really complex computing concepts, people study concepts, and design concepts and rendering those visually, which makes me especially excited.
And talking about visually, let's give it up for Maggie Appleton, who's going to talk to us about a picture worth 1,000 programs.
Yes, okay, up and running. Sorry, I'm going to adjust these to tiny person height, and we're good. Okay. Hi, good morning. Thank you all for coming. I'm very excited to talk to you today. I'm going to be giving you a talk called A Picture Worth a Thousand Programs, and it's going to be about making pictures, specifically about making pictures of programs, and hopefully making pictures worth 1,000 programs. So to quickly introduce myself, although the MCs did a great job, I'm Maggie. I'm primarily a designer, but I also do art direction, illustration, and I build things on the web with JavaScript. I currently lead design at a company called Hash. But before Hash, I worked at Egghead for 5 years, which is a JavaScript education platform. While there, I spent a lot of time creating visual representations of programs. I made a lot of cover illustrations like these ones for the courses we taught, which involved coming up with lots of visual metaphors for abstract programming concepts like Redux, TypeScript, MopX. I made illustrations and diagrams to explain topics like how JavaScript prototype inheritance works, or what happens when you flatten an array. Here's another on what APIs are and how they work, all told through small robotic waiters. I also worked on a project called Just JavaScript, which I co-created with Dan Abramov. It's a JavaScript course that teaches the core mental models of the language through visual diagrams and animations. We developed a visual language where every piece of syntax correlates to a specific visual shape, and we use the system to explain concepts like assigning properties or object mutation. The goal of all these illustration projects I've worked on is to make complex technical topics relatable and easier to understand, which is going to be a theme you'll hear a lot about in this talk. In the process of going through transforming programming concepts into visuals hundreds of times, I've been forced to think a lot about the ways we represent and communicate complex programming ideas. And I've come to believe visual representations have a lot to offer us, more than we give them credit for. In this talk, I'm going to show you how visuals can make programming concepts less abstract, easier to learn, and more accessible to more people. I'm also going to show you why visuals are so special, and it turns out to be relatively simple. Visuals bring invisible, abstract programming concepts down into the embodied world. The embodied world is where you and I live. Everyone watching this talk has a body, and you use it to interact with physical objects around you, to move through space, and to experience events over time. Everything you know about the world is mediated through your body. This fact is so fundamental that we sometimes completely forget it. And programming concepts are abstract ideas that do not live in the embodied world here with us. They're imaginary objects and functions that exist in liminal space that feels like it doesn't obey the same laws as physics as we do. And the only way we interact with it is through this disembodied experience of typing linear text into a code editor. This is precisely what makes programming so difficult. We're trying to reason about and work with things we cannot see or touch, when we are creatures who are evolutionarily adapted to function in a highly spatial physical world. And I'm going to argue that visuals are a huge part of bridging that gap between the embodied human world and the disembodied programming world. So we're going to explore this topic through 3 questions. We're first going to ask what's wrong with text. We're then going to ask what can visuals do that text can't. And finally, we're going to go on a brief history tour to find out, haven't we already tried this? To ruin the ending, yes, lots of people in the past have explored ways to make programming more visual. We're going to look at what's already been done and what opportunities still lie ahead. So first, what's wrong with text? This is an important question to ask because almost everything we do in programming is expressed in text. This is how every app you've ever worked on looks, right? You arrange lines from left to right and top to bottom. Here's every documentation website you've ever read. Here's every blog post you've ever learned from. The balance of text to visuals in our industry is easily 98% text to 2% visuals. All of our current programming languages, tools, interfaces, and documentation are overwhelmingly text-centric. You sometimes get diagrams here or there, but it's really slim pickings. There are plenty of historical reasons for this. This is a computer circa 1970. You'll notice the lack of screen. Oh, you can't see that. Oh, I don't know why you can't see that. Okay, imagine a computer without a screen. Up until the 1990s, the only way to program was to write in linear text without a graphical interface. This meant we established text as the primary medium of programming very early on. Is it back on yet? No. Sorry, hold on one second, technical glitch. While we're fixing that. No? Hold on. No? Oh, maybe. Oh, yeah, back. Okay, sorry. Short interlude, we're back. There are plenty of logical reasons for why text is so great. Written words and syntax are ideal mediums for expressing abstract logic. They're quick to create, they're easy, and they're flexible to move around between applications with copy and paste. You can pack a dense amount of information into a very small space, and you can be very specific about what you mean, which is obviously important when we're talking to computers who have no sense of nuance. So text has been working great for us. But some of text's greatest strengths are also its greatest weaknesses. The abstract nature of text is what removes it from our embodied experience in space and time. When we write code, we're writing a set of hypothetical instructions to run on someone else's machine, somewhere in the future, in a time and place we'll never know. This level of abstraction removes the physical, spatial, and embodied qualities that humans rely upon to understand the world around us. This can be good in some ways. When we write a function like fetch user data, we don't have to think about its size, shape, or color. It's just a simple function. But you already know what this function is and how it works and where it's located, so this level of brevity is great. But if someone's new to programming, or even just new to your code base, they have no pre-existing mental model of how this might work. One of the easiest and most effective ways to make it comprehensible to them is to explain it in familiar terms by using physical qualities they already understand, like size, shape, color, and spatial relationships, which might give us something like this for our fetch user data function. The visual doesn't have to be crazy complex or beautiful. Boxes and arrows work great, and we're certainly allowed to use text labels to make imagery clear. Visuals just let us use our pre-existing embodied knowledge to show how programs work in a way that text can't. So I've started to hint at the question we're going to look at in part 2, which is what can visuals offer us that we can't get from linear text? I think visuals reveal three aspects of programming that we're unable to see in text. They reveal fundamental metaphors embedded in our programming languages. They reveal spatial mappings that we use to reason about how our programs are structured and how data moves through them. And they reveal how our programs and data behave over time. These things are all implicit in the programs we write, but they're not explicitly shown in the medium of linear text. So let's start with metaphors. Just to make sure we're all on the same page, let's establish that metaphors are thinking tools that allow us to understand one thing in terms of another. So we have this thing we understand, thing A, and a thing we don't understand, thing B. And we map the qualities of thing A onto thing B. So if I say corruption is a disease, you map what you know about diseases onto corruption. You learn that corruption spreads easily, it's difficult to overcome, and it can threaten the health of a society. Now, when I talk about metaphor in the context of programming, I don't mean the fanciful creative metaphors you find in poetry and parables, like taking the road less traveled or wandering lonely as a cloud. Those are called figurative or poetic metaphors, and they're the sort we're warned not to use in technical tutorials because elaborate, poorly chosen ones can be more confusing than helpful. I'm talking about a much more fundamental type of metaphor that lies at the heart of all abstract thinking, and that's called cognitive metaphor, since they enable cognition on a much deeper level. These cognitive metaphors are based in our embodied experiences of the world. We have all these non-physical things we need to communicate to each other, like emotions and thoughts and ideas and programming concepts. And in order to understand them and talk about them, we use our experience of the physical world around us as a metaphor. If you look at the way we talk about abstract things, this becomes obvious. We talk about ideas in terms of light when we say, that's a bright idea, or that really illuminates the problem. We talk about emotions like they're objects. We say, he hid his jealousy, or she doesn't handle her anger very well. We can also use force and motion metaphors to describe experiences, like, I found your talk moving, it really touched me. Or I could talk about programming ideas in terms of temperature, like we have hot reloading in React, or how the JavaScript landscape is heating up. This isn't a theory I've come up with on my own. These principles come from the field of cognitive metaphor and embodied cognition. They were first developed in the 1980s by researchers like George Lakoff and Mark Johnson, and it's become a major area of research in cognitive science. These books, Metaphors We Live By and Philosophy in the Flesh, are two of the major texts if you're curious to learn more about it. Just like every other abstract topic that we can't see or touch, programming relies heavily on these physical embodied metaphors. And we have to, because programming is a game of abstractions. When we run a JavaScript file, what we're really doing is telling a microchip to flip a bunch of logic gates using tiny electrical pulses. Programming tiny logic gates is very tedious and difficult for humans. So we've developed an elaborate stack of metaphors that make it faster and easier for us. Some people might call these abstractions. We simplify our binary code into machine code, which is simplified into higher level languages like JavaScript, which we simplify with GUIs. And at every step of this process, we're trying to make the abstract machine world resemble our tangible human world. The closer we move towards intuitive embodied knowledge in the upper right-hand side of the scale, the easier it becomes for us to understand what's happening in the system. Components are a great example of embodied metaphors in action. Most JavaScript frameworks have the concept of components in some way. They're essentially containers that hold bits of logic and groups of UI elements for us. Now, the CPU that's eventually going to render this card component on the screen knows nothing about containers. It only knows machine code and how to make the right pixels light up. The container is a metaphor that we humans need in order to manage and organize the code. The only reason you know what a container is because as a child, you dumped sand into a bucket and poured it out again. This interaction with the physical world of learning through embodied experience taught you that containers hold things, that they have insides and outsides, that they have boundaries. All of these concepts are essential and necessary for you to understand how components work. If we take another one, in most JavaScript projects, we have a structure of components that's like a hierarchical tree, where everything is connected back to a single root component. You know what a tree is from seeing thousands of trees. You get that they have many branches that spread out from a single root, and from that understanding, that allows you to work with component trees in JavaScript. Again, we're borrowing from the human world to interact with machines in a way that is easy and natural for us. And you can probably see where I'm going with this. Since your understanding of the programming world is based in your pre-existing knowledge of the physical world, it would be helpful if we could make that explicit in the way we represent and explain programming. And visual mediums allow us to do this. If we move on to our next visual quality, space, you'll see that humans with bodies, we inherently understand a large array of spatial concepts like up, down, left, right, in, out, big, small. And just like we use metaphors based in physical objects to understand our programs, we also use this knowledge of physical space to talk about the structure and behavior of programs. If you think about the way we talk about the internet, there are very clear physical directions to it. We upload data to the cloud and download files to our desktops. We look through a browser window. We browse web pages moving from left to right. So pages we visited in the past are on the left, and pages we're going to in the future are on the right. This extends to the way we talk about development architecture. Our apps have directionality because they have front ends and back ends, and frameworks that sit somewhere in the middle. In frameworks like React, we have the concept of downwards data flow. We use our understanding of vertical direction to think about how data moves. So React has a hierarchical order of components, right? Parent components pass their data down to child components, which means we also have gravity in JavaScript land. All of these examples use spatial principles from the embodied world to talk about and understand how the program works. Our final element is change over time. So when we're working in a linear text editor, time is essentially invisible. When we look at a static representation that describes a whole array of future events that may or may not happen, depending on what button a user clicks or whether a data request resolves, we're forced to use our imaginations to predict what's going to happen in all these potential futures, rather than being able to see it in some form. Our current technique for doing this is to console log data along the way, which feels like trying to get a program to send signals up to the surface of a dark ocean where everything is being executed out of sight. We can't see anything happening down there, and we just have to keep asking for clues about how the data is changing. This doesn't feel like the best developer experience. This is again where visuals might come in handy because they allow us to see multiple points in time within a single frame. They allow us to compare things side by side in ways that we can't with linear text. They essentially allow us to play spot the difference. One of my favorite examples of a visualization that does this well is by Philip Roberts, who gave it at a JSConf talk in 2014 called What the Heck is the Event Loop? This is one of the most watched JSConf videos of all time with 2.3 million views, which certainly tells you something about how impactful a simple visualization can be. The reason this is so popular is Roberts made event loops, a process that is otherwise entirely invisible to us, visible by animating a few boxes in a sequence. So this is a very short recording of Loop, which is the demo that Roberts gave at the talk. Good, it's playing. It shows a reasonably simple animation of how JavaScript executes a timeout function using web APIs and the callback queue. You can see the timeout request being sent to the web API, the timer starting, and then once it finishes, the request is being put onto the callback queue, which pops it back onto the call stack. There's nothing exceptionally fancy about this visual demo, but it's super effective. First, because it's showing us parts of the JavaScript ecosystem that are mostly invisible to us, like web APIs and the callback queue. And second, because it's showing us change over time. It's making visible the steps that happen behind the scenes when we run a chunk of JavaScript. If you want to go play with this yourself, I highly recommend it. There's a demo online at latentflip.com/loop. And if you don't understand the callback queue, it will definitely explain it to you. So finally, part 3, haven't we already tried this? Obviously, I am not the first person to realize that visual mediums enable us to understand and reason in ways that are worth exploring in programming. The primary way people have tried to incorporate visuals into programming in the past is by sticking graphical user interfaces onto IDEs. All these efforts fall under the umbrella of what gets called visual programming. There have been many, many attempts at this with varying degrees of success. I'm going to quickly whip through a few examples so you get a sense of what's been tried. This is Grail from 1968, which was one of the very first visual programming languages. This gave us text in boxes for the first time. This is Pygmalion from 1975 that built on that box narrow model. This is LabVIEW, which came out in 1986 and used for systems engineering. We got a lot more intense about the boxes at this stage. Here's a more modern example. This is Blueprint in Unreal Engine, which is used for 3D game development. And this is Origami Studio, which is a prototyping tool built by Facebook quite recently. You'll notice the node and wire design pattern is quite popular on a lot of these. So there's a lot of really promising stuff in these examples, but visual programming is still relatively niche. We've also discovered a bunch of wicked design challenges with it that are really hard to solve. These systems don't scale well to large complex projects. They sometimes use ambiguous symbols and unfamiliar interface patterns. They try to turn everything into a box, which takes up way too much screen space. And it can lead to literal spaghetti code, like this Figma prototype gone awry. These issues have led to a lot of skepticism over the feasibility of visual programming. Being an advocate for it often feels like being Gretchen in Mean Girls. Visual programming isn't dead, though. Funnily enough, the new no and low code movement looks suspiciously like visual programming under a new name. Many of the interface patterns that visual programming helped develop, like node and wire or direct manipulation, are visible in tools like Integromat, Zapier, or Webflow. Rather than trying to build Turing-complete visual languages able to reach industrial scales, we've tactically moved on to developing visual interfaces for specific use cases in programming with sensible constraints. Here's an example of doing this well. Some of you might have used Stately AI. It's a relatively new visual interface for building state machines in JavaScript, where the visuals and the code are connected, so you change one and the other updates. It's a perfect example of visual programming for a specific scoped context. It's not trying to visualize your entire code base. It's just helping you visualize states and the transitions between them. It also integrates with VS Code, so it's backwards compatible. We don't have to buy into some brand new language or proprietary app to use this. This is exactly the kind of thing we need more of. So I'm a huge fan of visual programming, obviously, and I'm here to try to find ways to add more visual affordances into our current developer tools. There are tons of smart, impressive people working on the problem, but in many ways it's taking the hard route. Building a true visual programming medium will require overcoming a ton of design, cultural, and engineering challenges. And frankly, it's probably going to take a while, and I think there are easier ways to advance this effort in the short term. We can simply sprinkle some visuals into our existing textual world, which means adding more diagrams and illustrations into blog posts, documentation, and learning materials. And if we're feeling brave, building plugins for our editors and developer tools that visualize small, scoped elements of our programs. This is essentially the low-tech, paper prototype version of building a fully fledged visual programming interface. So to wrap this up, here's the thing I want you to take away from this talk. We need more visuals that reveal metaphors, spatial meaning, change over time, to make programming easier for everyone. It will make it easier for you, since you're an embodied human who needs to learn complex, abstract programming ideas in order to do your job well. It makes it easier for all the people who don't currently know how to program but are trying to learn. And it makes it easier for people who aren't developers but who need to understand what we do, like product managers and designers who can't read all the jargon in our text-heavy documentation. So what can you, a humble but skilled JavaScript developer, do to advance that goal? First, explore the history of visual programming and some of the past attempts in that field. There's a lot of previous art to learn from. If you are a current or future creator of tools for other developers, you should consider ways to build visual affordances into your libraries, plugins, apps, or frameworks. And finally, you should use and advocate for visual explanations in documentation and tutorials. That might mean making them for your own blog posts or collaborating with designers if you work on larger projects with documentation. We can set the bar low for now and try to budge this fake statistic up to like 10%. That was a lot of information packed into one talk. This was definitely a taster session to get you intrigued rather than a complete meal. So I've put together a list of some things you can Google to learn more. These will also be up on my website at maggieappleton.com/programmingpictures, where I have the transcript for this talk and all the slides. George Lakoff and Mark Johnson have written lots of great stuff. Barbara Tversky, Brett Victor is a fantastic programmer. You should watch all his videos if you haven't. And there's great resources on the futureofcoding.org. So thank you very much for listening. If you want to learn more about visual programming and metaphors in general, I have a lot written up on my website, and you can tweet me at @Appletons on Twitter.
Hi, this is Amanda Cavallaro, a developer advocate at Vonage, and today I'll talk about generating and assigning token roles. To authenticate a user connecting to a video API session, we must use a unique authentication key called token. There are 3 possible token roles: subscriber, publisher, and moderator. Let's generate a token using the video API Node.js server-side library. We first install OpenTalk from the terminal. In your coding editor, you set the constants with the API key and the API secret that you receive when you sign up to use the video API. You can create or use an existing session ID. Next, we call the generate token method that will return a token in the string format. You can generate tokens for clients to use when connecting to the session. In this example, we are creating an username Amanda of role publisher. The options parameter is an optional object used to set the role, expire time, and connection data of the token. We then add the token options to the generated token, run node and the name of the file we created, and in your terminal you can see your token. There are a number of things you can do with your generated token, depending on its role. You have additional permissions if you receive a moderator token. You can, for instance, disconnect, mute other users, or even stop publishing their streams. In this video, you saw how to generate and assign a token. You can learn further from the links below.
To be successful here, you have to be very curious and always wanting to learn.
Ask the right questions and then have the passion to pursue the answers for these questions.
Don't be afraid to ask why.
I think we strike a really good balance between caring about what we do and delivering quickly.
Light speed.
Beamery offers me the opportunity to learn from amazing people.
We very often work on interesting challenges that no one has maybe done before.
I'm a big believer in owning the change you seek. If you see something's wrong, then you should change it.
In the 4 years that I've worked here, I've gone from being a software engineer to being an engineering manager.
No one really judges.
I just really love the people at Beamery and I love the work.
I can just be myself.
Culture at Beamery in 3 words.
Everyone's really curious.
Engaging.
Outcome driven, just 2 words.
Being a product manager in the AI team is a privilege, and it's frankly awesome.
We have socials each week, and share a lot of fun stories with each other.
We've got teams in Germany, the UK, and America, and we're growing.
I think it's evolving as well.
I have the chance to engage with incredibly intelligent people who care, who not only care about delivering on Beamery's promise, but who care about each other.
You have to get the Friends reference there, don't put that in.
Oh, yes!
Okay, cool.
Circle CI is a continuous integration and delivery platform that allows engineering teams to build and deploy software. Your team can validate code changes in real time by connecting to your version control system like GitHub or Bitbucket. With Circle CI, you have full control over your pipelines. For your projects, you can configure a pipeline that defines all of the CI/CD processes for that project. Use workflows to configure how and when jobs run, and our data and image caching options to optimize your delivery process. Whenever you publish changes to the source code for your project, Circle CI runs your pipeline and shows its status in real time in the Circle CI dashboard. Circle CI supports every language and framework and offers a variety of cloud-hosted compute types like Docker containers, Linux VMs, Mac OS, Windows, and more, so that you can build nearly any project without ever managing infrastructure. Your team can use Circle CI with our cloud-hosted compute and self-hosted runners, or install our server option on your infrastructure. With Circle CI, you can go fast and have confidence in every change you ship. Even better, you can use data from the Insights dashboard to continuously optimize your pipelines. No more bottlenecks, no more wasted time. Changes don't count until they're in the hands of your customers, which is why Circle CI makes it easy to take the artifacts from your pipelines and deploy them wherever you need to go. Use our prepackaged configuration options and deploy securely with encrypted secret storage, manual approval steps, and more. Ship quality code faster with Circle CI.
Probably works better. Can you plug that for me, please? Because it's dying. You should take this opportunity to read absolutely awful puns from puns.dev because it's going to feature in my talk anyway.
Other fun facts you may not know about our current speaker is Alex's favorite city in the United Kingdom is the grand city of Birmingham. What's your favorite thing about Birmingham?
I have coupon codes for $30, $50, and $100. For everybody who can tell me something bad about Birmingham, I'll give you $100. My favorite
It's
thing,
not real money.
My favorite thing about Birmingham is I only get to visit it once a year.
Yeah.
What's your favorite thing about Bristol?
Oh, everybody has very nice tattoos.
Last time I was in Birmingham, I couldn't see the sky.
I have also been drunk in Birmingham. That's okay. Everything's okay. What's the worst that could happen? Yeah. So that's okay.
Thank you, Jess. Right. We're going to skip the part about this is Alex, this is what we do in life. Alex plays for the team known as the IntelliJ Foundation. And in there, I do a bunch of things in the world, but before all this happened, about 20 years ago, started my career as a web developer. And by that, I mean I was in high school and I made websites for my friends and family and all that. And then I wanted to make money out of it. I wanted to build a career out of it, or at least, afford school lunch. And I tried to see how to make money out of websites, right? Tried to monetize my work, which wasn't really easy back then. Back then, your best option, so if you wanted to get paid, you either had to get money from somewhere. But when you live in a shit country, or what most banks in the world or most money services in the world consider to be generally a shit country, you really can't. In Romania, getting paid by card or PayPal or accepting donations was a big no-no. Even PayPal said, actually, your country is on the blacklist, so you can't even open an account. Thank you for trying. And ads were the only thing you could do. Now, I'm not gonna go into the ethics of putting ads on your website. Spoiler alert, I didn't put ads on my website ever. But that was my only option, right? Fast forward to about 20 years or so. And back then, all the ads were banner ads or pop-up ads. Fun little fact, The reason you have a pop-up blocker in the browser and it's enabled by default is because of the pop-up ads. They weren't really intelligent or anything like that. They couldn't really be called smart. Fast forward 20 years, ads have evolved to the point it's pay-per-click. They're smarter they're definitely smarter than me, right? So now it's a different ad game than when it was then. And I thought maybe I'll try it. Maybe I'll see what happens if I try ads now. Because of the consolidation that happened, there's only 2 really big ad networks in the world. Everything else goes through them. They account for like 70% of the ads you see or the people spending money on ads. So I went to one of them, to the most popular one, and I tried to have ads on my website. And I thought I need to get an account on the platform first, right? If I try to do this, I need to get an account on the platform first. Actually, if you go to the website and you want to put ads, the first step they tell you is create the right type of website for Google AdSense. It's not get an account, it's you have to have the right type of website. What does that really mean? It has to be something people search for. It has to be something people are relevant to buy off your website or relevant to the content. So if you want to make money on the internet today, you don't make money with whatever you've built for your friends or whatever you've built yourself. No, you have to build for somebody else in the hopes that you're going to make money with that. And for me, my website, for example, has the average session is 15 minutes, and I have like 1,000 sessions a month. Google AdSense didn't think it was the right type of content. And before you get anything in your head, the website is puns.dev. It's a collection of the worst computer puns on the internet. But just Google didn't think there was enough ad value in that. If I had maybe 100 times more sessions, Google could work with that, right? Or if I had a different type of content, Google could have worked with that. Google did not care about the session time. And that's because ads are not designed to keep you on the website. They're designed to get you off the website and into a sales process as fast as possible. So you don't get rewarded for creating great content. You get rewarded for creating clickbait things with no relevance. So the user wants to click away from that. So I didn't interact with that, but it made me think about some of the incentives you have for creating ads or for creating content, actually. Because if you're creating content, you're creating ads somehow in Google's view, which didn't match with my worldview, right? I was creating content for my peers. I was creating content for my friends, for myself. I wasn't creating content for the ad networks. But the ad networks were making money on the internet is incentivized on how fast you can get people off the website. And if you look at some of the websites out there, they can't really decide what type of ad they want to show you. If you go to a news website, for example, it has a lot of traffic, not a lot of great content. You see like 8 different types of ads on above the fold. And that's because they're optimized to get people into a sales process as fast as possible, not into reading the news. But a couple of years ago, you'd think ad blockers would work, right? I'm ashamed to say, while researching for this talk, while writing this talk, the smart ads got me. I did buy something. Don't judge me, it was good. It was good for me. The ads were right. But still, I still bought something while researching this talk because the ad blockers have to keep up with better and better ads. I might be a special case. I have 2 levels of ad blocking. So I have one on my router, which blocks most of the injection ads on the internet. And then I have an ad blocker in my browser. And even so, some of the ads manage to evade 2 levels of ad blocking, and I still get served ads. So I feel like ads is not, I didn't feel like ads was a game I was willing to play. So I looked around for different other ways to monetize my websites. And a couple of years ago, I stumbled upon this standard called the Web Monetization API, which, if you go on the website, it says it provides a stream of money from the user agent to the website. I was like, hang on a second. A stream of money from the user agent to the website. It basically pays people for the amount of time, it pays you for the amount of time people spend on your websites. So people are actually incentivized to write better, to create better content so that users stay on the website and engage with the content rather than shipping them off to some ad network to make money. And the way this works, or the way why this works today, is very small amounts of money get transferred from a web monetization provider on behalf of the users to the website creator. In order to put this on your website, you can have as little as a single line of HTML. And the reason this was created, or the reason that why this is trying to make it into the web platform, if you think about paying people online now, none of it happens through a browser API. It happens in the browser. You can pay people with the browser. Stripe comes to mind, right? But none of it is native to the browser. There's a new emerging standard called the payment request, where websites can request payments from a website. But it still requires some sort of user interaction. It still involves some sort of processing of the payment. There's nothing native that just passively pays the website you're on. And that's why ads are winning, or ads were winning until recently. People showed up in your website and you got money for it. There was no real, give me your card details, we need to process a payment, this is how much money my content is gonna cost, or any of that. The line of HTML you need to add in your website to make money is a meta tag called meta name monetization with the content a payment pointer. It looks a bit funky, doesn't it? A payment pointer is an identifier for an account where you can receive money. Some people have bank accounts. Some people have card numbers. Some people have URLs. So it kind of converted something that was all over the place, disparaged across multiple different formats. If you think about your card number and your bank account, they look very different. And it converted them into something the web understands, which is an URL. And that's it. Now, how do you get a payment pointer to put on your website to start making money with your website? You need to get an account that has a payment pointer as an identifier. The same way you have a bank account, that none of the banks in the UK have a payment pointer yet. But in the UK, there's a couple of digital wallets or e-wallets that have payment pointers associated with the accounts. Uphold and GateHub are the ones that work here. So if you make an account there, they give you a payment pointer for your account, and you can put that on your website. And that's it, it's done. You get the payment pointer, you put it on your website, you make money. How do you make money? Or the other side of the coin is a user with a web monetized browser, or a user that has a provider for web monetization, the provider will pay you money in real time as the user is on your website. The web monetization standard is a very, very new standard. It's being updated literally as we speak. We have a version 2 available for consultation. The biggest change that's happening in version 2 is we're moving from a meta tag to a link tag. And that's because the browser kind of knows how to process link tags on its own. That's how you ingest style sheets in it. That's how you put a bunch of other resources into the page. Not to mention, a meta tag is a property of the document, whereas monetization could happen anywhere on the page. And we've seen that through trial and error. If you are, I think my favorite use case is if you're doing an interactive lesson for kids, right? You will have artwork in the lesson from multiple different artists. Instead of you ingesting all the money and then figuring out what the split is, as artwork pops on screen, that artwork is monetized with a different payment pointer. The money goes directly to the artist, rather than you having to act as a money transmitter or anything like that. If you're trying this today, or if you're trying this in the next week, I'd strongly encourage you to use both in your website to safeguard it for the future. The extension, or the web monetization extensions, support both out of the gate today. So if you're trying to safeguard for the future, I'd use both for now. I told you it's this was a JavaScript API or an API in itself. The lowest level is the meta tag, and that's what I use. And the reason I use the meta tag is I see people on the website. Or on my websites as kind of rewarding my content if they can. I don't want to gatekeep any of that. I don't want them to pay if they can't afford to. Some of the sessions coming from Pons.dev, for example, come from countries where I know $5 is a lot. I wouldn't want to ask people to pay that amount of money. So if they can, they should monetize. I'm not keeping anything away. It's a value-added type of deal. I get a little bonus if my users are monetized. There is another use case for this. If you think about your New York Times subscription or any of the news subscriptions you have, they get you by saying you pay 99 cents a month or $1 a month for your news, right? Get a subscription now, but you're getting a subscription for like 6 months or you're getting a subscription for a year. And that's because they can't process a dollar payment. Very few people in the world can process a dollar payment. So you get locked into this never-ending, I have a subscription because I wanted to read an article. There is value in, actually, I'll use my webinization to read this article, and once I'm done, I move away without having to buy a subscription for you. There's a JavaScript API that helps you do that. It sits on the document and it shows you the state of the page. Is it monetized? Is it trying to monetize? Has it started monetizing or has it stopped? The webinization API, as I said, is in flux. We are working on version 2 where we're trying to get away from monetization being on the document and monetization moving on the links. So you'll be able to figure out if all of this is happening on every individual link. So you'll have a monetization event on the links that tells you this particular link has been paid this amount of money right now. We're working in GitHub, so it's github.com/WICG, the Web Incubator Community Group /webinization. That's where we handle our feedback. So if you have ideas, opinions, I know if you think we're doing a great job with this, you should definitely go there. A lot of the issues, including version 2, is still up for debate. So if you have a good, valid argument, or if you liked something in here and you think that's the way to go, please go on our GitHub. And tell us all about it. We actually love when we get feedback about some of the stuff we do. What about support? It's an emerging standard. What happens to browser support? So Puma browser is a mobile browser that has native support for it. I don't know about Samsung Internet, but Ada's going to come on stage later, and you can ask Ada all about that. All the major browsers have it enabled via an extension. You can install the extension, and it gives you it shims in the webinization API for you. Like Firefox, Chrome, and Edge. I think even Safari has a working prototype now that they enabled extensions the other day. As part of the Web Almanac, the Web Almanac, if you don't know, it's kind of like a state of the web report. We analyzed 8 million websites for a bunch of different trends to see how the web is evolving from year to year. Last year in the markup chapter, as part of the markup chapter, we actually looked at the meta tags, the monetization meta tags being present on websites. And you can see the adoption rate in the past year or so. It's kind of doubled in a year, which is just really good. If you look at on the very far left, you'll see the actual numbers in there. They're small. But for an emerging web standard, to double with extension support. So the users right now, they want to try it, or the websites that put it have to go through an extra step. It's just amazing to see. How is this happening? The idea of paying very small amounts of money or micropayments isn't a novel idea. But you can't really do it today. If I wanted to pay $1 to any one of you, best case scenario, I would lose, well, both of us, we would lose 30 cents plus 2.75% in fees. That's because 30 cents is the lowest fee the card networks accept, right? So you'd be losing a lot of that $1, right? A few years ago, actually, Patreon tried to scrub the $1 subscription because they were losing so much money out of their own pocket when people gave $1 to their favorite artists. So how is this happening today? What if I wanted to get paid like this today? Why is this possible today? Well, before I get into that, you have to think about how money works in the world. Money sits in something people call a ledger. And I don't mean ledger as in crypto. I mean ledger as in what it used to be before the crypto dudes took it away, which is a place where you store account information and record transactions. That's a ledger. That used to be an actual book, like a giant book of accounts, right? And that used to be your ledger. And then, for example, PayPal is a ledger, or Venmo. Venmo isn't popular here, but banks are ledgers. Banks are the definition of ledgers. They store your money, they record your transactions. But by that definition, even Starbucks is a ledger. I have a little card associated with it. I can put money on it. I can pay with that stored value in Starbucks. And if I go into my account, I can see all my transactions with it. So even Starbucks is a ledger. When you have money, you usually have it in a ledger, stored in some sort of a ledger. Is it a bank account? Usually probably a bank account. Maybe it's PayPal. Maybe it's Starbucks. What happens when you try to move the money from one to the other? If I wanted to, so I put the shittest bank I could find in the UK on the slides. I don't want people to think I bank with them. I actually bank with Monzo like any discerning adult. But I put the shittest thing I could on my slide. So if I wanted to move money from one bank account to another bank account at the same bank, it's easy and cheap. The money never leaves anything. A 1 and a 0 change in a database, poof, I moved money. That's it. If I wanted to move money between two banks, it stops being easy. Our banking addressing system or account system does not match with the American account system. So we have to go through an international format. Usually you see it as IBAN. And we have to convert our accounts into IBANs or get an IBAN number for our account. Depending on who you bank with, you might not get an IBAN number. And you have to transfer money that way. Now, if I wanted to transfer money from my bank or from the shittiest bank in the UK to my mom's bank in Romania or the shittiest bank in Romania, that becomes not easy and not cheap. And that's because Metro Bank and Bank of America, they transact with each other quite a lot. They have a working relationship. Depending on the amount of money you send, the money actually can get there instantly, or it can take up to 3 days and a human has to manually approve it. For the shit banks, they have to find the intermediary in between that works with both of them, that can accept the transaction from one and forward it to the other. It can take up to 6 business days if a human has to approve it, and you lose 18% in fees on the transaction. If I wanted to do the same from Starbucks to my mom's bank, that's impossible. I don't even think Starbucks UK can transfer money to Starbucks Romania because they're different ledgers, different account systems, so you couldn't even do that. It's impossible. There's this new protocol called the Interledger Protocol, which was designed specifically to fix this problem. Make ledgers that don't talk to each other, able to understand each other's money system, money value system, and move that value from one to the other. So if I wanted to pay out of my Starbucks account into a bank account, I could do that using the Interledger Protocol. It was loosely designed after, and I say loosely for a reason, it was loosely designed after the TCP/IP protocol. And the reason it was loosely designed is, on TCP/IP, I send you some packets and some of them get lost on the pipes. No problem, no biggie, I send the packets again. If I send you some packets of money and some money gets lost in the process, people get upset. I don't understand why. So there's no loss in the Interledger network. There's no loss as opposed to TCP/IP, but everything else kind of works the same. The same way the TCP/IP protocol describes a network of interconnected computer, loosely called the internet. The Interledger protocol describes a network of connected ledgers, referred to as the Interledger network. It's an open, neutral, currency agnostic protocol that allows you to have value come out of one end and get forwarded through multiple hops all the way to your destination. So even if I wanted to send money from Metro Bank to my shitty bank in Romania, and there was an intermediary in between, the protocol would find that intermediary, or as many as it took, to transfer value from one end of the network to the other without you having to figure out what those relationships are. I want to say it's a simple protocol, and it's simple because it's been around for a while, so people started to understand it, but we'll look at how simple it is in a second. About 7 years ago, my math is super bad. About 7 years ago, in 2015, two people came up with the idea of the interledger protocol. They came up with a white paper called Introduction to Interledger. Very good, I know. That's why the name is so confusing. So they came up with the white paper, and it talked all about this network of interconnected ledgers that work kind of like the internet. Today, the protocol has evolved a bit from that initial version. It's at version 4 right now. It's a version 4, and it's kind of evolved to a point where financial institutions that hop on the network actually need to get regulated, because the network moves money. If it's not regulated, it's not legal. So the version 4 takes into account the fact that every node or every big entity in the network has to have a financial license. It works in a similar way to TCP/IP. The TCP/IP has 4. It's the application layer, the transport layer, the inter-network layer, and the link layer. In a similar fashion, the interledger protocol has those same layers. We don't call the inter-network layer inter-network, but we call it interledger because we thought it'd be cooler. The corresponding layers, it starts with SPSP, and the reason I'm mentioning this is SPSP is what you see as a payment point. That is the application layer that describes the address. So when you get your payment pointer, that's the first layer in the protocol, and that's why weaponization works. It also uses, as a transport mechanism, it uses the stream so that the money doesn't have to be individual distinct payments. It can just open a stream of money to a destination and stream continuously. That's why weaponization, for example, can stream money towards the page rather than paying the page every 2 seconds or so. So literally, every 100 milliseconds or so, depending on the stream speed, you get fractions of a cent. One of the weaponization providers streams at the rate of 36 cents an hour every few milliseconds or so. So you get fractions of a cent. You can get, like, for an instant, 100th of a cent in one of those money packets. And the reason that happens is money gets sent on the network, gets encoded on the network as data packets. Same way you can chunk up a big transaction or a big video file, or me streaming on YouTube there. Hi, YouTube. So me streaming on YouTube gets actually chunked into very, very small pieces, and all of those get sent on the network. The same way money works. $1 can be chunked into, I don't know, 1 million microcents and get sent on the network on the fastest route. It doesn't have to wait on connection speed. It doesn't have to wait on transaction speed. It can happen like instantly because it's 1 million packets get sent on the network at the same time. The way this works, and the way this works on the internet, all these top levels are connected into the underlying network. In interledger, that's called the bilateral transfer protocol that makes the connection between those two ledgers. So one adjacent ledger to the other has this BTP, which BTP is actually saying, for me, money is ones and zeros. For you, money is hex. So let's figure out a way for which money can translate from one to the other. In banking terms, it kind of loosely correlates to messaging and clearing. I know we have a few Monzo people in the room, and I put this slide especially for the Monzo people. So it kind of relates to messaging and clearing, and settlement isn't there. And settlement is the part of the transaction where money actually exchanges from one bank to the other. When I transfer money to anyone in this room, or when you transfer money to each other, the settlement part actually doesn't happen when you transfer money. The settlement part is the thing that takes 3 days to actually happen because a human has to check it. In interledger, the settlement doesn't happen on the network. The settlement happens off network, so it doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to take 3 days to accomplish it. So interledger was designed specifically to connect all these ledgers together, right? One of the byproducts of this design, of the design of the internet, was it can transport any value, Right now, if I want to pay $1, big problem. Most banks won't accept $1. The card networks will accept $1, but will take a 30-something% fee out of the dollar. Because this is an open protocol, it doesn't cost money to move money in here. There's nobody taking a cut. The network is open, and anybody can join the network. So it's not governed by the central entity where you have to pay a fee to join. You can transport as little as you want. And because of that, micropayments became a reality on the internet. Now you can actually stream very small amounts of money towards websites because you have this transport layer that enables you to transport very small amounts of money. And that's why the weaponization standard works with IntelliJ underneath as the transport mechanism instead of the card networks or the bank system or anything like that. If you want to get involved, there's quite a few ways you can get involved. The weaponization standard, as I said, is on GitHub. Please do give us feedback. We love that. There's also a community of people who are experimenting with weaponization. If you're my audience, you've probably seen weaponization in the wild a lot. You just didn't know you saw it. Have you read an article on Dev2 this week? Okay, a few. Hashnode? Okay. All of those things are web monetized. If you actually go into your Dev2 account, you have in the account settings, you have a link for weaponization, or a link for a payment pointer to live on your articles. A bunch of the other people who are experimenting with weaponization and put it on anything from comics to videos to classroom content for kids, hang out in community.weaponization.org. If you're more interested about the underlying protocol and how that works, a computer of interconnected money works, we have a monthly IntelliJ community call where we kind of showcase some of the projects that are building on the network, or us just building the network, expanding the network. Those happen once a month on the, I want to say second Wednesday of the month. I think that's it, second Wednesday of the month. If you go on the website, you'll see exactly. And as part of the IntelliJ Foundation, we like to encourage people to experiment. We have a program called Grant for the Web. It was a $100 million fund, which we periodically give away to people so they could experiment with the technologies involved, either IntelliJ as a protocol, or IntelliJ the network, or weaponization the standard, even putting links, web monetizing your content is part of some of the grants we give out. We don't have an open CFP right now. I don't know if I'm allowed to say on YouTube. Oh, well, YouTube. We're opening up a new CFP. We're announcing a new CFP in April next month. So if you keep an eye on the IntelliJ website at the end of April, you should see the new announcement for the CFP. If you want to experiment with this, if you want to kind of have a little side project and make some money off of it, or just experiment with your idea, Grant for the Web is there. And with that, I'd like to thank you. Before you clap, if you want to try weaponization from a user perspective, not from a creator perspective, one of the weaponization providers, Coil, was generous enough to give me a bunch of $30 codes and $100 codes. If you ping me on Twitter, if you at Lakatos on Twitter, I will send you one of those codes. They're individual codes, so I can't really put them on my slides. They're generated for each individual. I'll give you one of those codes, and you can try it out for free. For everybody else, it's a flat rate of, I think, $5 a month, and they distribute the $5 on your behalf on all the websites you visit that are web monetized. If you'd like to try it out for free for the next 6 months with no commitment, let me know. And with that, you can clap now. I'm done.
Fabulous. Thank you so much. We are going to go ahead and take about a 10-minute break now, and you might be saying, oh, it was 15 on the schedule. Do we get a shorter break specifically because Alex was smack-talking Birmingham? And yes. Or because we're running just a tad late. But if you come right down here, there's going to be lovely people in red shirts. They'll point you to snacks and the sponsors, where you can win really, really cool stuff or get some discounts on books. If you have questions for Alex or would like to berate him about the finest city in the UK, you can do so on Veto.
If you're from Birmingham, you get the $30 code.
everyone. Are you a developer that works with images or videos in your web app? Did you know there's a global community on Discord to network with other developers that shares knowledge and best practices when it comes to working with media? Come join us and chat. In our Discord, you can find interesting stuff such as developer events others are participating in, resources and tips, career advice, best practices, tools and plugins, paid opportunities, content sharing, or even hanging out and sharing your pet photos and talking about video games while getting to know other developers. We will be raffling out weekly prizes for being an active community member. Join the server by going to this URL. See you there.
Sticker Mule is the fastest and easiest way to order custom stickers. It only takes a few seconds to order, and every purchase comes with a free online proof, free shipping, and blazing fast turnaround. Each sticker is made with a durable, weatherproof vinyl that is suitable for indoor or outdoor use. Try custom stickers today for just $9.
Hello everyone at Cityjs. I hope you're all having a fantastic day and have had a brilliant conference so far. My name is Jo Franchetti and I am a developer advocate at Ably, and we're proudly sponsoring Cityjs this year. So what can I tell you about Ably? We're a real-time data broker, but what does that mean? Well, we've created a suite of tools, SDKs, and APIs to help developers like you to add real-time experiences to the apps and software that you're building. But what's a real-time experience? Well, anytime data is changed and needs to reach a client as soon as that change happens, we say that is happening in real time. So anytime you're sending or receiving a message in a chat app, you would want to receive that in real time. Anytime you are collaborating on a document or a spreadsheet with your colleagues and you see their changes happen, they're happening in real time. And anytime you have ordered a delicious takeout and you're watching as the driver wends their way towards you on a map, you're seeing their geolocation coordinates being updated in real time. And since we're all spending more and more time online and remote, many of us are trying to build real-time elements into our applications to make them feel engaging and interactive. If you're looking for a platform that can help you to build your own real-time experiences, that can manage reliability and scalability for you, then look no further than Ably. You can find us at ably.com and at Ably Realtime on Twitter. We've also got a whole load of demo code and applications that we would love for you to take and make your own. So if you're looking to add some real-time experiences to your applications, you can check out our SDKs at github.com/ably. We of course have JavaScript SDKs, and our many open source tech demos, which will give you examples of how to build real-time experiences, can be found at github.com/ablylabs. There are chat apps, examples of multiplayer games, quiz frameworks, logistics tracking apps, shareable whiteboards, all kinds of demos ready for you to take them and make them into something cool. And if you like the sound of Ably and would like to work with us and with me, then check out our careers page at ably.com/careers. We're fully remote, we have some truly excellent benefits, and we're growing rapidly. We're in exciting times and we'd love to have you along for the ride with us. And if you have any questions about Ably and you're here in person, then you can come chat to me or any of my lovely colleagues who are here with me. Thank you for listening, Cityjs. I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference.
Developers, we know you're responsible for more of what you ship, and your observability tools aren't exactly optimized for your dev workflow until now. New Relic CodeStream lets you break down the silos between dev and ops, ditch the screen hopping and wasted time, and jump from New Relic 1 to your development environment in a single click. Step through the stack trace to isolate the exact lines of code causing production errors, and supercharge your workflow by connecting your IDE to all your essential dev tools like GitHub, Jira, Slack, and more. Now you can debug and collaborate as a team by discussing code where you code. Then resolve and manage errors directly from your environment. New Relic CodeStream, where you get the power to plan, instrument, review, and debug code all from your IDE.
What the guys from Nearform bring is a continuous learning, always looking ahead and knowing what's out there.
By working with a partner that does this sort of consulting work has been really, really great experience for us.
People come to us with hard problems, and challenges mean that we get to succeed, we get to learn, we get to feel really good about what we've achieved.
Prisma is an open source ORM that allows you to easily manage and interact with your database. It all starts with your Prisma schema, a place where you define your database models and relations using Prisma schema language. You can write your schema from scratch, or generate it by introspecting an existing database. And when it's time to talk to your database, you'll use Prisma Client, an auto-generated, type-safe query builder where you think about your data, not SQL queries. And when your app needs to evolve, you'll use Prisma Migrate, which is Prisma's schema migration tool. All you need to do is update your Prisma schema, run the Prisma Migrate command, name your migration, and you're done. Seriously, that's it. Finally, there's Prisma Studio, an admin UI to view and edit the data inside your database. There's even dark mode. Prisma currently supports PostgreSQL, MySQL, SQLite, and Microsoft SQL Server, and works inside any JavaScript or TypeScript environment, with all of your favorite backend technologies. Prisma allows you to be more productive and ship your apps with confidence. For more info, go to prisma.io.
I love sports. One of the reasons I joined the Zone is because I'm a huge football fan.
I'm someone that loves to problem solve and like to provide, I guess, end users or customers the best experience.
We're really invested in microservices and micro-frontends. I'd seen the pain points of monolithic projects at other companies, and I was really drawn to come and try this.
I think the culture is pretty much about relationship and trust, and that's how we thrive. This relationship between going global, but also keeping the essence of the very first day of the company is what makes me very exciting.
What really motivates me working at The Zone is the unique tech challenges that the platform presents. We're using all serverless cloud technologies.
Each team is designed to own a specific subdomain. They get to choose what tech they use and help to prioritize what they think is most important.
Something that I've built is the image service. It was in use by all of the users across the world, literally millions of users. It was a very proud moment for me and my team.
Together with product, we came with a conclusion that it would be great for users to actually see what kind of content they will find in the Zone before actually signing up. There was like a massive increase of like sign-ups and users interacting with the Zone, so we were really happy with it.
The first project that I did when I joined The Zone was probably the one that I'm most proud of. It allows you to jump between different fixtures as key moments happen. So you might be told about a goal happening in another game, jump across to that, and then once you're done, come back. It's an exciting thing to see, something that you've been working on for months, suddenly getting hundreds of thousands of users over the space of minutes.
DAZN is a tech-focused company. So even before COVID, we were kind of actively on Teams. We were using software like Jira and Miro so that we could kind of collaborate in a very, very distributed way. In a sense, it's kind of made like the whole team a lot more like cohesive.
Working from home really works for me. There is no fixed time schedule.
It's all about flexibility and a good work-life balance.
It's important to know you can take care of your life and you can take care of your job.
We do a lot of activities as a team. We have a budget for like meetups and online courses.
We've agreed that every sprint, every 2 weeks, we've got a learning day within our team. So we can use that for pretty much whatever we're interested in. We've got loads of tech guilds like front end, back end. We have monthly town halls where people share things that they're building.
What's really great is we normally have a no meeting day once a month. We can work at home with no meetings whatsoever, really get our heads down.
We're working with millions of users. We are building to scale. I'm confident on everything we build. It's not scary, it's challenging and exciting.
If you want to be challenged, and if you want to be out of your comfort zone, but also leveraging everything that you have been learning throughout your career, that's the place to be.
There's a great community here. Everyone's just really lovely. And you can never ask a stupid questions. And I feel safe being able to just be myself.
Build it, own it,
ship it.
Prisma is an open source ORM that allows you to easily manage and interact with your database. It all starts with your Prisma schema, a place where you define your database models and relations using Prisma schema language. You can write your schema from scratch, or generate it by introspecting an existing database. And when it's time to talk to your database, you'll use Prisma Client, an auto-generated, type-safe query builder where you think about your data, not SQL queries. And when your app needs to evolve, you'll use Prisma Migrate, which is Prisma's schema migration tool. All you need to do is update your Prisma schema, run the Prisma Migrate command, name your migration, and you're done. Seriously, that's it. Finally, there's Prisma Studio, an admin UI to view and edit the data inside your database. There's even dark mode. Prisma currently supports PostgreSQL, MySQL, SQLite, and Microsoft SQL Server, and works inside any JavaScript or TypeScript environment, with all of your favorite backend technologies. Prisma allows you to be more productive and ship your apps with confidence. For more info, go to prisma.io.
The impact that technology is having on the world is greater than it's ever been.
Especially in the days of COVID, hybrid and remote work, a huge set of opportunities for us to define how humankind uses computers.
We would love for you to come be a part of our community and enrich the lives of people all over the world.
Opportunity here is nearly endless, and that's why I am part of OXO.
OXO, or the Office Experience Organization, is responsible for the core experience of Office, and that's across these apps that you know incredibly well, like Word, Excel, and PowerPoint, and tons of technologies that light up across the entire Office suite.
Designers, engineers, program managers, data scientists. We are focused on delivering productivity tools and empowering people to achieve their best in their workplace and in their homes. The office that we are now working on is highly collaborative, highly connected to cloud, powered by a number of different services. It has artificial intelligence built into it. We use data analysis and machine learning for improving the engagement of our customers with Office. All of these modern trends, from cloud computing to edge computing, are encapsulated in what we are doing and what we are driving forward, trying to improve the productivity and the ease of use for the humankind.
All right. So let's jump straight into it. We are also streaming to the foyer, so if at any point you would like to continue in there, you're welcome to do so. Whatever fits you best, you do you. And our next speaker is going to be Vincent Bailey, who is passionate about JavaScript community work, about package managers, and, well, open source. And today, he is going to have a talk about scaling JavaScript DevOps because, well, he's also a DevOps engineer at Microsoft, so that hits close to home. So please help me welcome now our next speaker, Vincent Bailey.
Hey everyone, very good to meet you all here today. So today I'm here to talk to you about how we ship JavaScript in Microsoft. So if you want to contact me, this is here. I come all the way to Norway to tell you today about JavaScript. So that tells how excited I am. So to start, I will start with 2 stories that will serve as introducing a metaphor that we use a lot in Microsoft. So the first story is about a woman called Jessica. She's an accountant, and she has identified that there is some inefficiencies in the way she does work, and many accountants do work. So she has an idea of a piece of software that could improve dramatically that issue. So she decided to go into it as a side project to learn programming and go straight to it. So this is the process she starts following. So she had this bright idea. She goes to implementation for a year or 2. It takes a lot of time to learn programming, and then finally version 1 is out. And so a lot of fellow accountants are using and loving this piece of software. So it's released, everyone is happy, and there's a lot of feedback coming in, most positive. And some feedback talk about some bugs that need to be fixed. Some other feedback suggests how the software can be evolved further. So she decided to not stop here, but to keep working on that product since the feedback was so good. So she keeps going, and she introduced in her process a new step, which basically digest all the feedback received and decide what to do with it. And so the version 2 is released a year later, after all the bug reported were fixed, and after all the features asked were implemented. And this time, the feedback from the community was way worse than the first time. And so what didn't go so well this time is the time between version 1 and version 2. So Jessica, since this is a side project and she's learning programming as she goes, it's taking a lot of time. So there was a year before version 2 came. And a lot of the feedback says, this bug that I reported a year ago seems trivial to fix, but I had to wait a year to get that bug fixed. So Jessica understands that feedback and adapt slightly her process to release new versions on a faster cadence that will only contain bug fix, to be able to provide to increase the quality of the software without having to wait a full year. And so version 2.3, eventually after 3 iterations, version 2.3 is out. The feedback starts to raise, so the quality is coming to raise, but still there is a lot of feedback about bug and about regressions especially. And Jessica realizes that she doesn't have any consistent testing mechanism in regression. So she implements consistent testing with a mix of manual and automated testing that will guarantee that nothing gets regressed and that the feature gets properly implemented. And so version 3 gets release, and the quality, the perceived quality of the software keeps increasing. But still, there is some feedback that now there is very few bugs, but some of the features that get implemented are clumsy and they don't really reflect the needs that were expressed in the feedback in the previous version. So she decided to change her process again to introduce a prototyping stage in which she will validate that she properly understands the feedback and the need behind it before investing in the implementation of that new feature. And so that was the first story, and I wanted to tell that story to introduce the metaphor of a loop, which is a metaphor that we use a lot in Microsoft to iterate over our engineering systems. So a loop, we define it basically as focusing temporarily in 2 or 3 steps of the full process to make sure you get a better quality out of these 2 steps before moving forward. And this brings us to the second story, which is more personal and more real than the first one. So last week I was in France together with my father, and I was observing him typing a mail on his computer, and he went like this. He would type a sentence staring at his keyboard, and then at the end of the sentence, he would look up, look at the screen, reread the sentence, which would consistently have a typo in the middle of it, and then in one way or another go fix the typo, and then write the next sentence. And it was very tedious for me to look at because it felt very, very slow. Even though he was typing quite fast, he had to remove a lot of things. So in the end, the throughput was very low. And I really feel like he should help himself with a better process. And me thinking about loops all the time, I was thinking, what is the loop happening here? And the loop happening here was the feedback between writing a sentence and validating the sentence, then correcting the sentence, validating the sentence, and so forth. And I thought to myself, if we made that loop faster, can my dad type faster and have less overhead in correcting mistakes? So I'm thinking, like, what if he typed a word? Maybe I could suggest to him that he type a word, then verify that word, and then before typing the next word, because then he would not have to delete a lot of words or use the mouse to move the cursor around. But then I realized that it would not work because, I don't know if you tried, but moving the eyes between the keyboard and the screen every word is extremely uncomfortable and painful for the eyes. So actually, even though that loop sounds like it will be more productive, it will be very uncomfortable, and that's the reason why my dad doesn't validate every word, but only every sentence. So the point of this story is that loops are a fantastic tool to help us improve our agility and do what we want to do faster, but they need to be the right size. And as a small loop is often the best solution, it is not the best if it's not supported properly by the tools or by the skills. In the case of my father, he didn't have the touch typing skills, which made the small loop too uncomfortable. So that brings us to how we use that metaphor in Microsoft to improve over the way we deliver JavaScript apps. So I work in Office, and so we ship Excel, Word, PowerPoint, SharePoint, OneDrive, Outlook, all this as native apps, but also as JavaScript apps. And so all these apps currently have their own repository that are represented as cloud here. And so the team I joined when I joined Microsoft was his mission was to make some shared components that could be reused across all these different JavaScript apps to provide a consistent user experience for the end users of Office. And so the way we went about this is create yet another repo called Midgard, which will be like a library repo, which all the other repo could take a dependency, just to have a single source of truth for the logic of these components. And so we'll look how it was for Midgard developer to ship code to these various apps. So this is the process that was going on initially. So you see that there is Midgard on the left, which is the library repo, and Outlook Web, which is an example of one of the multiple application repo. So as a Midgard developer, I would write my implementation in Midgard, check it in the main branch so that it gets released to a private NPM registry. And then once this is done, I could go check in the code in the Outlook Web repository or any other app repository, and then pull that new dependency and test the integration. And if there was a problem, I would go back to stage 1 and iterate like this. We didn't keep it like that too long because it was obviously very tedious. The iteration loop was way too long. And so, as I said, we love the metaphor of loops and we use it all the time. And to make sure this metaphor sticks a lot, we give names to loops. So this loop of iterating between Midgard and the application repo, we call it the integration loop. And so our integration loop was extremely frustrating and slow. So we introduced a smaller loop by introducing test apps. So test apps were a small application, either a Webpack dev server application or a Metro app that would simulate the integration point in our app, so that the test app was aiming at giving us confidence that if our component behave well in the test app, they will equally behave well in the application. So that accelerated a lot the iteration loop, because suddenly the test app we would run on our laptop, we could validate a lot of behaviors without needing to publish anything to master. So we created web test apps to simulate the integration point between our components and the apps, Outlook, for instance. And we have many integration points in many different repositories. So which led us to having multiple test apps that will specifically simulate one integration point. So we end up in Midgard having multiple test apps. And some of them are iOS test apps or Android test apps, since we ship code using React Native. So obviously the iOS test app is a different test app than the web test app. And so we had that constraints that at the time, Outlook iOS was using a different version of React than Outlook Web. So we needed to find a solution because we need to have two test apps in the repo that works in two different versions of React. So that's when we introduced workspaces to Midgard, the feature that was introduced by Yarn, and which allows in our repo to split our code into small workspaces which have their own dependencies. So that allows us to have the Outlook Web depend on one version of React and the Outlook iOS test app depend on another version of React. So introducing workspace changed everything in the way we developed. And the first thing it changed is that suddenly, as a web developer, I would not run and validate the entire code base, but only the one that were relevant for my test app. So which means locally, I will actually do less work, more specific work, and then we'll have build agent on that will validate that the entire repository works well. So we introduce a second loop here where locally we'll test what we're really working on, and then on the cloud we will validate that my code change is not breaking anything else in the repo, that I may be shared code with what I'm doing. And so these two loops have names as well. We call them inner dev loop and outer dev loop. And so to try to make this loop as comfortable and as efficient, we use a lot of tools, a lot of open source tools. So this is a list, not a full list, but some of the tools we use to make these loops very comfortable. And so I'm going to dive into two of these tools here today. So workspaces, as I say, change everything because it was such a great abstraction to create modular code with encapsulated implementation and clear interfaces. So we use that as an architectural tool to be able to produce cleaner code, and that led us to creating packages way more than we had test apps. So we didn't only have a workspace for test app, but also for small independent piece of code. So we ended up with a big dependency graph. We currently have 900 workspaces. And so obviously, as a developer of Midgard, I'm not going to build or test all these 900 workspaces. I'm only going to build and test the ones that are relevant for the component that I'm developing into. So we have that feature of filtering the dependency graph to only the ones that are relevant to me as I develop locally with TypeScript and with the Webpack dev server. And then our build agents will need to validate that my code change doesn't break anything in the repo. So even though locally I only focus on a few workspaces, the build agent should see the big pictures and validate that everything works well. So I'm going to show how we did this on the build agent by simplifying this picture to only four workspaces. And we use Lerna to orchestrate this. And that helps us to save our build agent some work and to only build and only test what's necessary. So in this example, if I am submitting a change to the workspace A, Lerna will compute which package or which workspaces need to be tested, which workspaces need to be built. And Lerna will also orchestrate the build tasks in a way that in dependency order. So in a way you never build a workspace before being done building all the dependent workspaces. So we use Lerna, and as I say, we scale to today 900 workspaces. And the way we were doing this with Lerna didn't scale in the way that the build became very, very long, up to 2 hours. So we had to find something better, and there was a lot of opportunity for optimization here. So that's what we did. And at the time, we didn't find anything satisfactory for us, so we created a tool called Lage. And maybe you heard of Lage. Lage contributed to the inspiration of TurboRepo, which you may have heard recently. So this is our evolution, which is open source, which is our evolution of Lerna, which adds the feature of build caching and better scheduling, so better utilization of the core, so we can actually do more work faster and finish the build faster. And so that's where we are today, but we're investing massively in our journey to improve dev experience and eventually the quality of the apps. So what we currently invested into is to reduce that integration loop, because though the test app reduced the need for the integration loop is still needed, as there is complex integration scenario that cannot be easily duplicated in the test app. And the integration loop is currently as painful as I saw in the slide earlier. So what we're doing now is we're a big effort to merge all these repos together. And I don't know if you realize, but a single repo having the code for Outlook, Word, Excel, PowerPoint, SharePoint, and OneDrive, and more, it's a lot of code. So with that comes a lot of scaling challenges. One of them is the source control, Git. So we actually had to do some contribution to Git to be able to scale further with sparse checkout. And so we invested massively in doing a lot of work in Git, and here you see a PR of our work. This is in the Microsoft fork, and this is eventually going to be merged upstream to the official Git. Another work we're doing that I'm very excited about is the work on NPM. As we merge repos, we realize that the complexity of the dependency graph makes the install time exponentially high. And so we decided to use a different installation strategy, which has been brought by the package manager PNPM. And we're bringing that installation strategy to NPM, so everyone in the ecosystem can use it. So we've contributed an RFC to the NPM project, which got accepted, and now I am actively working on getting that feature implemented and shipped. Another aspect we are investing into is a tool called BuildXL. So we're investing into moving to Lager, from Lager to another tool, which is also open source, called BuildXL, and which allows us to distribute our build across multiple machines, and also allows us to have a finer grain caching. So we can have a higher cache hit ratio when we run our build, leading to shorter build time. So there is a small list of other ways other areas we focus on to make our loops as much comfortable and valuable as possible. So if any of them is a topic of interest to you, I'll be around. I'm very happy to discuss with you today. There are some links about what I've talked today. Thank you very much.
Amplify Studio is a new visual development environment in AWS Amplify that makes creating a full-stack web or mobile app, both a front-end UI and back-end, fast and easy. Instead of writing front-end component code from scratch, you can quickly choose from dozens of UI components for popular features. These UI components are also available within Figma, so your designer can create and customize them, and they can be imported into Studio as code. Use the Studio console to set up an app backend and connect your UI components to backend data in clicks. Studio offers a developer-friendly approach to low-code. It automatically translates visual changes into clean React code, letting you focus on the business logic and building a great app experience. Amplify Studio makes it easy to get started without cloud expertise and build full-stack apps that are built to scale following AWS best practices. Get to market faster and easier with Amplify Studio.
We did it! We made the app. That's only half the story. Soon, with a little luck, we'll have a ton of people using and loving our product. That means
Awesome. Hello, everyone. Happy to be back talking again since the pandemic. So thanks for having me here today. So I'm here my talk today is around navigating the NPM ecosystem in the enterprise. And I really want to share an approach we've been taking at my company and at IBM to really help some of the concerns around the vast ecosystem we have to navigate. Quick bit about me. I had a great introduction. I'm a senior software engineer at Red Hat. I work on the Node Core project. I do a lot of the release work up in the upstream community. And I'm also spend a lot of my time getting knocked out. Anyway, so yeah, I also spend a lot of my time helping internal teams and clients with any node problems they experience. So yeah, that's the approach I'd like to share. A lot of clients have raised concerns around the NPM ecosystem, so I'd like to share some of the work we're doing to try and alleviate some of those. Yeah, so there's always been quite a lot of concern about the ecosystem, particularly in enterprises, as you can imagine. They're slightly behind the curve, so getting used to just downloading things off the internet takes some time. And they're quite right to be concerned. There's 1.9 million modules on the registry. That means there's a lot of really good choices out there, but also some potentially problematic choices. And this is compounded by the fact that when you're deploying your applications into cloud, the majority of the code you're actually deploying is not even your own. But actually, you have to take responsibility for it. You can't just ignore it and assume it will just work. You're responsible for all of that code in production when you're running it. And I always like to start with a few horror stories. I'm sure you'll remember the left pad unpublished incident back in 2016. And also, it happens again, it happens all the time. We had the Faker.js earlier this year. that cause some trouble in the ecosystem. And this isn't a new problem. It's quite well known. It's not specific to the Node.js or JavaScript ecosystems. But what I do find is our ecosystem does surface it a bit more visibly, and that's just because of how wide and deep our dependency trees typically are in comparison to things like Java. But it's always a critique of our ecosystem, but actually, it happens in the Java world too. So in the organizations I've worked at, there's been many different approaches to this problem over time. And over the years, we've adapted how we approach the problem. So one of my first ever conference talks actually was around one of our early approaches, which was about providing guidance to developers on how they can make better choices when selecting modules from the NPM registry. And at the time, we called out things such as check the security, check again security patches, check the license is compatible with your application, ensure that you're confident that the module will continue to be maintained for the lifetime of your product, and how frequent are the breaking changes, is the module even compatible for all of the platforms you will need to eventually deploy to. So all of this was around providing guidance for the developer to make good decisions about which modules they should consume. And a lot of other companies are doing similar things, so you may be aware of NPMS or Sneak Package Health Scores. Again, it's really about helping developers make a more informed choice. But metrics really do not tell you the whole story. Some of the most downloaded modules in NPM may not actually be a good module to use when deploying to a cloud-native enterprise application. And one of the key things I like to really call out is governance is really important. For our company, one of the key benefits of consuming open source is the fact that when we hit a problem or hit a bug, we can go in and fix it ourselves, so we can help ourselves. But this means when choosing a dependency, you need to have some level of confidence that if you were to put that effort in, it would actually be accepted. And that may not be the case for some projects controlled by certain organizations or perhaps an individual's project. Another approach we've been taking at IBM Red Hat is to participate in the Node.js package maintenance working group. So the Node.js community have a large number of working groups. Package maintenance is one of those, and it brings together everyone, a large portion of people who are interested in working on this problem. And it's great because we have other enterprises there, people from Netflix, people from NPM, Red Hat, and IBM, and we all work together. And really, the goals of this working group can be summarized as we're trying to promote responsible consumption of ecosystem modules. We're also trying to produce guidance for package maintainers. And also, in some cases, some module authors have actually handed our modules over to the package maintenance working group for us to step in and help to maintain. So now I want to share a little bit of a recent approach we've been taking. And actually, we're taking this approach in unison with all of our other approaches. It's not instead of, it's just in addition. And my slides have gone a bit wonky in the convert, but anyway. So our new approach is to produce a reference architecture. And what we describe this as is our opinion on what components should be used for our internal teams and clients, and also some additional guidance for how to be successful in production with those components. And it's really just essentially a set of good defaults, good default choices when you're selecting from the NPM registry. Disclaimer here, I'm not here to try and say our opinions are right. The recommendations will not apply to other organizations. I'd just like to share our approach to this problem, which is slightly different to the other approaches we've taken. And we're actually very conscious, even internally, of saying you must use this module. We don't frame it that way. It's here are a set of good defaults. So if you have no reason to use anything else, you may as well stick to these this subset. And yeah, kind of the Lego picture, it reminds me of my opinions on Lego. When I was growing up, I just had like a bucket of Lego, played with it. If someone had come along and said, you're using these bricks and building it in this way, I wouldn't have liked it at all. So. And also, it's not about picking winners. We can't categorically say this module is better than this other module. It's more around, based on the experience within our organization and the knowledge we have, this is the defaults we recommend. And also, while it is a factor, personal preference is kind of left at the door. We can all advocate for our favorite framework, but it's really what makes sense for the organization as a whole. And on the other hand, this whole restricted usage approach, even though many developers won't like to be told exactly what they can use to build with, it's not actually unfamiliar to our enterprise clients and customers who they will be told this is the set of vetted dependencies you can use. And this is particularly common in like financial services and government industries. Often they even have an internal mirror that has a restricted subset. And there are benefits to the approach these companies are taking. It's because they can do more efficient vetting and due diligence. So we set out to build this reference architecture. How did we actually go about doing that? Well, step one was just to bring together all of our internal teams and clients who had experience with building enterprise Node.js applications. So in the context of my company, that's over 300,000 employees between IBM and Red Hat. So just finding everyone who was deploying was a challenge in itself. But so far, we've built up a big group of people with lots of experience, consultants, clients, in deploying and building Node.js applications. And if you're not familiar with the term, this is kind of like an inner source approach we've taken to the problem. If you're not familiar, inner source is applying open source best practices within your internal organization and taking inspiration from how things are handled in open source communities and applying those behaviors internally. And we get a lot of benefits from this approach. We get the broad expertise across the whole organization. It's not just our team's opinion. We get very critical peer review across different teams. And it also means that any teams with expertise can bring that to the table. So once we've brought this group, defined this group, we then brought everyone together to really define the components we felt formed an enterprise Node.js application. And this is based on their experience. So the consultants, what they've actually seen happening in their client assignments. And initially, we just started drafting a list. We kind of grouped things into like development components, functional components, and operations. Just an example of what we had under development was things like code coverage, code consistency, testing. And then under functional components, we have things like, what are you using for authentication? What cache are you using? What modules? And it's actually through these functional components we get most of the individual registry recommendations in terms of which modules you should use. And then we have operations. This was of heightened importance in our context because our customers are likely running, massive deployments, Kubernetes clusters, many instances of the applications. So day two kind of operations are quite critical. So we're looking at things like health checks, logging, metrics, and any guidance we can produce for that. So once we'd listed out all of these components, we discussed them within the group to try and converge on an opinion on a good default. And I'll just go through an example in the context of logging. So we brought together everyone operating large deployments. We discussed at length all the different modules they were using, whether using, Winston. And from all of those discussions, we eventually converged on the opinion that Pinot was a great default. And that was based on the real experience, and the things they called out about Pinot being a great default was because it had the great structured logging, it had an easily consumed API, and it just worked with all of the aggregation tools that you're likely to use in a cloud-native setting. So once we converged on an opinion for a specific component, we published this to our reference architecture. It is publicly available, but again, I find the process is interesting. The outcome may not be as interesting to other organizations, but for us, it's been a very valuable process. So yeah, we published the guidance to a reference architecture, and the great thing is we can provide additional guidance over and above which module to use. So based on pooling the experience from all the developers we know deploying large Node.js applications, we gain additional guidance, such as in this case, hey, initially you might want to store your logs in a high access, expensive location for maybe 7 days, and then after that you may want to migrate them to a lower cost, harder to access location. So it's just extra tips and tricks that we're gaining by exploiting the whole developer pool in our organization. And again, just in terms of consistency, once we converged on a recommendation, we tend to go and update all of our tutorials, all of our assets, all of our customer guidance to use that same example. So there's been quite a lot of benefits we've found to this approach. First is just finding contacts. So my team works a lot in the Node community. It's great for our product teams to have a contact in that community. And also it's great for us to get direct user feedback from people actually deploying massive production applications. Also knowledge sharing, just generally bringing teams together across the whole org and sharing knowledge in this working group fashion has been great. It also means we have some recommendations for clients on hand, and also more efficient due diligence. So by saying, here's a good set of defaults, we can do the due diligence on those modules, check that they're maintained, and it saves the individual product teams having to do that process all over again by themselves. And actually my favorite benefit is the more focused open source contributions. So I know in a lot of orgs, developers can struggle to convince their companies to invest in open source, invest in their dependencies. And we found that by defining a narrow subset of defaults, that conversation is easier because you can say, hey, I've hit this bug in this dependency I'm using. The whole org really uses this as the default module for logging, perhaps. We should invest to fix it because it doesn't only benefit our team, it benefits the whole org. So I really think this approach has lent itself quite well to solving kind of open source maintenance problem that we face. So just to recap, our new approach has been to build a reference architecture, and we've done this by bringing folks together across a large organization, talking about their experiences, defining the components, and for each component, talking about experiences and success stories. Eventually, we converge on a recommendation and we document that. And then we also need to continuously evaluate recommendations. And this is because what you choose today to build a new production-grade application may not actually be a good choice in future. And actually, one particular case, we find a lot of value in predicting future trends. And to go into details of one specific conversation that's happening in our group is around our web framework recommendation. So today our reference architecture states Express.js is our default recommendation. It's so massively popular. We have internal products using it. We have all of our customers and clients are using it. They're still coming in today and saying, we would like to build with Express. And there's wide knowledge, it's tried and tested, and I think one of the key reasons that we still recommend folks to use it is because its limitations are known. Yes, it has limitations, but they are known. So really, a lot of our customers and internal teams are just comfortable using Express. So today, that's what we recommend. That's not to say in these discussions there weren't many concerns raised. So at the time, there hadn't been a release for a couple of years when we started these discussions, and there are generally concerns about the release cadence of Express. And the reason I see that as a concern myself is that the Node runtime is being released very frequently. And if a module isn't being released as frequently, and you start to question at some point, is it going to lag behind the features that are available in the runtime itself? There are also concerns around the support for async await syntax, and also some concerns around contributions. So you'll find with many of the known web frameworks at the moment have this pattern of their GitHub history, where it was a peak a few years back and now it's tailing off, which indicates it's in a maintenance state. So really the question we're asking ourselves in this group is, if it's in the state now, where will it be in 5 years' time? So I set up often a little experiment to go see if I could dig out some metrics, see where it was likely to head next. And I can probably skim through and show you some of those. I still have time. So I started with some really crude metrics like weekly downloads, number of dependents, number of stars, all of them not very insightful on their own, but can sometimes indicate a relative position. So as you can see, Express is massive still, and then we see Next underneath, and then everything else just below. It's just huge. Downloads aren't a great metric because the registry downloads are increasing year over year. So they're not that insightful, but I still find the relative positions interesting. Another way to look at the same download data was by share of registry downloads per year. So what this is saying is, like, for all of the downloads that go to the registry, what percentage of them are from Express or asking for Express? And the interesting thing here is we can see it tailing off, and similar with React. And because of the data in this graph, the tail off isn't indicating like a reduction in usage. It's more just saying the downloads are less proportionately compared to everything else. And actually, it's not to say it's losing it to other web frameworks either. It's possible that the npm registry, the number of downloads to it, are just becoming more diverse. But anyway, it was still interesting to see, like, for a time it was gaining share. And one thing this graph does highlight is types node. You can see it skyrocketing. So like TypeScript adoption is like continuing to increase at pace. And what was interesting is seeing what was happening with the frameworks at the bottom, just to see what was happening in terms of downloads, were they increasing? And the ones that are interesting are the modules that are increasing in spite of the general trend being that the npm registry is diversifying. So we essentially earmarked these as ones to watch. We did some other scores. For example, the Open Source Security Foundation generates a score based on how critical they think a project should be. Again, just interesting. This had slightly different, resulted in slightly different ordering to what we'd seen in the other results. We also continue to look at contribution activity, so over time. So the top graph is actually Express. You can see it peaking and tailing off. And then one of the up-and-coming frameworks, we can see a more consistent contribution pattern. So in 5 years' time, we're asking ourselves, which of these two modules would we more likely recommend in future? And also, perhaps my favorite metric here is contributor share. And this is very important for us. So what this does is it looks at all of the commits to the web framework and works out what proportion were by each user. So we can see in framework 1, like almost 90% of the commits are from one user. So as an organization the size of like IBM and Red Hat, we're asking ourselves, should we be building enterprise-grade applications based on top of a web framework built by a single individual? That's the question we're asking. And then we have framework 2, which is slightly more shared, and framework 3 that is much more shared. This data is interesting because it gives us confirmation that if we did want to contribute a bug fix ourselves, we feel like it'd be more likely to be accepted in the case where the framework's more community-owned. So I did package up all of this data into a blog post. You should be able to find it. And really, when will we change? Sorry, I'm just skipping back. I didn't think I'd have time to go through the metrics. When will we change our recommendation from Express to something else? It's really going to be driven by our group, our reference architecture group. That group will need to come to the table and say, we've had success stories, we've had experience with this framework, we know its scope, we know its limitations. But we do see the value in continuously evaluating using metrics to kind of figure out where we might want to invest in advance. So just to summarize, our recent approach to helping our clients and customers navigate this ecosystem has been to try and focus our efforts on building a reference architecture. The key benefit I've seen to this approach is just pooling together all the expertise in the organization. So you get different opinions in the room. And like finally, the metrics can give some interesting insight for future planning, but really we won't change our recommendation, particularly in the context of a web framework, until we have, you know, experience documented and some success stories. So with that, you can find our reference architecture. It is public, it is on GitHub. But again, I just found the approach interesting to share with you all today. And if you'd like to chat to me about web frameworks or Node.js or anything, feel free to come find me at a break. Thanks for your time, everyone.
Hi, this is Amanda Cavallaro, a developer advocate at Vonage, and today I'll talk about generating and assigning token roles. To authenticate a user connecting to a video API session, we must use a unique authentication key called token. There are 3 possible token roles: subscriber, publisher, and moderator. Let's generate a token using the Video API Node.js server-side library. We first install OpenTalk from the terminal. In your coding editor, you set the constants with the API key and the API secret that you receive when you sign up to use the Video API. You can create or use an existing session ID. Next, we call the generateToken method that will return a token in the string format. You can generate tokens for clients to use when connecting to the session. In this example, we are creating a username Amanda of role publisher. The options parameter is an optional object used to set the role, expire time, and connection data of the token. We then add the token options to the generated token, run node and the name of the file we created, and in your terminal you can see your token. There are a number of things you can do with your generated token, depending on its role. You have additional permissions if you receive a moderator token. You can, for instance, disconnect, mute other users, or even stop publishing their streams. In this video, you saw how to generate and assign a token. You can learn further from the links below.
CircleCI is a continuous integration and delivery platform that allows engineering teams to build and deploy software. Your team can validate code changes in real time by connecting to your version control system like GitHub or Bitbucket. With CircleCI, you have full control over your pipelines. For your projects, you can configure a pipeline that defines all of the CI/CD processes for that project. Use workflows to configure how and when jobs run, and our data and image caching options to optimize your delivery process. Whenever you publish changes to the source code for your project, CircleCI runs your pipeline and shows its status in real time in the CircleCI dashboard. CircleCI supports every language and framework and offers a variety of cloud-hosted compute types like Docker containers, Linux VMs, Mac OS, Windows, and more, so that you can build nearly any project without ever managing infrastructure. Your team can use CircleCI with our cloud-hosted compute and self-hosted runners, or install our server option on your infrastructure. With CircleCI, you can go fast and have confidence in every change you ship. Even better, you can use data from the Insights dashboard to continuously optimize your pipelines. No more bottlenecks, no more wasted time. Changes don't count until they're in the hands of your customers, which is why CircleCI makes it easy to take the artifacts from your pipelines and deploy them wherever you need to go. Use our prepackaged configuration options and deploy securely with encrypted secret storage, manual approval steps, and more. Ship quality code faster with CircleCI.
Developers, we know you're responsible for more of what you ship, and your observability tools aren't exactly optimized for your dev workflow until now. New Relic CodeStream lets you break down the silos between dev and ops, ditch the screen hopping and wasted time, and jump from New Relic 1 to your development environment in a single click. Step through the stack trace to isolate the exact lines of code causing production errors, and supercharge your workflow by connecting your IDE to all your essential dev tools like GitHub, Jira, Slack, and more. Now you can debug and collaborate as a team by discussing code where you code. Then resolve and manage errors directly from your environment. New Relic CodeStream, where you get the power to plan, instrument, review, and debug code all from your IDE.
To be successful here, you have to be very curious and always wanting to learn.
Ask the right questions and then
have the passion to pursue the answers for these questions.
Don't be afraid to ask why.
I think we strike a really good balance between caring about what we do and delivering quickly.
Light speed.
Beamery offers me the opportunity to learn from amazing people.
We very often work on interesting challenges that no one has maybe done before.
I'm a big believer in owning the change you seek. If you see something's wrong, then you should change it.
In the 4 years that I've worked here, I've gone from being a software engineer to being an engineering manager.
No one really judges.
I just really love the people at Beamery and I love the work.
I can just be myself.
Culture at Beamery in 3 words.
Everyone's really curious.
Engaging.
Outcome driven, just 2 words.
Being a product manager in the AI team is a privilege, and it's frankly awesome. We have socials each week, and share a lot of fun stories with each other.
We've got teams in Germany, the UK and America, and we're growing.
I think it's evolving as well.
I have the chance to engage with incredibly intelligent people who care, who not only care about delivering on Beamery's promise, but who care about each other.
You have to get the Friends reference, so don't put that in.
Oh, yes! Okay, cool.
Hi everyone. Are you a developer that works with images or videos in your web app? Did you know there's a global community on Discord to network with other developers that shares knowledge and best practices when it comes to working with media? Come join us and chat. In our Discord, you can find interesting stuff such as developer events others are participating in, resources and tips, career advice, best practices, tools and plugins, paid opportunities, content sharing, or even hanging out and sharing your pet photos and talking about video games while getting to know other developers. We will be raffling out weekly prizes for being an active community member. Join the server by going to this URL. See you there.
Prisma is an open source ORM that allows you to easily manage and interact with your database. It all starts with your Prisma schema, a place where you define your database models and relations using Prisma schema language. You can write your schema from scratch, or generate it by introspecting an existing database. And when it's time to talk to your database, you'll use Prisma Client, an auto-generated, type-safe query builder where you think about your data, not SQL queries. And when your app needs to evolve, you'll use Prisma Migrate, which is Prisma's schema migration tool. All you need to do is update your Prisma schema, run the Prisma Migrate command, name your migration, and you're done. Seriously, that's it. Finally, there's Prisma Studio, an admin UI to view and edit the data inside your database. There's even dark mode. Prisma currently supports PostgreSQL, MySQL, SQLite, and Microsoft SQL Server, and works inside any JavaScript or TypeScript environment with all of your favorite backend technologies. Prisma allows you to be more productive and ship your apps with confidence. For more info, go to prisma.io.
Hello everyone at Cityjs. I hope you're all having a fantastic day and have had a brilliant conference so far. My name is Jo Franchetti and I am a developer advocate at Ably, and we're proudly sponsoring Cityjs this year. So what can I tell you about Ably? We're a real-time data broker, but what does that mean? Well, we've created a suite of tools, SDKs, and APIs to help developers like you to add real-time experiences to the apps and software that you're building. But what's a real-time experience? Well, anytime data is changed and needs to reach a client as soon as that change happens, we say that is happening in real time. So anytime you're sending or receiving a message in a chat app, you would want to receive that in real time. Anytime you are collaborating on a document or a spreadsheet with your colleagues and you see their changes happen, they're happening in real time. And anytime you have ordered a delicious takeout and you're watching as the driver wends their way towards you on a map, you're seeing their geolocation coordinates being updated in real time. And since we're all spending more and more time online and remote, many of us are trying to build real-time elements into our applications to make them feel engaging and interactive. If you're looking for a platform that can help you to build your own real-time experiences, that can manage reliability and scalability for you, then look no further than Ably. You can find us at ably.com and at Ably Realtime on Twitter. We've also got a whole load of demo code and applications that we would love for you to take and make your own. So if you're looking to add some real-time experiences to your applications, you can check out our SDKs at github.com/ably. We of course have JavaScript SDKs, and our many open source tech demos, which will give you examples of how to build real-time experiences, can be found at github.com/ablylabs. There are chat apps, examples of multiplayer games, quiz frameworks, logistics tracking apps, shareable whiteboards, all kinds of demos ready for you to take them and make them into something cool. And if you like the sound of Ably and would like to work with us and with me, then check out our careers page at ably.com/careers. We're fully remote, we have some truly excellent benefits, and we're growing rapidly. We're in exciting times, and we'd love to have you along for the ride with us. And if you have any questions about Ably and you're here in person, then you can come chat to me or any of my lovely colleagues who are here with me. Thank you for listening, Cityjs. I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference.
What the guys from Nearform bring is a continuous learning, always looking ahead and knowing what's out there.
By working with a partner that does this sort of consulting work has been really, really great experience for us.
People come to us with hard problems, and challenges mean that we get to succeed, we get to learn, we get to feel really good about what we've achieved.
I love sports. One of the reasons I joined the Zone is because I'm a huge football fan.
I'm someone that loves to problem solve and like to provide, I guess, end users or customers the best experience.
We're really invested in microservices and micro-frontends. I've seen the pain points of monolithic projects at other companies. I was really drawn to come and try this.
I think the culture is pretty much about relationship and trust, and that's how we thrive. This relationship between going global, but also keeping the essence of the very first day of the company is what makes me very exciting.
What really motivates me working at The Zone is the unique tech challenges that the platform presents. We're using all serverless cloud technologies.
Each team is designed to own a specific subdomain. They get to choose what tech they use and help to prioritize what they think is most important.
Something that I've built is the image service. It was in use by all of the users across the world, literally millions of users. It was a very proud moment for me and my team.
Together with product, we came with a conclusion that it would be great for users to actually see what kind of content they will find in the Zone before actually signing up. There was like a massive increase of like sign-ups and users interacting with the zone. So we were really happy with it.
The first project that I did when I joined DAZN was probably the one that I'm most proud of. It allows you to jump between different fixtures as key moments happen. So you might be told about a goal happening in another game, jump across to that, and then once you're done, come back. It's an exciting thing to see, something that you've been working on for months, suddenly getting hundreds of thousands of users over the space of minutes.
DAZN is a tech-focused company, so even before COVID, we were kind of actively on Teams. We were using software like Jira and Miro, so that we could kind of collaborate in a very, very distributed way. In a sense, it's kind of made like the whole team a lot more like cohesive.
Working from home really works for me. There is no fixed time schedule.
It's all about flexibility and a good work-life balance.
It's important to know you can take care of your life and you can take care of your job.
We do a lot of activities as a team. We have a budget for like meetups and online courses.
We've agreed that every sprint, every 2 weeks, we've got a learning day within our team. So we can use that for pretty much whatever we're interested in. We've got loads of tech guilds like front end, back end. We have monthly town halls where people share things that they're building.
What's really great is we normally have a no meeting day once a month. We can work at home with no meetings whatsoever, really get our heads down.
We're working with millions of users. We are building to scale. I'm confident on everything we build. It's not scary, it's challenging and exciting.
If you want to be challenged, and if you want to be out of your comfort zone, but also leveraging everything that you have been learning throughout your career, that's the place to be.
There's a great community here. Everyone's just really lovely. And you can never ask a stupid question. And I feel safe being able to just be myself.
Build it, own it,
ship it.
Prisma is an open source ORM that allows you to easily manage and interact with your database. It all starts with your Prisma schema, a place where you define your database models and relations using Prisma schema language. You can write your schema from scratch, or generate it by introspecting an existing database. And when it's time to talk to your database, you'll use Prisma Client, an auto-generated, type-safe query builder where you think about your data, not SQL queries. And when your app needs to evolve, you'll use Prisma Migrate, which is Prisma's schema migration tool. All you need to do is update your Prisma schema, run the Prisma Migrate command, name your migration, and you're done. Seriously, that's it. Finally, there's Prisma Studio, an admin UI to view and edit the data inside your database. There's even dark mode. Prisma currently supports PostgreSQL, MySQL, SQLite, and Microsoft SQL Server, and works inside any JavaScript or TypeScript environment, with all of your favorite backend technologies. Prisma allows you to be more productive and ship your apps with confidence. For more info, go to prisma.io.
The impact that technology is having on the world is greater than it's ever been.
Especially in the days of COVID, hybrid and remote work, a huge set of opportunities for us to define how humankind uses computers.
We would love for you to come be a part of our community and enrich the lives of people all over the world.
Opportunity here is nearly endless, and that's why I am part of OXO.
OXO, or the Office Experience Organization, is responsible for the core experience of Office, and that's across these apps that you know incredibly well, like Word, Excel, and PowerPoint, and tons of technologies that light up across the entire Office suite.
Designers, engineers, program managers, data scientists. We are focused on delivering productivity tools and empowering people to achieve their best in their workplace and in their homes. The office that we are now working on is highly collaborative, highly connected to cloud, powered by a number of different services. It has artificial intelligence built into it. We use data analysis and machine learning for improving the engagement of our customers with Office. All of these modern trends, from cloud computing to edge computing, are encapsulated in what we are doing and what we are driving forward, trying to improve the productivity and the ease of use for the humankind.
Hi everybody, my name is Samuel Snopko and I am the head of the developer relation at Storyblock. Storyblock is not only this shiny logo right here, but it's also bringing you the Cityjs World Series. We are going to sponsor the whole year of the Cityjs conferences, and we are really happy that we are able to bring you this awesome event with all the learnings that you can find out here. We also hope that you will learn a lot, you will find out a lot of new stuff, you will experience something new, and you will also give a chance to our workshops where we run the workshop between the Storyblock and your favorite front-end technology. On this conference, we have also one of our speakers, so Siddhar will talk more about the headless, but so give him a chance and listen to what he has to talk to you. But before we jump to other topics, I would like to show you the Storyblock because maybe you may not know about a Storyblock. Storyblock is the headless CMS with the real-time visual editor, and we are the first one with a real-time visual editor. So what does it mean? If you go to the storyblock.com website, you can find out more about what is Storyblock, but also you will find this nice diagram where you can see how does it basically work. You will get the real-time editor forms where as you are typing, you see in the real-time the preview of your content, text, images, or other components. And all of this is working with all the technologies you love. So it's not strictly connected to anything. You can choose NextJS, Svelte, Vue, React, Next, and others. You can go for PHP and more. You can check out all the enterprise cases we have, and also you can find all the resources how to build a website with different technologies as a Max Gatsby or Nuxt. Also, even build the e-commerce solution. But I'm here not to talk about the obvious stuff, hopefully, but also about the V2. The V2 is something we are bringing, and we are also hoping that it will help us to be the best CMS out there, not only the best headless CMS out there. So what does mean is like we are bringing more collaboration tools, and you bring even better UX for our users, for the editors, content creators, marketers, developers, and you will be able to use all the powers without any restrictions. Please go to the storyblock.com version 2, log in and try it yourself. Tweet about it, find out more, and keep posted. Keep your eyes on our Twitter, and you will find out more, and maybe there will be some opportunities to give you something back. So I hope you are excited about all of this news as I am, and I wish you the really cool rest of your conference, and see you somewhere in the real world very soon. Ciao.
CircleCI is a continuous integration and delivery platform that allows engineering teams to build and deploy software. Your team can validate code changes in real time by connecting to your version control system like GitHub or Bitbucket. With CircleCI, you have full control over your pipelines. For your projects, you can configure a pipeline that defines all of the CI/CD processes for that project. Use workflows to configure how and when jobs run, and our data and image caching options to optimize your delivery process. Whenever you publish changes to the source code for your project, CircleCI runs your pipeline and shows its status in real time in the CircleCI dashboard. CircleCI supports every language and framework and offers a variety of cloud-hosted compute types like Docker containers, Linux VMs, Mac OS, Windows, and more, so that you can build nearly any project without ever managing infrastructure. Your team can use CircleCI with our cloud-hosted compute and self-hosted runners, or install our server option on your infrastructure. With CircleCI, you can go fast and have confidence in every change you ship. Even better, you can use data from the Insights dashboard to continuously optimize your pipelines. No more bottlenecks, no more wasted time. Changes don't count until they're in the hands of your customers, which is why CircleCI makes it easy to take the artifacts from your pipelines and deploy them wherever you need to go. Use our prepackaged configuration options and deploy securely with encrypted secret storage, manual approval steps, and more. Ship quality code faster with CircleCI.
Hello everyone at Cityjs. I hope you're all having a fantastic day and have had a brilliant conference so far. My name is Jo Franchetti and I am a developer advocate at Ably, and we're proudly sponsoring Cityjs this year. So what can I tell you about Ably? We're a real-time data broker, but what does that mean? Well, we've created a suite of tools, SDKs, and APIs to help developers like you to add real-time experiences to the apps and software that you're building. But what's a real-time experience? Well, anytime data is changed and needs to reach a client as soon as that change happens, we say that is happening in real time. So anytime you're sending or receiving a message in a chat app, you would want to receive that in real time. Anytime you are collaborating on a document or a spreadsheet with your colleagues and you see their changes happen, they're happening in real time. And anytime you have ordered a delicious takeout and you're watching as the driver wends their way towards you on a map, you're seeing their geolocation coordinates being updated in real time. And since we're all spending more and more time online and remote, many of us are trying to build real-time elements into our applications to make them feel engaging and interactive. If you're looking for a platform that can help you to build your own real-time experiences that can manage reliability and scalability for you, then look no further than Ably. You can find us at ably.com and at Ably Realtime on Twitter. We've also got a whole load of demo code and applications that we would love for you to take and make your own. So if you're looking to add some real-time experiences to your applications, you can check out our SDKs at github.com/ably. We of course have JavaScript SDKs, and our many open source tech demos, which will give you examples of how to build real-time experiences, can be found at github.com/ablylabs. There are chat apps, examples of multiplayer games, quiz frameworks, logistics tracking apps, shareable whiteboards, all kinds of demos ready for you to take them and make them into something cool. And if you like the sound of Ably and would like to work with us and with me, then check out our careers page at ably.com/careers. We're fully remote, we have some truly excellent benefits, and we're growing rapidly. We're in exciting times and we'd love to have you along for the ride with us. And if you have any questions about Ably and you're here in person, then you can come chat to me or any of my lovely colleagues who are here with me. Thank you for listening, Cityjs. I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference.
We did it! We made the app. That's only half the story. Soon, with a little luck, we'll have a ton of people using and loving our product. That means user accounts, authentication, security. You know the drill. But this part right here can be just as important as the app itself, because behind this login box is a lot of your users' information. And they're trusting you to keep it safe. It's important, but it doesn't have to be hard. That's why we use Auth0. It's an identity platform for developers that makes it easy to connect any app, like ours, to the authenticators and integrations we need. But wait, I bet you're like, we could do that ourselves. It's not that hard. We know what we're doing. First, I hear you. Second, are you sure? Users want security and flexibility. You want to give them all the newest sign-in options as soon as they're available, because they want to use your app on their terms, not yours. With Auth0, I can easily customize my login with the features my users want. I can create a custom two-factor authenticator for added security, and easily enable the multi-factor authentication methods I want. It even has breached password detection, so if someone else has a security breach, I can keep my users safe. Our security is always up to date and regulation compliant. You made an app, and Auth0 makes a better, safer experience for your users.
Hi guys, I'm Deitulo, and in 1 month will happen the Cityjs Conf in Brazil, in São Paulo. I'm so excited with this, and I hope to see you there. Okay? See you. Bye bye.
Hi everyone, Zan Markin here. I'm a developer advocate at CircleCI, and in this 5-minute demo, I'll be showing you what the CircleCI platform is and how you can use it to build better software faster. So CircleCI is a continuous integration and delivery platform, CI/CD for short. It works with your already existing GitHub organizations, as well as Bitbucket. And once you have a repo, all you need to do is enter the application, go to circleci.com. You might need to sign up if you don't have an account already. I've already got one, so I'll just log in with my VCS provider. You might need to authorize any organizations. And then you're taken to this dashboard, essentially, which shows you all of your pipelines, all of your organizational pipelines. So anyone collaborating with your team will see your pipelines being run over here, fielding all your projects. You can add projects through this project tab here. We'll be looking at the CI/CD workshop, which I already have created. Let's look at something being built. Yeah, once we have something built, we can explore the workflows that we have. So this is an example of a workflow that does quite a lot of things. So it does security scanning, it runs a bunch of tests for a bunch of environments, and then we can approve it to deploy it to production, essentially. The way everything is configured and defined is we use YAML as the configuration format. And this is an example of configuration file. So the configuration is stored in .circleci directory, top level of your Git repository, and it is config.yaml file, where we specify all of our jobs. Jobs are a single unit of execution within a single environment. So specify a Docker image that gets spun up, and then all the steps that you want to do. So it could be command line instructions like run a bash script, run npm install, etc., or something that's built in to CircleCI, like store test results, which will process all of our test results and make them available for us to analyze. You can have a large number of jobs here, doing whatever you want to do. So for example, I'm doing one for deployment, I'm doing one for security scanning, and you orchestrate all your jobs through a workflow. So that's what you saw earlier in that graph here. So this is a representation of a workflow. Tell it what needs to happen, in what order. So whether a job has certain requirements that need to pass before it kind of continues. For example, my build Docker job requires my test to pass. It requires my security scan to pass. We'll also see here our we're passing in a matrix. So there's just a single job that we define, and then we pass in parameters from a matrix, so we can have like multiple jobs spun out of a single one. So for example, I'm injecting a node version here. I also have configured some test splitting here. So I can go into one of my test jobs, for example, building test on 16.14.0, and I can see that it's actually spinning 4 parallel jobs, so that my single job, which should have run for 4 or 5 minutes, it runs for minute 20, which is a lot better, a lot faster. And all of my 101 tests are obviously passing. You can also get the results in your XML format. I'm using the JUnit syntax here for my JUnit format for my results. What else do I have here? We have my deployment story, and we have a scheduled pipeline going on as well. So this is running nicely. So again, if you want to run something asynchronously outside of your commit commit flow, you can do that through scheduled pipelines. Now let's build something. Let's add some white space that will trigger a build. And you can see that my project has just kicked off another build. And everything is happening. It gives you estimates for how long it's going to take. It's a lot less than that because I can see that my builds are about 5 minutes each. You can go deeper into individual builds through this Insights tab, which allows you to understand where the bottlenecks are, where you're spending the most time fixing, what's the most likely to break. You can also go in and analyze everything into the individual tests. For example, got my workflows here. Build, test, deploy. Got our jobs, all of our tests. We can see how long they take. This was before I implemented test splitting, and this is after. Pretty good. You can see any flaky tests as well. Obviously, my code is so good that I don't have any flaky tests. Slowest tests, longest running tests, whatever you might need. So yeah, that's like a brief overview of Circle CI. There is a lot more, but if you want to check it out, I do recommend you visit circleci.com and play around with it, get some projects building, whatever you're building, whatever you need, it should cover you. Bye and enjoy the conference.
Amplify Studio is a new visual development environment in AWS Amplify that makes creating a full-stack web or mobile app, both a front-end UI and back-end, fast and easy. Instead of writing front-end component code from scratch, you can quickly choose from dozens of UI components for popular features. These UI components are also available within Figma, so your designer can create and customize them, and they can be imported into Studio as code. Use the Studio console to set up an app backend and connect your UI components to backend data in clicks. Studio offers a developer-friendly approach to low-code. It automatically translates visual changes into clean React code, letting you focus on the business logic and building a great app experience. Amplify Studio makes it easy to get started without cloud expertise and build full-stack apps that are built to scale following AWS best practices. Get to market faster and easier with Amplify Studio.
We did it! We made the app. That's only half the story. Soon, with a little luck, we'll have a ton of people using and loving our product. That means user accounts, authentication, security. You know the drill. But this part right here can be just as important as the app itself, because behind this login box is a lot of your users' information. And they're trusting you to keep it safe. It's important, but it doesn't have to be hard. That's why we use Auth0. It's an identity platform for developers that makes it easy to connect any app, like ours, to the authenticators and integrations we need. But wait, I bet you're like, we could do that ourselves. It's not that hard. We know what we're doing. First, I hear you. Second, are you sure? Users want security and flexibility. You want to give them all the newest sign-in options as soon as they're available, because they want to use your app on their terms, not yours. With Auth0, I can easily customize my login with the features my users want. I can create a custom two-factor authenticator for added security, and easily enable the multi-factor authentication methods I want. It even has breached password detection, so if someone else has a security breach, I can keep my users safe. Our security is always up to date and regulation compliant. You made an app, and Auth0 makes a better, safer experience for your users.
Hi folks, it's great to see you here. My name's Nathaniel Akenwa, and I'm a developer evangelist at Twilio. Twilio is a platform for developers like yourselves to integrate telecommunications into the applications that you are building. It's so straightforward, I can send an SMS message in the time it takes me to finish this video. You can use Twilio to send and reply to messages via SMS or WhatsApp, integrate video calls into your websites, and even verify emails and phone numbers. There are so many ways to supercharge your apps using Twilio's APIs and helpful SDKs. So, back to our code, I have imported the Twilio library and I have my credentials stored as environment variables. Now I can easily send an SMS with just one more command. If you'd like to find out more or watch an interactive 5-minute demo, check out this link. I'll be hanging around throughout the rest of this event, and like we always say in Twilio, we can't wait to see what you build.
Sticker Mule is the fastest and easiest way to order custom stickers. It only takes a few seconds to order, and every purchase comes with a free online proof, free shipping, and blazing fast turnaround. Each sticker is made with a durable, weatherproof vinyl that is suitable for indoor or outdoor use. Try custom stickers today for just $9.
impartial panel of judges who are not me and me will definitely pick out the quantifiably funniest ones and award y'all books. But even better than free things are the ability to live in an imaginary world far, far from the 2020s. Our next speaker is Ada Rose Cannon, who's going to be talking to us about WebXR. Ada is in the immersive web group at W3C, is a web browser advocate at Samsung, and also just makes cool, weird WebXR stuff both for fun and money. Let's go ahead and welcome her to the stage.
Hey everyone. It's been a long time since I've been on a stage with people, so I'm gonna get a photo because my mum won't believe this. There we go. Cool. You're all amazing. Getting it in the wings. There we go. Aha. All right, yeah, so thanks for the introduction, Jess. So yeah, as she said, I am a co-chair of the W3C immersive web groups. These are the groups that make VR and AR work in web browsers. The name of the API is WebXR, and it's really cool, and it's been working in a lot of browsers for a long time. Sorry, Apple users, it's not quite there yet, but fingers crossed. But yeah, so try it out, and that's kind of what the theme of this talk is going to be. I just want to get you to build stuff with the API that I've spent the last 5 years working on. Please. So yeah, I work for the web browser Samsung Internet. Sorry, this is the bit that I get paid for, so I have to do this. It's an Android web browser. It's really good. You can find it on the Play Store. We are a fork of Chrome. We have slightly different priorities. We tend to focus more on like privacy, security, extensibility, customization. For example, we have built-in ad blockers and enhanced tracking protection. It's really good. We also have a lot more users than you'd probably expect. Actually, before this talk, had anyone heard of Samsung Internet before? Ah, that's nice. Okay, more than usual, which I guess it means I'm doing my job right. So yeah, we have a few main differences from, okay, actually, of you developers who put your hand up, who tests their products on Samsung Internet? Oh, that's sad. Okay, so yeah, the rest of you should also test your product on Samsung Internet. We have like 500 million users, and we're like 7% of all mobile browsing goes through Samsung Internet. So you should test in us because we're not quite exactly the same as Chrome. And also good browser, so try it out for yourself. It's good. Anyway, onto the real stuff. So yeah, here is a demo of what. Is that playing? Oh no, is there no Wi-Fi? This is so cursed. Ah, damn it. All right, well, you have to try it out for yourself later. It would be yeah, that's definitely not playing. Oh, I'm so sad. Anyway, this would be a really cool demo of an augmented reality roller coaster. You build it yourself and then it runs. The URL for it, try it out. And my talk today will be showing you how that was built with WebXR. So WebXR at its core is an API designed to access the sensors and displays of immersive hardware. By that I mean like virtual reality headsets, like the Oculus Quest, augmented reality headsets like the HoloLens, or your normal smartphone. Again, sorry, iPhone users. There is a polyfill, but the polyfill doesn't work for augmented reality, only virtual reality. So borrow a friend's Android. But yeah, it's in Chrome, Samsung Internet, and yeah, it's cool. Obviously, Quest browser on the Quest and Edge on HoloLens. It works really well. It's been pretty stable for a while now. And the way it works is that using the API, you can get the sensor information from the device. So you know where various tracked locations are, like controllers, the user's head, various positions you've asked it to mark in the real world. and it will give you those positions. You then use that information to render a WebGL scene from the user's point of view, sticking various virtual objects at the various points you've tracked. And then you send that to be displayed on the displays of the device. So many devices, the same displayers will have the same display for the XR display as the one, like the normal computer one. Like a phone, like you're gonna do, if you can do augmented reality on the phone, it'll be the same display, same on the Quest. But if you've got something like a computer plugged into an external headset, it will display it on the headset screens. So the user sees it when they wear the headset, and it will run at the frame rate of that device. It's kind of cool. I mentioned WebGL a few times just now. This is a API that's designed almost entirely to work with WebGL. Our integration with HTML and CSS is a little bit lacking at the moment. But WebGL is really, really powerful. Unfortunately, it's super verbose. So most people dealing with WebGL will use some kind of library. And that's why I'm going to introduce A-Frame. A-Frame is a really useful WebGL library. It's really powerful. It's a web component wrapper around the library 3JS. 3JS is a very long-standing, well-respected JavaScript API for WebGL. Sorry, JavaScript library for WebGL. But because it uses web components, it provides you with a whole suite of custom HTML elements that hook directly into WebGL under the hood. And then you end up with writing HTML, getting VR and AR ready 3D scenes. It's really fantastic. But it also has a really powerful API. So you can write your own components that hook directly into 3JS. So not only do you get like the power of being able to just write some markup and get rid of all the boilerplate code and get something working, you also get the power of being able to use the more advanced JavaScript API underneath. And if you make your own custom components, you can then share them around, put them on GitHub. Other people can use them. You can reuse them easily in later projects. It's a really nice way of working. And to be honest, what I use most of the time because of that. Even though I have doing this for so long, I use 3JS first. So yeah, here is the. I try this isn't the thing. Anyway, so this is the A-Frame boilerplate. If you go to the A-Frame docs and see the hello world, this is what you'll see. So this is the whole HTML file. You have a JavaScript library you import, which is the A-Frame one, and then it's given us some new elements. So we have the A scene element. This is like the global element that wraps everything. So it gives you the container in which you use the new custom elements. Any global configuration usually gets put as attributes on the A scene element. We also have the A-box, which is a box. And we put it at a position like -1 to the left, half a meter up, and -3 meters away from me. So that ends up being into the screen because the coordinates are X, Y, Z, where X is across, Y is up and down, and Z is out of the screen towards you. Angles are in degrees, but get converted to radians under the hood. So you can work in degrees rather than radians, which is kind of nice. All of these items are like pretty huge. Like the default size for a box is 1 meter by 1 meter by 1 meter. The sphere is 1.25 meters radius. So these are all pretty big items. There's a cylinder, a plane, and a sky. And so the sky is just like a giant inside-out sphere, which they've colored gray. And it kind of gives you what you'd imagine from this. So you get a cube, a sphere, a cylinder. It's placed on a plane inside a big gray background. And this is already capable of working with virtual reality and augmented reality, like out the box. Unfortunately, if you were to put it into augmented reality right now, what you would see would be exactly what you see on the screen right now, because you would still see the sky. So the first thing we need to do is make the sky invisible when we enter augmented reality. And so there's a component in A-Frame called hide on enter AR, which hides elements when you enter AR. It's pretty well named. And it's really useful. So for if you have any items in the background, so if you want to build something that's like virtual reality and augmented reality, then any big buildings or background objects, you can just hide them with this component, leaving just the bits you want the user to place in their environment. But this looks a bit terrible. Like, this is the worst example of augmented reality I've seen because it doesn't anchor to anything in the real world. It's just floating there on the screen. Like, it might as well just be a sticker. And so what we want to do is place stuff into the user's environment. Does this video play? This one works. Anyway, that's good. So yeah, the AR hit test component is what we're going to use this. But the first thing we need to do is we need to make the objects smaller. Because like I said earlier, the objects were many meters in size. Like the sphere is 2.5 meters tall, which is like, I live in London, and I do not have 2.5 meters worth of space in any room in my house. So yeah, I made the items a fifth their normal size, and I put them in a containing object, this A entity. So like the A entity is like the div of A-Frame. So I put them in that, I shrunk that container object, and I told the AR hit test component on the scene element to target that object. And so what the AR hit test component does is that when I tap on the screen, it sends out a virtual ray into the real world, and where it hits a real object, it then returns that location and the orientation of the surface. So and by that, what I mean is, like, I can place it on the floor, or in this case, this piece of furniture, or I could place it on the wall or a ceiling, and it would align with the surface, which is a really powerful ability. The other thing I did, which is like a very minor thing, but if someone was following along and coding this themselves, I also added a camera element, which normally you get by default out of the boilerplate. But by adding it, it's saying, I'm going to take control of this now. And I made it a lot shorter because I shrunk all the elements. Otherwise, it's a bit weird when you look at it in VR and then there's all these tiny elements and they're like miles away on the floor. So the next thing you want to do is, as an added level of realism, is to match the real lighting from my environment. This actually photo is a really bad example because I took it at like 11 in the morning on a really bright day when the sun was coming in. So it makes them look really blown out, but it's because everything in my apartment was really blown out with bright lighting. But yeah, so the reflection component is what handles this. So it uses the WebXR lighting estimation API to generate an environment map of my apartment, like what the camera sees. It's kind of low resolution, so you can't really use it to get a camera feed of the user's environment. But it is really useful for giving the illusion of reflections in a shiny object. It also works out the direction of the main light in my environment and its color, so that will always match. So if I turned on like a purple light somewhere, the light of the AR objects would also become purple and from that direction. It's really cool. It's probably one of my favorite APIs because you literally just add this one line of code, and when you place augmented reality objects, they just blend seamlessly into the real world. It's kind of cool. The shadows is like a little bit more complicated, so I'm not going to go into how they work. But I'll tweet out a demo soon of how to do that nice and easily. Because it does look really cool when you have virtual objects casting shadows onto real objects. Like it's kind of fun. But yeah, so in the demo earlier, I had this roller coaster where it was these tracks going around. And yeah, you probably want some 3D models for that because not everything is made out of like primitive cylinders and spheres and whatnot. I made these myself. Well, I made most of this myself. The people in the cart I downloaded. This is about the extent of my 3D modeling abilities. And so you, like me, will probably end up downloading 3D models because producing 3D models is a skill that takes years to develop. So yeah, this is where I get quite a few models from. For a lot of my scenes, Polyhaven is super cool and amazing. All of the assets on there are Creative Commons 0. They're ready to use on the web. They have a photorealistic aesthetic, and they're incredibly well optimized. Another one I like to use a lot is Sketchfab. Sketchfab has like 100 times more models. It's huge, massive community, really active. It's really fantastic. There's a mixture of ones you can purchase and some which are Creative Commons. But the models will probably be in a variety of different styles. You've got to find one that matches your scene, and they probably won't be as well optimized. So you may have to like download them and open them up in Blender and tweak them, like optimize the materials and the textures. But it's a really good resource for finding interesting models. And the last one I want to mention is the Pomanderous Market. These ones are really good. They're even more optimized than Polyhaven. These are all creative, like CC0 or CC by attribution. They have a nice, like low poly style aesthetic, but they are extremely optimized. Like a lot of these are tens of kilobytes in size, whereas the ones on Polyhaven tend to be around like hundreds of kilobytes. And you probably don't want to be going too much above that, both because of the download time, and also if you've got like giant textures or loads of polygons, you're going to be really start slowing down people's devices, and performance is incredibly important in AR and VR. But yeah, so if you want to search for models, generally the term to add is like game ready, because game ready assets tend to be ready to use straight out the box. But yeah. So once you've got your models, by the way, if you did want to use the models I used for this, like they're on my GitHub, they're pretty terrible. I don't know why you would, but they're there. I mean, if you literally wanted to reconstruct this demo I'm talking about, you could. So to use it, you add them as asset items in the A-frame assets component. And what this does, it pre-downloads them before the scene starts, giving the user like a really good experience. They're not like watching items pop in as they load. And then you use the GLTF model element in order to tell it to where to place these elements, and you can reuse them. So if I had a GLTF model with where 100 of them use the flag, it would use the same flag model again and again. It wouldn't download it once again per element. But yeah. But once you've got like your 3D models in, you're kind of in the situation where you want to do stuff that's more interesting than just placing 3D models. And that's why I really want to show you some of the third-party components, because although A-Frame has a lot of the stuff built in, there is a huge community of more interesting, varied components, maybe for more niche things. And this is one which I'm going to demonstrate because it's probably the one I use in most projects. And it's called the A-Frame environment component, because I'm often too lazy to worry about like what's beyond the main purpose of the project. And the A-Frame environment component lets you very quickly define different sorts of environments. There's like a whole bunch of built-in ones, and you can customize them however you need. And it's just a quick way to give lots of like feeling to your projects. The details for it are on its GitHub. It's usually the case with all of these components. I'll just have their instructions in their README and some sample code. In this case, I replaced my A sky with the and the floor with this component, which I also made hide on enter AR because it's something which I don't want to see when I'm in augmented reality. There's a whole bunch of useful A-Frame components. So if you seriously get involved in working with A-Frame, this is a good slide to take a photo of, or I'll tweet it out later. I'm just going to list off some of these. So the A-frame environment component I just mentioned. A-frame extras has just a bunch of really useful little utilities for dealing with virtual reality stuff. The A-frame physics system is probably my favorite. It's a bit difficult to use to the point where I wrote a blog post about it, which you can also read, because adding physics to like virtual reality and augmented reality experiences just makes them feel so much more engaging. Like having virtual balls bouncing off real walls, or in virtual reality, picking up objects and throwing them around just makes them feel really good. It makes you feel like you're an actual part of the experience. So adding physics to stuff is like, it's a little bit expensive, it's difficult to do, and but once you're used to it, it's incredibly powerful. There's a component I've been working on recently called Handiwork, and that's for working with the WebXR hand tracking API. So it can tell you if the user is making certain poses with their hands, like if they're making fists or pointing or flat. So it lets you hook into like them as events, so you can listen for users trying to pick up objects, or letting them go, or pointing at something to interact with it, which is a really neat way to work. And one that's really useful for virtual reality, but not augmented reality, is A-frame blink controls. So this is for teleporting. Like teleporting in augmented reality doesn't make sense because you can't literally teleport. But in virtual reality, it's hard to actually walk places, especially for in a room with of limited size. Because you'll be in some huge boundless world, and so teleporting is often the way you do it. So this lets you point your controller or your finger at somewhere, and then you can just teleport over there, which is kind of nice. And the A-frame super hands component is just a really useful component for letting you pick up objects. But all of these have instructions on their GitHub, and definitely check them out. Anyway, back to the project at hand. I've been talking about random A-frame stuff for too long. So we have our 3D objects, and we want to make a railway track that goes around. So I made a component for that a while ago. You'll probably never need to use it unless you also want to make a railway track or a road or some other thing that's copied around a curve. And that's what this does. So you define a-curve-points, and inside an a-curve, and it will draw a line between them, and it will copy a 3D model along that line. And that's what we did here. So I've got the railway station, where I've put some curve points in the railway station, so it travels along the railway track in the station. And then I've just defined some other points that go in a loop. And it's kind of neat. Oh, and I put some flags on some of the points, so you can tell where they are, and it makes them look nice. And it just kind of works, which is kind of pretty neat. So adding the animation. So what we want to do is that we want to make the cart move. So to do that, we're going to write our own component. Like no one's, as big as the A-frame community is, no one's made a specific component for making a roller coaster cart move. Maybe one day I'll get that big, but for now, we can write our own component, and I'll show you how to do it. So this is the A-frame component lifecycle. So when you're defining your own component, you want to run this code at certain points. So I've left all the functions blank for now, but I'm defining a roller-coaster component, so I add it to any element to use it. And I've given it, I've told it that it has a curve property, which is a selector, so that I can select any curve in the scene in case I had multiple roller coasters, and then I can do something with them in the later functions. So the first two functions, init and update, are how you kind of set your configuration. So init runs once. It runs once the component is first instantiated. This is where you can like bind some things, set some variables. And update runs every single time the data changes, and also at the start. So in this case, if the if they change what the curve is, we stop listening for the events on the old curve and change it to the new curve. If you make any changes, we reset the speed just in case something weird is happening, and just kind of stop some bugs later. I'm just going to hand wave a lot of this because it's super detailed and you don't need to know it. Like, unless you're literally building a roller coaster in JavaScript, you don't need to know this stuff. So the tick function is the one that's like where the magic of a lot of stuff happens. It runs every single frame, and that's not like every 60 milliseconds. That's every frame of the virtual reality or augmented reality device, which can sometimes be up to 90 or 120 frames per second. So generally your tick, like the time you've got per tick is a lot shorter. So don't do anything too heavy in these. And in this case, what I'm doing is I'm moving the cart according to a particular value. And I increase that value each tick according to its speed, and I change the speed according to how much the curve goes up or down. So if the cart goes down a bit, I speed it up. And there should be a cool demo, but I don't think this is going to play. Shucks. The demo gods have cursed me today. So yeah, that's really, really annoying. Anyway, it works. The cart travels around the track. When it goes up the hill, it slows down. When it goes over the other side, it speeds up. It's pretty cool. So yeah, now we've got the basic functionality. That's all standard doing stuff in 3D. It's not what I came to talk to you about, which is augmented reality and adding interactivity. So what we want to do, we want to add new curve points or change the curve based upon the user's input. And so what I can see here is I press Control-Alt-I, it opens up this nice inspector, and I can see that when I move the curves, when I move the curve points, the track updates accordingly, which is what we want. If you're working with A-frame, you know the command Control-Alt-I opens up the inspector. It's like a little bit hidden, but super useful. But that just seemed like a good way to get it in. So these are the events we want to listen for. So when the scene element fires the enter VR event, that's when we know we've entered some kind of immersive state. Annoyingly, it's enter VR, which also applies for AR. So you have to, there's no separate enter AR event. So it's just enter VR. Anyway, so once you've entered virtual reality, you can check if it's augmented reality. And if it is, then we're going to remove all of the curve points aside from the station. This is just, and as you can see, this is normal HTML DOM. Sorry, this is normal DOM methods in JavaScript. This isn't weird arcane A-frame stuff. It's web components. It's normal set attribute, .remove, that kind of stuff. Query selectors, which I'd hope you've got some familiarity with. And we set the attribute of the curve to open. So instead of being a closed curve, it's now an open curve. And we tell the AR hit test to start positioning the station. So this now lets me place a station in augmented reality. Not much else though. All it does is let me place it again and again and again. So what we want to do is we want to listen to some of the events fired by the AR hit test component in order to build stuff. And this has 3 main lifetime events. So it's the AR hit test start. So the device has the capability of doing some kind of hit testing. And so you should maybe let the user know. Then there's AR hit test achieved. So this has finally warmed up the augmented reality systems underneath, and it's worked out a position in the user's real world. And then finally, we have the AR hit test select, which means the user has tapped on the screen and selected a location. So when this happens, you can do something with this information, and it tells you the position and orientation of where they clicked, like position orientation of where they clicked in the real world. So if I'm holding my phone like this and tap here, it will tell me a position on the stage over there. So that's where we're going to do all of our work. And this is super boring JavaScript DOM events. So we get the position of where they tapped, and then we make a new element. We give it an ID. We give it a GLTF model so that it has a 3D model attached to it. We set its position to be equivalent to be the X, Y, and Z of the position we got from the API. And we add it to the document. And because A-Frame is based around this, it will know to instantiate a new element and update it and add it. Like, it takes care of all of that for us. And then we tell the AR hit test to start positioning this new element we've just created. And so what happens is we add the station, this fires, it creates a new point which we can place. When we add that point, it creates a new point, and it keeps doing that for infinity, which is like, it's okay. Like, we've got an infinitely running thing where we keep adding points, and but roller coasters don't just go endlessly and then finish into a void. They loop back up to the start. And so we want the user to be able to inform us that they've finished. So we're going to do that. We're going to add some interface to it. So there is another WebXR API called the DOM Overlay API. And I mentioned earlier that WebXR deals solely with WebGL, but that was a lie. Sorry. There is one edge case where we can cram in some HTML and CSS, and that's the DOM Overlay API. So in phone-based augmented reality, you can give it an element, and it will stretch that element over the whole of the augmented reality experience. Like, basically, it's going full screen. And then you can put content in there. So in this case, I've added a title of roller coaster, and it appears on the device. Which, if you'd showed me that 2 years ago, you would have blown my mind because it was revolutionary. But to most normal web developers, showing them HTML elements on a screen isn't that exciting. But to me, it's really exciting because, like, it's an edge. Like, we're getting some declarative content into WebXR, which is really important because this is accessible. Any buttons or content you add here will be able to be read by the screen readers, and will be able to give feedback to people using like assistive technologies. So yeah, I think that's really cool. It doesn't work in headsets because the idea of something being full screen in a headset is kind of a bit fuzzy and nonsensical. Like, do you spread it over their entire field of view? Do you make a floating window and put it in there? Like, it's kind of a bit weird. So we're looking at other APIs of getting DOM content into virtual reality and AR headsets too. But yeah, so we're gonna add a button. So the button element is really handy because then it draws like a rectangle you can click on and fires events. I think I might be a bit too basic. You've all used button elements here before, right? Cool. No button elements? Do you use divs and then class? But yeah, like normal HTML. Like, again, normal HTML stuff. You click on the button. We hide the button because they've clicked on it. We don't need to use it anymore. We tell the curve it's now closed, so it can join back up to its starting point. Like, we find out what the next element was going to be, and then we just remove it. And we disable the hit testing because we don't need it anymore, and it like saves some power. And it's done. We just, it's complete. And this is, I was going to say, compared to the example I showed you earlier, this isn't everything it can do, but you never saw that example earlier because the video failed. But yeah, this isn't everything. My finished one had like an undo button and looper loops. But hey, it's all of that stuff is boring for me to tell you because, again, it's normal web development. So if you have normal web development skills, you can extend them into working with VR and AR like this. I hope this has kind of shown you like some of the things you need to think about when building augmented reality games. Like A-Frame's really cool. Recommend you try it. And thank you so much for listening. So I've been Ada Rose Cannon, while still am Ada Rose Cannon. I've worked with Samsung Internet. I hope this has inspired you to make something. If you want more information, like tweet at me, tweet at our team, or email us if you prefer. Feel free to reach out via Twitter or email. I'm on the veto thing after this, or just come find me. I'll be wandering around. Yeah, thanks.
Who is a PM with Microsoft UK, working on the very cutting edge of progressive web apps. I was also wondering what's up with progressive web apps these days. And turns out they are alive and better than ever. And there's been a lot going on in the past year. So please help me welcome Diego so that we find out everything about that.
Thank you very much. Wow, it's really, really good to be back on a real stage. It's definitely been a while. I think it was, let me see, how do I get this presentation started? There you go. Okay, so I think it was around October last year that I realized that conferences were coming back live. And a friend of mine, Chris Heilman, had an extra ticket to Cityjs at the beach. So I joined the conference, and upon talking to another friend that was actually speaking at the conference, she told me that, that it's good to be back on stage. And I told her, well, had I known, I would definitely apply to speak about something. And she asked me, what would you be speaking about? I told her I would be probably speaking about PWAs. And her answer was more or less on the side of PWAs, like you still going on with that, because that's so 2019. Now, first of all, in retrospective, 2019 wasn't that bad of a year, And secondly, that brought a lot of attention to the fact that PWA is no longer the buzzword, kind of like the cool topic that people want to be hearing about. So it's just a tad more difficult to try to get attention to the platform. I did try to suggest, with all kind of like the rage, to be fair, that was going on with the Greek alphabet, Delta, Omicron, the next one is Pi. I thought, well, why don't we just rebrand and, we can go for something like PyWAs. Maybe this would get some attention. And I must say this did not fly well with the team, I guess for obvious reasons. But upon continuing with some research, I found out that basically there were a bunch of PWA common misconceptions that users and developers had alike. The first one is that, a PWA is only for offlining mobile applications, kind of like back in the day where a PWA was used to pretty much add an icon to your home screen. The other one is that it's just a wrapped website, and this is something that we keep on getting. It can be just a wrapped website if you don't properly integrate it with the platform. And the third one is that this is just old tech from years ago, and it's really a stale concept that hasn't evolved. And this couldn't be further from the truth, because nowadays, just a quick fact check, we know that they're the real way of doing cross-platform applications, and you actually gain a lot of benefits from coding with PWAs. You have now proper integration with the platform where you're running. And of course, there's a growing list of evolving capabilities that we keep on shipping to the platform. And you might not have realized it, but there are, at the moment, a lot of applications that even on some platforms, their main application is a PWA, or on other platforms, they do have the option to go PWA. And definitely something that we've kept on realizing at Microsoft Edge is that users are spending hundreds of millions of minutes every day on PWAs with a steady year-over-year growth. And this is only talking about the desktop platform. So they're strong, they're, I would say, bigger than ever. And it kind of brought the idea of making this presentation because I think that desktop is the new frontier for progressive web apps. So I'm Diego Gonzalez. I am the program manager at Microsoft that deals with every single PWA feature that gets into the Edge browser. Now, I'm not gonna explain here the basics of PWA. If you are interested in learning more, then you can just go to ak.ms/PWA and you'll find all the information that you need to get started. And if your interest on the other side is how to either package a PWA to distribute in the store or to get a website converted into PWA, then definitely the best place to start is the pwabuilder.com. Now, this presentation is going to be pretty much a quick list of a lot of features that we've shipped over the past year. So it's a lot of cutting edge stuff that either has shipped or will be shipping very, very soon. And just as, I guess, a point of reference, this is the pointer. It's a demo PWA that pretty much just creates custom colored PWA logos. And we're going to be using this application throughout the presentation just to highlight a couple of the features that appear. But yeah, it just creates and saves PWA logos. So we're going to start with UX and UI improvements. And I guess the first one and the biggest one that we've actually launched recently is a new way to manage your applications. And indeed, we have this new way of managing the applications that you are installing. And these applications can be installed either from the browser directly or from the Microsoft Store. They will be appearing in this new page that's enabled in Edge. It will have a list or a grid of installed applications. And in here, you're going to be able to check origin permissions. You're going to be able to set the relevant application settings, and you're going to be able to perform management tasks. So, for example, if you needed to uninstall the application, this is possibly the best way that you're going to be able to do it. This is a screenshot of how Edge Apps looks at the moment. And actually, we started rolling out in Canary very recently the application sync. So if you've installed a PWA on your profile on another device, it's going to be appearing in this list, and you're going to be able to very easily install it onto your machine. And also, there's this new way of kind of having like a small launcher for your applications, which is the Apps Hub, which if you enable it, we'll get this little button here right next to the Omnibox that will display either a list or a grid of the PWAs that you've recently used or installed. Once you go into the details of every single installed PWA, you're going to see here that you have either some sort of engagement driver. You can pretty much make sure that your PWA is going to be present in the surface in the platform where you want it. So if it's Windows, you can see that you can put in the taskbar, start, create a shortcut menu, or similar. And you're going to be definitely seeing more and more advanced capabilities and settings appearing on this specific page. The other feature is that we've recently launched, that we are about to launch is Window Controls Overlay. Now, I'm really excited about this feature because it pretty much frees the area that's generally occupied by the title bar in the OS. And it frees it, for you to to put any web content that you like. It's a feature that will be supported, and we're working on Windows, Mac OS, Chrome OS. When you see the Chrome logo, it's not Chrome, it's Chrome OS, sorry. It's weird they have the same logo for a different thing. And Linux platforms. And the way that you would use it is that you enable this feature in the manifest file. It works in JavaScript in case you need to monitor any changes of the sizing of the overlay. And we have new CSS environmental variables that allow you to position content exactly in the area that previously would be occupied by the title bar. So if you enable this feature and you have a blank installed PWA, on the left, you're going to see how it will look on Windows or on Linux. And on the right, you're going to see the available space that you have on Mac. But you might be wondering, why would we spend so much time developing something like this? Well, I want you to take a look at these two applications. One is the platform-specific Mac app for Spotify, and the other one is the Spotify PWA. If you pay close attention, you're going to see that the only thing that's really keeping one from looking as modern as the other one is the title bar. So there you go. You're welcome. Now we're going to continue with OS integrations. This feature was the first one that I worked on when I joined the team. It's run an OS login. It's pretty self-explanatory. It just pretty much enables an installed web application to start when you log into your session. It's supported on Windows, Mac OS, and Linux. And for this, you will have to go to Edge Apps, which is the settings page that I commented before, and you can enable by toggling the feature on or off. This is how it looks on running on Linux. You can see there the toggle for auto start on device login, and this is very handy if you have some messaging applications or some other type of PWA that you need to always start when you log into the system. I'm going to follow up with shortcuts. Now, this is kind of like an older one. It's been present, it has wide feature support across different platforms. But I think this one is really interesting because it's a way that allows developers to deep link into their application, into a specific part of the PWA from a different surface on the platform that they may be on. This is enabled by setting a new field in the manifest file, which you would put where is it going to be linking to, what's the icons that it might display on the platform, and what's the link. And this is how it looks on Windows 11 when you have a PWA link to the taskbar that you can see that, oh, it's very blurry, but pretty much you can create different logos right from there. This is how it would look on an Android device. Again, you see that you have the two shortcuts that are appearing there on the menu. And just for the sake of being multi-platform, we can see how it looks on the Linux launcher and on the Mac OS dock. So all of these are linking and will start your PWA directly on a specific part of the application. We're continuing with file handling, and this one, allows to register upon installation a PWA as a handler for files in the operating system. It's supported on Windows, Mac, and Chrome OS, and in a very similar fashion to the past APIs and features that we've been talking, is something that you enable through the manifest file, and it works to process the file with JavaScript. So the cool thing about this is that when we're talking about OS integrations, you get the type of experiences where you might have a file. In this case, the pointer is registered as a handler for comma-separated values, because we have 3 colors, so we can have a CSV file that has 3 different hex values, and then it will just create a logo based on the colors that are specified in this file. So what's really cool is that if you right-click on the file, you can go to Open With, and you can see that your PWA is going to be listed there as any other application in the system. You can even set it as a default if you wanted. File system access. This is something that I think was missing from the platform for a long, long time, and I think it's part of what a user expects, to be able to read and write to the file system. It's finally here. It's enables, of course, access to the platform's file system for reading and writing it. It's supported across different platforms, and it's a JavaScript API. In the case of our demo app, we are actually using it to create an SVG file, and we are specifying in the code that we want, since we're dealing with it with an image, we can just open the pictures folder and already pre-populate name and file type. So it's a nice way to pre-filtering. And just think that every single feature here is designed to make your users' journey more seamless and feel more integrated with the platform in general. So we're moving along. There's a lot of features. It's been a busy, busy year. Application communications. And here we start with one that's quite interesting. It's protocol handlers. So the same way that we just saw that a PWA can now be registered to handle files, it can also be registered to handle protocols or schemes. So it has, of course, support on Windows, Mac, Chrome OS, and Linux. It's enabled as we've seen in other features as well in the manifest file, and it can be used either for custom schemes. So let's say that you have a PWA that you wanted to handle the mail to type of protocol links. So you can do that now. And upon installation, the PWA is that's going to register itself to launch when you click on a mail to, and it's going to pre-populate the address and all the information as any other application would. And you can also define your custom schemes, which would start with a web plus. For example, you can create a web plus mail. In the case of our humble application, it handles links of the type web plus pointer, and again, 3 hex colors that will create. You can see how the user agent will prompt to ask, do you want to let this application open the link? And there you go. It will create, it will open the application based on the different information that you're going to have on the link. It's pretty cool. So web share. This one, again, self-explanatory, allows the content to be shared from the web app. Supported on Windows, Mac OS, and Android, and it's used from the JavaScript API navigator.share. So let's think quickly about a scenario about sharing. It's May 2020. It's one of those typical hard-working days at the office. Shane requires a PWA branded logo for a pandemic PWA online event that he needs to promote. This is a conversation from Shane, from marketing, and Tracy, which is a designer from the brand team. It goes more or less like this. Morning, Tracy. Can you generate a PWA logo with our branding colors? I need it for an online campaign. Then Tracy, yes, Shane, I will create it and send it ASAP. Tracy then goes and creates the branded logo, and the process can go something like this. The file is saved in the file system. She opens the email client, composes an email to Shane, sends that email, forgets to attach the file. It happens to the best of us, especially when there's cheese and wine at work. So then you resend the email with the attachment. But this could have gone very, very differently. It could have been, you just click on the share UI in the PWA, you select the sharing option from the ones that you will get depending on the platform that you are in, and then you just send the email, which is already pre-populated, even with the file that you wanted to attach. So that's what, honestly, I would describe as another successful day at work, all powered by the WebShare API. So if we're thinking about WebShare, this is the type of UI that you get on Windows. Again, you can see that it's the native sharing UI, where you can use either nearby sharing, you can email people, or you can just share with another app, which could be another PWA. As you can see, there are a couple of links to the printer there. And this is how it looks on Mac. It's kind of as how you would expect it to be sharing files depending on the platform that you are actually using. And of course, you can share from the PWA. You can share as well to the PWA. So again, pretty self-explanatory, supported on Windows and Mac OS. And it's, of course, enabled in the manifest file. This is like that video from the developer that's looking at someone putting little pieces, circles, triangles, and everything in the square hole. So here's just the manifest file. So the web share, it's really, really cool. In this case, I am sharing a web page to the pointer. It looks a bit dark, but basically it's gathering, I think it's the title of the page, and it's detecting the hex code, and then it's opening the PWA with a logo created in this color. So just a simple example of how powerful it can be sharing from different applications. So if we go back to the common misconceptions that we had, which is, PWAs are only for offlining mobile apps. That kind of used to be the case back in 2017, but we're a lot more evolved now. It's just a wrapped website. It's not necessarily just a wrapped website. It's a proper application that has proper integration with the platform that you are running it in. And it's not an old tech or a stale concept because basically we keep on evolving the web with new and better capabilities. So a couple of things that I want to highlight in the last minutes of the presentation. Dev trials. Whenever you want to test anything new that we are launching, you probably will find it on the edge flags or about flags. This is what we call the dev trials, and this is where you're going to find all the experiments. Most of these features, you will find them first on, of course, on Canary, and you're going to be able to come here, enable them, and try them out. Once we pass that stage, then you can go to origin trials. If you want to test one of these features with a broader set of users, your users, then you can just register for the origin trials. You can find all the information in the links that are on the slides. You can register to the origin trials, and then every user that has a compatible browser will get the feature enabled without them having to go to Edge flags and enable it, because that's not really good to be asking your users to go and try experiments. But something that's not really well known is that while we have, and by we I mean Edge, while in Edge we have our origin trials that are completely independent from the Chrome ones, we also support every single origin trial that is running on the Chrome platform. So you can be sure that you're going to be, let's say, working with both trials. Couple of more takeaways. Microsoft Edge Insider channels, ak.ms/Edge Insider. Here you can find versions of Dev, Beta, and Canary. So important if you want to try a feature that's still under development. Project Fugu. If you want to see a backlog of the things that we're currently evaluating to work on, either from a Microsoft, Google, Igalia, or other browser vendor, then feel free to go to the Fugu tracker. There's a lot of information there. There's a lot of very cool things that are currently coming to the platform as well. Experimental features in the browser, we've already seen this. It's the about or edge flags. In this case, you're going to be able to turn on and off flags to test different features. Feedback is really important, and it's definitely key for us. Origin trials feedback that we get from forums in the browser, or even comments that we get on Twitter, you can rest assured that we read absolutely every single comment that gets sent to us. I did not think this was true, but apparently it is. It's a lot of feedback, but we read it all. And important, very, very important, the manifest file is key to enabling not only advanced features that I've mentioned throughout this presentation, but also discovery, because if you're listing on an application store, a lot of the fields for screenshots, for the icon, for the description are going to be grabbed from the manifest. But also in different online repos, you're going to be seeing that the manifest is the source for this information as well. And of course, platform integration. We've seen several features that deal exclusively with platform integration and that they are enabled through the manifest. And possibly the most important link in all this presentation, we all know what's going on. Every little helps. So if you can make a donation to the Ukraine humanitarian appeal, that is very much appreciated. So we've seen a list of some of the features that we've been working on the Edge team over the past year. I think that's a quite interesting list that makes me quite confident to say that desktop platform is the new frontier for progressive web apps. There are a bunch of other things that we're currently thinking about at the moment. If you have any feedback, if you have any ideas, feel free to come and let us know. We're open to suggestions. We're open to see what other feature might enable your application to either come into the store or to become a PWA. We're all ears, and I'm definitely more than happy to have a chat with any of you. Also, I'm excited about what is the next frontier. If we're talking desktop today, I hope that in the near future, we're going to have more news to announce, but there's definitely a lot to get excited. Thank you very much.
Sorry to chase you.
All right. So hi, hello everyone. Thanks for joining my talk, and also thanks for coming to the Cityjs Conf. I am very, very excited to be here and back in again in in-person conference. It's been a while for me to be back in an in-person conference. I think it was like since the end of the last year. So probably you could tell from my voice, because bear with me with my rusty voice. I was trying to communicate as many as people as possible. So, but I believe that you still hear my voice. All right, so not to waste my time, today I'm here to share with you an interesting and efficient approach of the Jamstack that works for literally everyone. I want to emphasize the part of everyone, not just only for developers, not just only for business users. I don't want to leave behind anyone, behind my back. But before straight away jumping into the main topic itself, let me very quickly introduce about myself. I promise you it's going to be very quick, so you're going to get to see the fun part. So my name is Arisa Fukuzaki. You can call me Arisa. As you could guess probably from my name, I'm originally from Japan, Hiroshima. And yeah, at work, I work as a developer relations engineer at Storyblock. So what I do everyday basis at my work is actually giving talks at conferences like Cityjs Conf. I also give talks in online as well. So if you find me somewhere in person and online, feel free to drop me a message or say hi. I'm very happy to connect with all of you. So besides from my work, because I also want to introduce about, first of all, of course, in personal level. So let me quickly say about that. So I am an ambassador at Girl Code. So that is an organization based in actually here, UK, to empower women who want to transition their careers into tech industries or want to become developers. Probably you could guess from what I shared with you what I do ambassador at this Girl Code. Well, I am really passionate about programming education. So that's why occasionally, not always, because I have my full-time job, but occasionally I do, or I have done mentors at Front-End Fox's school. And also, I believe strongly in communities, and that's where I was able to gain my front-end technology skills very fast. So that's why I organized a Japanese tech community called Lilac with over hundreds of community members. So that's pretty much what I do at work and outside of my work. But yeah, here's the topic that I really wanted to share with you today, and that's why I'm here for. So earlier, I told you that my talk title is the Jamstack approach that works for everyone with using Gatsby.js. So first of all, let me start to tell you the reason why I chose these two tech stacks. Well, starting from the front-end technology, I chose Gatsby.js. Well, it's because Gatsby already has the default hosting service already integrated in it. And then from there, you will be able to choose the way to serve content within 3 ways. So by default, Gatsby already allows you to serve the content with static site generation, SSG. So you don't have to configure complicated stuff at all. You actually can serve the content by default with SSG. And if you want to serve the content with SSR, server-side rendering, you also can do that with a very few numbers of configuration. And there's also DSG, code defer static generations. So you will be able to defer the page content that you will be able to save the time of build. So you do not have to build everything to wait for too long time for that. Moving on to the headless CMS. So I chose Storyblock. Well, it's not because first of all, I work at Storyblock because that's really lame reason. And you don't want to hear from me, right? I believe so. So today I am here to tell you, as a developer, why I chose these tech stack. So let me tell you the 2 reasons why I chose Storyblock for headless CMS architecture. So I told you there are 2 reasons, right? So first one is actually Storyblock has the real-time visual editing feature already integrated in it. So you don't have to build such kind of feature from scratch for users. Instead, you can just use the feature on the fly. And with this real-time visual editing feature, you will be able to, or not just you, everyone actually will be able to change the content, and they will be able to see the change on the fly in one screen. So everyone or whoever has the access to your projects, they will be able to make the change of the content without asking the help from developers. And they will be able to publish the content by themselves, as long as the fundamental is already implemented. So the second reason I chose Storyblock is because, well, not just only the real-time visual editing feature, Storyblock also has the feature of component-based approach. So this component-based approach is something that, well, imagine that you have, let's say, multiple pages having exactly the same layout of the page templates. You don't want to build or create these exactly the same page templates for multiple times. It's going to be quite waste of time, right? And instead, you can just define one page component, and you can apply this page component to all these page components that you want to apply the same layout. So it will save a lot of your time, and you will be able to reuse these components as many as time you want. And not just only for the template scale, because we are based on the methodology called atomic design. I'm not going to talk about too much detail about atomic design today, but basically you can actually define components in bigger scale and a small scale as well. And it means that you will be able to actually nest all these components to structure regardless of smaller scale of the projects or bigger scale of the project in the most systematic and simple way. All right, I think I gave you quite enough intro, and I hope you're still not falling asleep, getting be bored. So to make you get and be awake, I'm going to share with you a demo project. So if you want to test it out right now with me while I walk you through together to show you how it works with these approaches, you can actually get access to the demo right now from this URL, or you can just get access after my talk as well. All right, so to get started, I want to first of all create the connection between Gatsby and Storyblok. And to do that, you can actually start to install the 3 packages on the left-hand side of the slide. So the first 2 packages are actually the SDKs that we recently improved the DX for users, means developers. The reason why we did is because we simply wanted you to write really less code and to have the less stress. So I'm going to show you how it's going to be less stress for you with less amount of the code. The third package is called Gatsby Source Storyblok. Means this is the Gatsby Source plugin. So you can actually add the configuration in the Gatsby config file on the right-hand side of this slide. And just only pay attention to the highlighted part. The rest you can just ignore for a moment. So you can get the preview API key token that is going to be provided from Storyblok side. And you can store the value in here. And then after that, we are going to retrieve or get this preview API key token in an index.js file that is going to be stored under the directory of the pages. So what I want you to pay attention for a moment is one of the APIs that is provided from Storyblok React SDK. So that is called Storyblok init. So inside of the Storyblok init, there is access token property available. Looks similar to what we have already configured at the Gatsby config file. So basically, what I'm doing is that we're calling or finding the specific preview API key token from Gatsby config file. And then in the use property inside, there is a second API that is provided from Storyblok React SDK. So this API plugin will allow you to choose whether you want to choose the Storyblok API client or not. In this case, I want to use it, of course, why not? So that's why I store the value in there. I'm going to show you, not explain, show you how exactly you can configure this components property later. All right, so far we were able to create the connection between Gatsby and Storyblok. But if we start to right away, first of all, define the dynamic components and start to generate the pages, etc., basically doing all the hard work, or fun part, we don't know yet whether we are able to see all the components are going to be returned or not. So before doing that, testing is important. So I want to make sure by testing, first of all, to display the name of the entry that I'm going to create. That is going to be a home. So Gatsby provides the GraphQL for you to be able to retrieve the queries or not. So that's what we are going to see from now on. And from Gatsby side, there is an IDE provided called GraphQL. So in this playground or IDE, you will be able to test it out, first of all, that whether you will be able to get the queries or what kind of queries that you have the access, and then return the values. So these are the queries that I'm going to use today for, first of all, configuring the home entry. And you see, on the highlighted part on the left-hand side, I use pretty much heavily rely on Storyblok, query. The reason why I can get is because, well, remember that I made the connection between Storyblok and Gatsby, right? I enabled that by installing and configuring the Gatsby source Storyblok package. And also, store the value of the preview API key token. That's why I can use this query, and then in the end, I can get the results or the data that I want to retrieve. So in the right-hand side, I see that, okay, there's home is being returned. So technically, I should be able to display the name of the home being displayed on the visual editor. So to do that, I know, first of all, that what kind of queries that I'm going to need, so that's why I'm going to call this query in the bottom part of highlighted few lines. It's exactly the same layout that I have tested before on GraphQL. So I am using the equal EQ filter to only filtering the queries for home entry. And then on the most top, you see that there's the data prop that I defined. So this data prop this data prop is going to store the queries that I called in the bottom so that I will be able to call and store the rest of the path of the queries coming from GraphQL. And instead of writing all the full path to reach out to, for example, name or content or ID, I don't want to duplicate my work. I don't want to write a long path to reach out these queries many times. So to prevent that, what I'm storing at the story variable is the partial path to reach out to the rest of the destination of the queries, such as content, name, and ID. And in the end, the second line of the highlighted part, this is where I'm actually returning as an header1 element to display the name of the entry. And there you go. Now I see that, the name of the entry, home, is being displayed with the header1 element. Awesome. So now I know that I should be able to return the components and should be able to display all these components on the visual editor. So we can move on to the next step. That is going to be actually creating dynamic components, or I should maybe say like creating the logic that your users will be able to create dynamic components from Storyblock Visual Editor. And to create these logic, I'm going to use a couple of APIs that are provided from Storyblock React API, not API, SDK. So back to the index.js file. In here, now I have added one extra API that is called Storyblock component. And this is what all the magic happens when you're going to create or define the new dynamic component. So let's start to pay attention first that I am importing 3 component files. So these components are already defined by default at Storyblock side. If you create an account and create your own project at Storyblock, Storyblock already provides these 3 default components, but you don't have to stick with it. If you want to create new to go crazy, you can do that, of course, but I'm just going to stick to the basic to make it easier. So we have these components already like existing at the visual editor from Storyblock side. So what I'm going to do or show you in the next slide is that I'm going to show you that the component files that I'm going to create, such as based on the feature, grid, and teaser. That's what I'm importing. But before I show you this structure, I want to finish to explain you how you can actually return these components in more programmatic way. And to do that, there is an API that we are already familiar with from the previous slides called Storyblock init. So this components property, that is the place that I skipped the explanation until now. So in here, you can see that I am storing these components name that I imported externally, right? So after that, this is here all the magic happens from Storyblock component API. So the things I'm doing is that I am returning or mapping all the dynamic components that are going to be rendered and returned in here. So the rest of the work will be taken care of from this Storyblock component. And you only need to take care of the part that you need to make sure that you are mapping these rest of the all dynamic components. But there's one question. Why I already know I can map these components? Don't I need to know the type of the values of these components and etc. And where I can see all the path? To answer your question, there's actually the JSON file provided from Storyblock side. So when you go to the visual editor, there's an option to open the sorry, I heard something alarm. Okay, I get being easily distracted, but back on a track. Okay, so when you open the JSON file, you see that there is the draft JSON and then publish JSON. I am taking a look at right now the draft JSON because I didn't publish yet my entry. So this is all the secret that I already know that, I need to map these dynamic components in the end. So you see that the path is starting from story, then there's the content, and then there's the body. And when you pay attention to the body where I highlighted, you see that it's an array object. That's why I knew that I can use map to return all these dynamic components instead of like configuring everything manually. And then in this pink highlighted part, this is one of the components that is actually a teaser that I'm going to return. So here is another logic that you can create component files. So until this moment, you know now that you can actually create the components dynamically, and all you need to do is call one of the APIs provided from Storyblock React SDK, and then register the name of the components, and then map the dynamic components. And then here, this teaser component, I think it's teaser, right? Sorry, it's feature. This feature component has a block prop that contains the path that we took a look at together earlier in the previous slide, that is starting from story, content, and then body. So this block prop contains the rest of the path starting from the beginning. And all you need to do is returning the rest of the path to reach out to, first of all, name. Or if you want to return the images, because this feature component contains the image, then you can see all the path again in this JSON file. So all I did is I'm following all the path that you can actually take a look at everything from draft.json, either publish JSON, and then connecting all these paths on the necessary component files. And there is another type of the component file that you might want to consider using it, because as I mentioned earlier in the beginning of this talk, I mentioned that you can actually nest as many as component you want, and there's no limit, it's limitless. So the key to do that, well, first of all, to create the structure that you can nest components inside of the parent component, and this is the logic you can use. So this grid component has a very similar structure that we took a look at together in an index.js file, where I was mapping the rest of the dynamic components being returned, right? So as this grid component is going to be a parent component to return the rest of the child components inside, we can actually use the same logic. So I can map the rest of the, for example, like another components that are going to be go inside of this grid component. And there you go. Now we are able to see all the components being displayed on the visual editor. But let me ask you a very quick question, because it's a really good trick to make you stay awake. So do you think that I can already use the full feature of the visual editor, like seeing all the text are being edited when it's deleted, one by one characters are being deleted, if you want to change the orders of the components? Do you think I can do that already? Yes? Yes? Are you sure? Yes, I hear no. Thank you, thank you. Exactly. No, not yet. Good reaction. Thank you so much. It is my nervousness. Anyway, so as you kindly gave me an answer, yes, it's no. The answer is no. So let me show you the final touch of how you will be able to enable the real-time visual editing feature inside. So there is a little logic behind. And the logic behind in here is like this. So we provide a toolkit called Storyblock.js Bridge. So this JS Bridge communicates through iframe so that the visual editor from the Storyblock side will be able to understand, there is some click event happen, there is an input event happen, there is publish event happen. And to create this logic behind, all we need to do is pretty much simple. We just try to insert these script tags inside of each element. So that's why we provide two types of the JSON files. The one you see, the one with underscore editable property being added means that we added these scripts because while you're editing the content, that's the moment you want to see, right? The real-time visual editing feature. When you publish it, like in a production environment, you don't have to see that. And to create this logic, like on a how-to basis, because I explained just the logic behind, but here is the how-to logic, how you can do. And to do that, all you need to do is add in these few lines of the code to create the custom hook. And this custom hook is enabling all the heavy lifting to, first of all, adding the JS bridge by inserting these script tags for each element. And then the second thing this custom hook is doing is that actually, like listening all the events that are happening on the visual editor, such as input, publish, etc. And there's a quick news that I want to tell you in here, not the spoiler alert, so don't worry about it. We are now working on, or I am actually working on now, to improve more your DX by providing you easier experience that you don't have to install 3 of the packages. That is already a lot, in my opinion. So instead, I am working on right now to let you install only just one single package, which is the Gatsby source story block. So keep your eyes on the Twitter and announcement blog post. So I cannot tell when exactly yet because I don't know how long it takes. But fingers crossed, it's going to be hopefully soon. So yeah, keep your eyes on. But anyway, basically what I was working is that you don't have to write these few numbers of the lines of the code. We want to enjoy the zero configuration about the React hooks. And yeah, there you go. Now we were able to see finally the real-time visual editing experience in here. So now you're seeing that Hello World is now being replaced into Cityjs Conf 2022 in real-time visual editing. So this feature will be very, very useful to communicate with your team members who are going to, on a daily basis, change the content and publish the content. So it's going to be a really nice tool to communicate through your team members that you all can work in parallel. So now we can be really happy, probably open the champagne, that we were able to enable the full feature of the visual editor, but not yet. I want to tell you one perspective or one approach that is provided from Gatsby side. We actually haven't yet figured out yet how we can automatically or programmatically generate the pages. So yeah, you still cannot open your champagne. I'm really sorry. You need to wait for a few minutes. But don't worry about it. It's going to be pretty much easy to do that. And the reason why I want to use this approach that is called File System Route API to generate the pages, it's because it's going to be more performant if you use this approach. And you will be able to actually reduce your work amount. First of all, to create, for example, if you want to create different templates of, let's say, page templates to apply multiple pages, in Gatsby, if you don't use File System Route API, you most likely need to write a lot of code in Gatsby node. And that's not, I would say, something that you want to spend your time. And instead, if you use File System Route API from Gatsby to generate the pages automatically, all you need to do is just try to name one of your files in page under the directory of the page folder, and then you can store the path to reach out to get the full slug of the pages that you want to generate, and make sure to just wrap with the curly braces, and that's it. I can share with you how the source code is going to be as one of the examples to generate the pages by using the File System Route API from Gatsby. But if you have really good eyesight, because I don't have a good eyesight, but I hope you do, you may have realized the only difference is this one line of highlighted part, and specifically only this equal filter of the slug, just the variable of the full slug. That's it. And the rest is exactly the same from the index.js file that I showed you earlier to create the home entry. And that's it. And there you go. Now imagine that you are, for example, the business users who just started to work newly in your team. And you were told that, hey, can you create one contact page? And when you get to the visual editor in Storyblok, after login, going to the project, all you need to do is just decide a name of the page you want to use, like this. And the slug is already being filled out automatically. Awesome. You don't have to configure the slug by yourself. But if you want to do, you can do that from here. And then, after that, the magic will take care of all of it. So you can already start to even add the components. So starting from the teaser that we already defined before, and you can fill out the values in there. And in this process, as long as the fundamental has been already like configured from developer side, the business users, they don't have to take care of at all, or they don't have to have any concerns at all to imagine, for example, that, oh God, if I need to like open the, I don't know, VS Code for myself, and if I crack something, what if I do? No, they don't have to worry about anything like this. All they need to do is go to the visual editor from Storyblock and start to create a new page. That's it. And they already see the contents are being added in the real time. So I hope you were excited, as I am, when I was like, sharing with you like an interesting demo. But if you need more excitement and energy, there is actually another project or another hands-on, I would say, like tutorial that you can enjoy to discover how you can transfer the knowledge that you learned just right now with me into the real product environment. So there is the, for example, multi-language example to deal with the localization with Storyblock and Gatsby. And there is the full hands-on blog post tutorial available from this URL. So you can easily get access and test it out. GitHub repo is also available from here. And I didn't mention about the deployment for today's talk, because I have some limited slots of the talk. So, but if you're interested in to take a look at and test it out, how you can easily deploy your content at Gatsby Cloud, there's another hands-on blog post tutorial available. And as we are as Storyblock is a headless CMS, you don't have to be binded for like one kind of front-end technology. So today's talk, I introduce you the Gatsby Jamstack, means Jamstack approach with Gatsby. But if you want to take a look at another options of combinations to have a look at the front-end technologies, there is the technology hub available. You can see that all possible like tutorials option that you can see in the left-hand side of the corner with all the logos. You might find maybe one of your favorite one. And of course, not just to that, we also have a dedicated technology hub page for Gatsby. So if you're a fan of Gatsby, or if you are very interested in about the talk content that I share with you today, all the sources or even additional sources are available from here. And not to forget, I know that it's almost an Eastern season. So yeah, just to be more excited or adding more excitement, there's an Eastern egg for you. So in below here, with this link, specific link, please make sure that you use this link, please. You will get 3 months free trial for some of like higher plans of subscriptions. So you will get to unlock some of like, costly features for free. So make sure to test that out. And last but not least, not to forget, I'm the one giving a talk on a stage with a nice cinema, but without getting the help from my team at Storyblock and support from my team, for example, like my colleague Alex right here in front, he's here to help me here. Without getting all of our team's help, I wouldn't be able to, provide the talk, or wouldn't be able to get opportunities like this. So I want to say a huge thank you to my team at Storyblock, as well as, not to forget, all of you decided to join my talk and decided to be in here and to learn something very insightful with me. So thank you so much for being here with me. Thank you, everyone. If you're interested in to ask me some of the questions, I'm going to be in the booth around like all the booths are gathered, where it is, right? So make sure to drop by and say hi, and I'm very happy to, connect with you and have a nice chat with you. So I'll be there. So.
Yes, hey everyone, thanks for joining. Today I will be talking about why GraphQL is perfect for microservices. So in a day that has been quite front-end packed, let's talk about something that's a bit more back-end, although microservices can be very relevant even though you're a front-end developer. So who's this for? I actually, something I wanted to say before is I'm not an advocate for microservices. They can be a very perfect use case for you, your team, or your company. But often it also looks like this. People try and make microservices out of their monolith. And in the end, they end up with something that might be even worse, or not even have any coherent structure altogether. So whenever someone tells you you need to start using microservices, be critical. Maybe you need them, maybe you don't. But unless you're working for, well, an enterprise, I wouldn't actually bother about going for microservices, but instead focus on making your existing monolith or whatever your APIs might look like better. A little bit about me was already introduced, but my name is Roy. I work with a company called StepZen. I'm responsible for developer experience and developer relations. Besides that, I'm writing books and speaking at conferences, so you might have already seen me around somewhere online, or maybe even in the past. I saw some people that I met a couple of years ago at one of the last actual conferences, so happy to see some people again. So what do you already know about GraphQL? Probably it's quite some bit. Maybe you're already working with GraphQL in your front-end project, or maybe you've seen it around in some side project. The one thing I do like about GraphQL, it's perfect for microservices. And why it's perfect? It's because it's really dynamic. So you might, sometimes people like to compare GraphQL with REST APIs. REST APIs have a tendency of having lots of different endpoints and a fixed data structure. So whatever REST API endpoint you will call, it will return the exact same data format every time you call it. Although looking at the different parameters, of course, but the fields are generally the same. And for GraphQL, that's definitely not the case. And if you're not that familiar with GraphQL, I would advise you to look into it, because I see a lot of front-end teams moving towards GraphQL, and hopefully more back-end teams later on as well. And it is perfect for microservices because it's dynamic. And it's really easy to extend things, to bring different types of data together, which I will show you in this talk. And it's all because it's all about graphs. So you can imagine if you have GraphQL graphs already in the world, the idea is every data structure is a graph and can be combined with any other data structure. Of course, within the limitations of the underlying data source or the framework you're using to build a GraphQL API. And why it fits well with microservices, it's because they're both domain-based. So microservices are domain-based. If you would have one team working on, suppose you have an e-commerce application, one team is working on checkout, another team is working maybe on the product catalog, while another team is working on account management of users. All these services will have their own domain, and the same can be said for GraphQL. So suppose you have a front-end client, and if you have a microservice architecture, the interaction it will have for the backends will look something like this. So suppose you don't have an API gateway, or you don't have an API that will normalize and bring all the services together. It will look like this. You will have to interact with multiple services for every part of the architecture you want to fill with data. And all these services typically have their own domain. If we would give them names, you maybe have an authentication service, you might have a user service, and you might have a post service. In order to do something from your client, you would typically need to get an authorization token from your authentication service. You will get user information from your user service, which you need to supply with the token. And then the same can be done for post. But the interesting part here is if you want to combine data from users with posts, you will need to create some sort of layer that will bring these data together. So it can either be on your front end, which you'll see happening a lot, or it can also be in your back end in the form of a data layer or an API gateway. And if we look at microservices as being domain-based, you can also say that every microservice should have its own graph, or a GraphQL schema as soon as you start adding GraphQL to the mix. So if we would have this overview of our architecture, you can see we have our authentication server, users, and post service. There are requests with the client application. And all these things need to be turned into graphs. So you can say every microservice will have their own graph, or every domain will have their own graph, or even every team that works on these domains will have their own graph that they're responsible for. And GraphQL can bring these things together in one schema, which is also the nice part, because I already said GraphQL is easy to extend, and it's really dynamic. So you can bring a lot of different types of data or structures of data together. And whenever you divide your services into graphs. So you have these microservices, they all have their own graph. Within something like a data layer, you can actually combine these schemas. So all the schemas from these services will be combined in this data layer or API gateway. And if you already have REST API microservices, you might be familiar with this pattern. Usually it's been called an API gateway or an API mesh. And this is truly the layer where all these services come together. Because typically, you don't want clients to interact with your microservice directly. You want them to interact with it through a different service. And merging GraphQL schemas can be done in multiple ways. As I said, GraphQL is easy to extend. So there has been a lot of different patterns in order to bring all these microservices and their graphs specifically together. Because the graphs don't have to be microservices, they can also be a third-party service, or maybe even different legacy services that you try to bring together. So the idea is basically that with GraphQL you can merge different services together, and it doesn't really matter what type of service they are. So in the case of microservice, it's perfect because they will all be developed within your company. So generally speaking, it's easier. And one popular pattern is schema stitching. So schema stitching was actually the first pattern that was introduced in order to bring data together with GraphQL. And the idea here is that you will stitch multiple schemas together. So suppose you have one schema with your user information, another one with your post. You will bring these one together. And usually this will happen by creating another GraphQL API. And in order to make another GraphQL API, you would have to write a lot of code, which typically is in Resolver code, to bring all these different schemas together. And you would also need to design some sort of master schema or like a main schema that is the, well, truly the one schema that all your services are supported with. So schema stitching was actually being deprecated by some companies and later on being revamped. So it's still a very good way if you want a programmatic way in order to bring your schemas together. There's also something called federation, which is, has less to do with building GraphQL APIs, but more with building schemas. So with federation, you will only use a GraphQL schema in order to bring schemas together. And this is especially popular within enterprises because it really depends on how your teams are structured. If you have different microservices with their own business domain, it's typically easier to use federation because no one is responsible for the end product. But if you have a team that's responsible for the end product, so let's say you have different teams, but there's one team that truly is the master of whatever will happen with all your different services, then schema stitching might be better. So federation is especially popular if you have the luxury of having different teams working on different parts of your architecture. And for this, I've brought an example, not using federation itself, but using StepSen. And the idea here is that you will have all these different services. They will all be turned into a graph. And then with GraphQL, they will be brought together. And if you want to try this out, I can show you some code if the time allows. So I'm first going to walk you through what these steps would look like. So the starting point will be to create a schema for every microservice. So you can either do this yourself, you can have it done with a tool like StepSen, or you can have it done by the team that owns this microservice. And if you would be using StepSen, it is really easy to connect any backend or data source. You can, in example, connect SQL databases, NoSQL databases, but also REST APIs or other GraphQL APIs. So suppose you turn your microservices that are using REST into GraphQL, you can just import them as REST APIs because your microservices typically will expose an API that can be used by either the client or by your integration layer. And for this, you can either use some curl commands. So you can actually use StepSen import curl and then append your REST API endpoint, and it will automatically generate a schema for you. Or you can actually use GraphQL schema design language in order to create the schema yourself. So it truly depends on whatever you like. The import curl is really nice because it makes you move fast, while working directly with schema design language will make it easier for you to customize things. And in here, it doesn't really matter if you would use StepSen or any other GraphQL API framework. The idea is every service should have their own graph. And whenever you have created these graphs, you can bring them together either with schema stitching or federation. And merging schemas using StepSen can be done with just GraphQL schema design language, which means that you can create this whole data layer without having to write a GraphQL API with resolvers, with defining a schema, with caching. We're doing all the tricky parts. And I believe later today there will also be a talk about caching in GraphQL. And you can probably imagine if you have microservices, caching is more important because you can cache on the services itself, but probably you want to cache on a data layer instead. And then you can deploy them serverless without having to route any pipelines. But first, let's have a look at the example I brought with me today. Make this a tiny bit better. So I actually made some microservices in Node, which are nothing more than just a service that exposes some JSON. So I have created an authentication service here. I've created a post service here. And I've created a user service here. So these are the same examples you saw in the slides. And I will make sure you will have access to them later on. And for all these things, I've built a GraphQL schema. So the first thing you will do when you try to write a GraphQL schema for a microservice is get to know what types are in there. So if your service is for posts, you will probably have title, image URL, information about an author. And then you will need to write a GraphQL query for these. And a GraphQL query for these can be done with a custom directive called @rest. And if you would be using StepSend, it will turn this into a GraphQL API for you. And the nice thing here is that you can also input headers or use other type of configuration. And I've wrote multiple queries for this because the tricky part is if we would go back to the architecture, every time I want to make a request to my microservice, I need to give an authorization token. And for this, I need to do some extra work because you cannot just get the information about the post, you would also need to append the token. So the way to do this with something like StepSend would be linking multiple queries together. So you would have a query to get a token, and then you have a query to get posts. So the first step would be get your token, and then make sure that whatever the token will be, you will pass it on to the other query. And this can all be done with GraphQL schema design language. So you don't have to worry about what framework should you pick, what programming language should you use, and especially if you have distributed teams, you don't have to worry about one team building stuff in Java while another team uses JavaScript and another team uses Go, because GraphQL schema design language is universal for GraphQL, so you don't have to worry about these kind of things, which I can see for a lot of teams being a real addition, because if you're already talking about microservices and then you need to talk about the programming language or frameworks, you will get into, well, probably more discussions than actually building stuff. So whenever you've created a graph for all these different microservices, and as I said, you can do this with StepSend, you can do it with any other API framework, you will need to write some integration layer. And this can either be a GraphQL API that you write with JavaScript or Typescript or any other programming language, or it can be just GraphQL schema design language. And in here you can see I'm using more queries that I try to tie together. And if you would go to a GraphQL playground for this, you can see there are multiple ways to get data. So if we linked all these queries together, you can get all the data at once, which is really nice for a microservice. If you would interact with every microservice individually, you would have to do all these queries one by one. So the first thing is you would need to get your token, and then whatever this token is, you would need to copy it, and then you would actually need to pass it to the microservice that returns your posts. Something like this. And then this should get my post data. And then you need to find a way to bring this data together. So if you're not working with a data layer, you would actually have to do all these separate calls from your front end and do the integration from there, which can be quite challenging and can also be leading to a lot of overhead because you need to make sure this data is integrated and being pulled in all together in a nice way. So I will also share the code with you later on. And the neat part is if you were building with StepSend, you can deploy them serverless. And you don't have to write any pipelines for this. So it will be fully performant and serverless, which will also help you because you can worry about integrating your microservices, about making sure they are available, but you don't have to worry about making the data layer itself available. So you can find the code on my GitHub, or actually the StepSend GitHub, in which you need to search for the microservices example. If you have any questions, I will be around for the rest of the day. I believe we also have a app to call to ask questions, or you can just connect with me on Twitter and ask questions there. So thanks a lot, and I hope you learned some new stuff, and we'll learn plenty more in the coming talks. Thank you.
developer that works with images or videos in your web app? Did you know there's a global community on Discord to network with other developers that shares knowledge and best practices when it comes to working with media? Come join us and chat. In our Discord, you can find interesting stuff such as developer events others are participating in, resources and tips, career advice, best practices, tools and plugins, paid opportunities, content sharing, or even hanging out and sharing your pet photos and talking about video games while getting to know other developers. We will be raffling out weekly prizes for being an active community member. Join the server by going to this URL. See you there.
Prisma is an open source ORM that allows you to easily manage and interact with your database. It all starts with your Prisma schema, a place where you define your database models and relations using Prisma schema language. You can write your schema from scratch, or generate it by introspecting an existing database. And when it's time to talk to your database, you'll use Prisma Client, an auto-generated, type-safe query builder where you think about your data, not SQL queries. And when your app needs to evolve, you'll use Prisma Migrate, which is Prisma's schema migration tool. All you need to do is update your Prisma schema, run the Prisma Migrate command, name your migration, and you're done. Seriously, that's it. Finally, there's Prisma Studio, an admin UI to view and edit the data inside your database. There's even dark mode. Prisma currently supports PostgreSQL, MySQL, SQLite, and Microsoft SQL Server, and works inside any JavaScript or TypeScript environment with all of your favorite backend technologies. Prisma allows you to be more productive and ship your apps with confidence. For more info, go to prisma.io.
Amplify Studio is a new visual development environment in AWS Amplify that makes creating a full-stack web or mobile app, both a front-end UI and back-end, fast and easy. Instead of writing front-end component code from scratch, you can quickly choose from dozens of UI components for popular features. These UI components are also available within Figma, so your designer can create and customize them, and they can be imported into Studio as code. Use the Studio console to set up an app backend and connect your UI components to backend data in clicks. Studio offers a developer-friendly approach to low-code. It automatically translates visual changes into clean React code, letting you focus on the business logic and building a great app experience. Amplify Studio makes it easy to get started without cloud expertise and build full-stack apps that are built to scale following AWS best practices. Get to market faster and easier with Amplify Studio.
What the guys from Nearfarm bring is a continuous learning, always looking ahead and knowing what's out there.
By working with a partner that does this sort of consulting work has been really, really great experience for us.
People come to us with hard problems, and challenges mean that we get to succeed, we get to learn, we get to feel really good about what we've achieved.
I love sports. One of the reasons I joined the Zone is because I'm a huge football fan.
I'm someone that loves to problem solve and like to provide, I guess, end users or customers the best experience.
We're really invested in microservices and micro-frontends. I've seen the pain points of monolithic projects at other companies. I was really drawn to come and try this.
I think the culture is pretty much about relationship and trust, and that's how we thrive. This relationship between going global, but also keeping the essence of the very first day of the company is what makes me very exciting.
What really motivates me working at the Zone is the unique tech challenges that the platform presents. We're using all serverless cloud technologies.
Each team is designed to own a specific subdomain. They get to choose what tech they use and help to prioritize what they think is most important.
Something that I've built is the image service. It was in use by all of the users across the world, literally millions of users. It was a very proud moment for me and my team.
Together with product, we came with the conclusion that it would be great for users to actually see what kind of content they will find in the Zone before actually signing up. There was like a massive increase of like sign-ups and users interacting with the Zone, so we were really happy with it.
The first project that I did when I joined the Zone was probably the one that I'm most proud of. It allows you to jump between different fixtures as key moments happen. So you might be told about a goal happening in another game, jump across to that, and then once you're done, come back. It's an exciting thing to see, something that you've been working on for months, suddenly getting hundreds of thousands of users over the space of minutes.
The Zone is a tech-focused company, so even before COVID, we were kind of actively on Teams. We were using software like Jira and Miro, so that we could kind of collaborate in a very, very distributed way. In a sense, it's kind of made like the whole team a lot more like cohesive.
Working from home really works for me. There is no fixed time schedule.
It's all about flexibility and a good work-life balance.
It's important to know you can take care of your life and you can take care of your job.
We do a lot of activities as a team. We have a budget for like meetups and online courses.
We've agreed that every sprint, every 2 weeks, we've got a learning day within our team. So we can use that for pretty much whatever we're interested in. We've got loads of tech guilds like front end, back end. We have monthly town halls where people share things that they're building.
What's really great is we normally have a no meeting day once a month. We can work at home with no meetings whatsoever, really get our heads down.
We're working with millions of users. We are building to scale. I'm confident on everything we build. It's not scary, it's challenging and exciting.
If you want to be challenged, and if you want to be out of your comfort zone, but also leveraging everything that you have been learning throughout your career, that's the place to be.
There's a great community here. Everyone's just really lovely, and you can never ask a stupid question. And I feel safe being able to just be myself.
Build it.
Own it.
Ship it.
Prisma is an open source ORM that allows you to easily manage and interact with your database. It all starts with your Prisma schema, a place where you define your database models and relations using Prisma schema language. You can write your schema from scratch, or generate it by introspecting an existing database. And when it's time to talk to your database, you'll use Prisma Client, an auto-generated, type-safe query builder where you think about your data, not SQL queries. And when your app needs to evolve, you'll use Prisma Migrate, which is Prisma schema migration tool. All you need to do is update your Prisma schema, run the Prisma Migrate command, name your migration, and you're done. Seriously, that's it. Finally, there's Prisma Studio, an admin UI to view and edit the data inside your database. There's even dark mode. Prisma currently supports PostgreSQL, MySQL, SQLite, and Microsoft SQL Server, and works inside any JavaScript or TypeScript environment, with all of your favorite backend technologies. Prisma allows you to be more productive and ship your apps with confidence. For more info, go to prisma.io.
The impact that technology is having on the world is greater than it's ever been.
Especially in the days of COVID, hybrid and remote work, a huge set of opportunities for us to define how humankind uses computers.
We would love for you to come be a part of our community and enrich the lives of people all over the world.
Opportunity here is nearly endless, and that's why I am part of OXO.
OXO, or the Office Experience Organization, is responsible for the core experience of Office. And that's across these apps that you know incredibly well, like Word, Excel, and PowerPoint, and tons of technologies that light up across the entire Office suite.
Designers, engineers, program managers, data scientists, we are focused on delivering productivity tools and empowering people to achieve their best in their workplace and in their homes. The office that we are now working on is highly collaborative, highly connected to cloud, powered by a number of different services. It has artificial intelligence built into it. We use data analysis and machine learning for improving the engagement of our customers with Office. All of these modern trends, from cloud computing to edge computing, are encapsulated in what we are doing and what we are driving forward, trying to improve the productivity and the ease of use for the humankind.
Hi everybody, my name is Samuel Snopko and I am the head of the developer relation at Storyblok. Storyblok is not only this shiny logo right here, but it's also bringing you the Cityjs World Series. We are going to sponsor the whole year of the Cityjs conferences, and we are really happy that we are able to bring you this awesome event with all the learnings that you can find out here. We also hope that you will learn a lot, you will find out a lot of new stuff, you will experience something new, and you will also give a chance to our workshops where we run the workshop between the Storyblok and your favorite front-end technology. On this conference, we have also one of our speakers, so Siddhar will talk more about the headless, but so give him a chance and listen to what he has to talk to you. But before we jump to other topics, I would like to show you the Storyblok, because maybe you may not know about a Storyblok. Storyblok is the headless CMS with the real-time visual editor, and we are the first one with a real-time visual editor. So what does it mean? If you go to the storyblok.com website, you can find out more at what is Storyblok, but also you will find this nice diagram where you can see how does it basically work. You will get the real-time editor forms where as you are typing, you see in the real-time the preview of your content, text, images, or other components. And all of this is working with all the technologies you love. So it's not strictly connected to anything. You can choose NextJS, Svelte, Vue, React, Next, and others. You can go for PHP and more. You can check out all the enterprise cases we have, and also you can find all the resources how to build a website with different technologies as a Max, Gatsby, or Nuxt. Also, even build the e-commerce solution. But I am here not to talk about the obvious stuff, hopefully, but also about the V2. The V2 is something we are bringing, and we are also hoping that it will help us to be the best CMS out there, not only the best headless CMS out there. So what this means is like we are bringing more collaboration tools, and you bring even better UX for our users, for the editors, content creators, marketers, developers, and you will be able to use all the powers without any restrictions. Please go to the storyblok.com version 2, log in and try it yourself. Tweet about it, find out more, and keep posted. Keep your eyes on our Twitter, and you will find out more, and maybe there will be some opportunities to give you something back. So I hope you are excited about all of this news as I am, and I wish you the really cool rest of your conference, and see you somewhere in the real world very soon. Ciao.
So I'm going to do a quick sponsor giveaway just while y'all are doing that.
Sorry, what were you saying? Can we do?
I don't know.
So, oh, good. It's a hot mic. How terrifying. Hello, my lovelies. Because computers were a... Oh, that extra second of pause touched my heart. So terrifying. Because computers were a mistake, we're having a little bit of a technical issue, which means everything is fine, and we're going to do a sponsor giveaway really fast. Does that seem okay? And because it's 2022 and only good things have happened, you all have a lot of trust and faith in your hearts? Ooh. So unfortunately, we're not going to be able to put the little spinny do thing up, but we'll have the sponsors and myself, both very impartial people, letting you know what name came up. And if you all can muster, whoever wins, as much emotional energy as you have left in this late stage of the game in the 2020s, that would be super cool. Hey, Vonage, are you hanging out backstage? My God, if you're not. Yeah, come on out.
Just try. Let's try.
What are y'all giving away?
Came through now.
What we're giving away. Usually we give away communication APIs, but you have to pay for that. But today we're giving away one of those entertainment systems, a Nintendo entertainment system. It's actually, it's a really nice Lego set. So if you visited our booth and you sign up, we have some names here. So you might also recognize some of the faces. Dwayne did a workshop on web components on Tuesday. We encourage you to check that out as well. So I'll let Dwayne kind of press the button and do the thing, and I'll be the holder. Announcer. The holder. So I have everyone's names here, so we're not cheating. Okay, ready?
Good luck. Okay, drum roll. Good luck.
Okay, it's spinning. It's really spinning. And the winner is Jen Ashley. Is Jen still around? I saw her earlier. What shall we do? Shall we spin it again?
Oh, I'm not in this.
Okay, shall we spin again? Who's again spinning again? I guess only Jen, but she's not here. But yeah, shall we spin again? Let's spin again. Okay, spinning again. Okay, Liam White.
Mirroring? Yeah, no, it's mirroring. It's fine. From my end.
Get him from the toilet. Get him from the toilet.
Liam, you won.
Good timing. Well done, Liam. A clap of, a round of applause for Liam.
Liam, you have won a Nintendo that is also a chore. If anybody is friends with Jen, I had nothing to do with the repick process. I was on her side just very quietly.
I just want. I'm seeing you.
Fabulous. Let me go grab one more sponsor. Shall we give some more stuff away? Hopefully with just as relaxed rule processes, everything's going to be fine.
Okay. Richard, are you seeing the slides okay? No, don't change. Hold it.
Whenever you're ready.
This is mine. Let's start with this one.
Oh, hello.
Yeah, you see, that was.
Oh, how exciting! Cityjs conference ends in horrific violence.
Looks worse. So,
Which is the emptiest of empty threats. I was a teacher a long, long time ago, so all I have is a host of empty threats, weeping, and the desire to drink. The same like teacher, or the same like you exist on the present timeline? Oh, timeline, huh? Speaking of which, or non-alcoholic drinks, which they've got fancy ones. Afterwards, we're going to be having an after party, which has almost no technical opportunities to go wrong, which I invite you to see as a challenge. Really, if you can break something at the after party, which is not a person or the code of conduct, I joyously welcome whatever new and inventive chaos you have to bring. But that's very conveniently going to be downstairs. And sort of where, if you've been down to the sponsors to register for Lego Nintendos, which I've just discovered existed, or other very, very exciting things, you already know where the after party is going to be. It's going to be very, very laid back. I am so, ooh, oh God, no. I'm going to assume that sound was not sort of a larger universal system error. And I'm delighted to introduce Matteo. Matteo is the chief architecture. Oh no, it's such a fancy title. I'm a bad person. You're the chief software architect at Nearform. That's terribly impressive. You're on the Node.js technical steering committee. You're the lead maintainer of Fastify. Ooh, well, I couldn't have said that on a good day. JS, an expert, a consultant, and as we will see now, a fantastic conference speaker.
Hi, folks, everybody. Hey, hello, welcome. I'm sorry for the problem with the laptop. I was planning to have a slightly different style of presentation, but we are done with PDFs today. So thanks, laptops being laptops. Anyway, here we are talking about GraphQL caching. What is GraphQL caching? We'll see it in a second, okay? By the way, you can see here, you see I'm going to walk around because I don't have my fancy setup. So this is my Twitter handle, so you can follow me there if you want to. Couple of bits about myself. They introduced me already, but if you want to hear more about me from me, you can just go and subscribe to my newsletter, node-lite.dev. Yep, going to talk about Node stuff, a lot of Node stuff today. So we'll see if you like it or not. Maybe you do. So I just wanted to say that I'm a kid of the 80s. And I don't know how many of you were around, but there was this nice show being streamed on television where David Copperfield was being thought in half. And I got really fascinated about, demystifying and learning about magic tricks, how they were done. How was he doing that? Come on, okay? And, all things about magic is that you want to, it's actually a lot of hard work behind the scene, and you just see the results. So you might wonder, why are we talking about magic in a JavaScript presentation about GraphQL caching? Okay, so what I'm going to show you today is how to make your GraphQL gateway be 4 times faster, or maybe more, okay? So we are making things go a lot faster. So, ouch. Talking about this, tool of the crafts. What are we going to use now today to do this? So first one, it's we are going to use Fastify. What is Fastify? It's a web framework for Node.js that I have built. Now, this is, you can't read this because I can't. So hopefully you can, but I can't. Okay, so this bar is Node Core, you can see. So this bar is Fastify, and this bar is Node Core. This bar is Express. Okay, it's fast. And this is the number of requests per second. So it's very similar to all the things that you've used, but it's significantly faster and built for the latest time of Node.js, not something that is being falling behind. Thanks to Beth that mentioned it earlier at the beginning of this talk, at the beginning of this day. So it has a nice logo. I don't know. That's the only reason why you should use something, right? Just use a technology that has a nice logo. We have stickers downstairs at our booth. So if you want the Nearform, go to the Nearform booth. There's Fastify stickers around, so you can take them. Other tools that we're going to use today is a library called Mercurius. You'll see that this logo is significantly less nicer than the previous one. I'm sorry. And it's a GraphQL adapter for Fastify. So you want to stick GraphQL on top of Fastify, you can just use Mercurius. What's its specialty is this little option here. One of them is this little option here, just in time. What does this mean? It means that it uses just-in-time compilation of your GraphQL queries. So basically turns your GraphQL queries in JavaScript code, and it's actually run that code. So this means that it's actually significantly faster than almost anything else you can use in Node.js, at least that you by default. So somebody that's not using the same techniques. Going to use this other library called AutoCannon. It's a nice load testing written in JavaScript. So we'll see that in a second. So, okay, this is experiment. This is magic, okay? So what we're going to do today is that we have a bunch of, this is a little bit the gateway setup. So we have a GraphQL gateway that is configured to connect to two services. One a user service and the other one is a post service. Okay, I can't jump there. I had a nice pointer setup that I could just highlight things, but I can't, I'm sorry. And we have a user and a post. And we are enabling the just-in-time compilation. We could turn on and off our caching system. Okay, this is the magic. We'll see. So one of the services is very simple and trivial. It just serves from memory. So nothing really fancy going on there. So okay, we have learned the tool of draft and the time for some magic. So before doing any benchmarking and anything that is actually any performance work, you need to establish what we call a baseline. How does my system run before learning any load? So first one up is the latencies at the 99th percentile. That's what you need to measure when you're doing any performance-related work in the HTTP scenarios, which is pretty good to start with, but it's 80 milliseconds. And by default, without doing any optimization, this system can do around 3,000 requests per second. And some good throughput. Okay, it's fast, but can we make it faster? That's the question. So in order to make it faster, what we can do is to use a tool that we have built called Clinic, which is called Clinic Flame. Anyway, you can find it online, clinicjs.org. And you can do that and generate this nice report, which tells you more or less where we are spending a lot of time. So if I'm walking down here, you will see this big block. It's in pink, so you can probably see it that I've circled it. And this block, it just represents the HTTP requests that are going out. Why do we find it? Because it's using a library called Undici. What is Undici? Is the fastest HTTP client for Node.js that you should be using today. So if you're using Axios, stop using Axios and start using Undici. You will be not disappointed. I'm absolutely certain. Anyway, it's using that. So we are spending a lot of time doing HTTP requests. Why? Well, the full point of GraphQL Federation is to do HTTP requests, right? So maybe it's what is happening. So, okay. How can we improve this? And, well, let me show. If I turn on the caching I can just cut latency by 4 and multiply by 4 the number of requests per second. Literally, just turn it on. And by the way, I'm not caching anything. I'm just literally turning it on. 0-second caching completely. Just, you know, turning it on will magically make your thing 4 times faster without you absolutely doing nothing. Good. Seems a good thing for one day, right? I should just go away. That's it. Nope. Can do better, actually. We can turn on caching, and it just improves a little bit. So let's do a little bit of a check. Now, if I'm doing my flame graph, I can see that now that the HTTP block is gone. So we are not doing HTTP calls anymore. So my caching seems to be working because all of this is now caching. So I'm spending all my time, instead of doing HTTP calls, caching stuff, which is probably better and faster than doing HTTP calls. Okay, but you know, where did the HTTP calls go? You know, they disappeared, right? I cut somebody off, and how? Well, the solution is by deduplicating things. So I don't know how many of you like clones. They didn't like clones so much in Star Wars. So, you know, there's a clone there. And we can deduplicate and remove some clones. Okay, so here we go. How? Well, how many of you know the Node.js event loop? Probably all of you. Maybe if you don't, I'm going through it in a second. So you have your JavaScript running. You have your JavaScript running. When your JavaScript is running, it's scheduling some I/O activity. It can go into the kernel async I/O block, or it can just go into the thread pool. Then when they are done, they will get back into the event queue and go into the, and then they're being processed by your JavaScript again. One at a time, roughly, okay? Now, you're probably not so familiar with this diagram. Funnily enough, the previous diagram and this diagram is essentially representing the same thing, this with a little bit more detail. So, okay, you have your event loop running. We are waiting for some event to happen. After some events happen, it's going to call up in C++, and then C++ called JavaScript, which, when it finishes, it probably schedules some promises. You're all using promises today, right? If is there still somebody that is still anti-promise, anti-async await? No? Okay, you're all gone. Okay, there's only me left. No, I'm joking. Okay, and it's scheduling some stuff in the microtask queue, some promises, and after all of those are processed, it's actually going back to the event loop, waiting for the next event and to start this thing all over again. Okay, so how does it work? Okay, let's see that when you're calling a function, okay, calling a JavaScript function, we can actually create a key for that specific function, okay, and all done on the promise it returns. So it's an async function that we can just, you know, generate a key for those arguments and then keep the promise. When somebody else, you know, is called that function again, we could actually check that we have the same promise, that we have an execution of that function with the same key. Sure, here is one. And if there is one, we could actually, you know, return them the pending promise and not execute the function all over again. Oh, so this means it's we have actually, you know, creating what we call a dedupe cache, which means that we can actually dedupe the execution. So we can just literally avoid some unneeded computation in my code. All of these, you don't have to worry. It's actually very dangerous to do that stuff. So don't do that at home. You don't want to salt people, try to, you know, cut people enough at home. That does not end well. Same thing, don't cache promises at home, you know. But if you really want to do them, and this is actually perfectly safe to do, you can use this module called async cache dedupe. This is a little bit of a utility that I wrote and prepared that actually just does that in a very, very efficient way. So you can just download it from NPM, and that's it. Okay, so I'm using this utility in my GraphQL caching system. Right. We still have a problem. We need a cache key. The whole premise of this was we need a cache key. So now we don't have a cache key. How can we get a cache key from a GraphQL resolver? Well, look, in a resolver, we have a few bits and bobs. We have a nice parameters. We have the object, the arguments, the context, and the info, which are listed over here, what they are. I don't want to go through too much. You're probably familiar with them anyway. So we can take all of those and actually calculate a JSON from those. However, a JSON is not enough. We need a stable JSON. What is a stable JSON? It's a JSON that has the properties always the same order. Therefore, I can create two objects that has the properties in different order will generate the same JSON. So I've actually computed a key, which solves all my problem. It's still a main bottleneck doing this operation, but still, we have improved stuff. So basically, the key requires, for GraphQL, require a little bit more work because we have a lot of fields, we have a lot of things to consider. Anyway, that's the gist of it, and I'm probably running out of time. So just deduping gives us 4 times the performance. Okay, just deduping thing. I'm not caching anything. I'm just removing the execution of stuff that I'm already doing. So what does this mean in practice? It means that if I'm accessing a database, I'm not accessing that database anymore. Because if I'm already reading from that database, I can just skip it. Okay, so, and this is another number. Yeah. All of this is just theoretical, right? You'll never want to put an in-process cache in production. Because why? You run up in, they go very quickly out of sync. I'm doing a cache on a system and not a cache on the other one. So the two things can return different results, right? And they tend to leak memory, and typically it's the only thing that they work with is very low time to live. So the solution is to throw data into Redis. Do you like Redis? Okay, great. You're learning something today. So throwing something to Redis just doesn't work. Very simple. And I'm going to show you the math why most of the time when you're putting stuff in Redis is not working for you. So let's say that you have 100 GraphQL queries per second, okay? And each one of them has 20 resolvers. Now with 20 resolvers, it means that in order to access Redis and check those values, we need to do 2,000 gets per second. How much time it takes to do a Redis get on AWS? Let's say that you're talking from an ECS server to AWS. It's taking 15 milliseconds. Well, 15 milliseconds is not a lot of time, right? It's 7 milliseconds to go, 7 milliseconds to go back. You can't really measure that, right? Try. However, if we want to do 2,000, we need to do 0.5 millisecond. And now we are in trouble. Because how can we make a Redis request in half a millisecond? It's not fast enough, okay? So it's not going to work. Well, I already solved that problem. Okay, so it's another talk. So I did another talk at RedisConf talking about exactly this problem. So it's very simple to solve this problem. And you just need to enable a flag on IO Redis. So if you're just using an IO Redis, you can just enable a flag and we'll just fix it for you. How does it work? It's called auto pipelining. And it's a technique to automatically batch a bunch of Redis commands together. So let's say that in a given event loop tick, we want to perform a 2,000 Redis get, or 100, whatever, okay? All of those will be batched into a single Redis pipeline. What is a Redis pipeline? Is a single command that we send to Redis at the same time, in a single time. And after it come back, while that executing, we can actually accumulate more comments and then we send the next one. Therefore, we can only pay for that 15 millisecond of round trip time between the Redis and my server once for 1,000 comments. This maximizes the use of Redis, truly. But you can actually scale it pretty deeply. And Redis usually can execute a lot of commands, really. So don't worry about it. Okay. Does this sound familiar with the technique I talked about before about the event loop? It's pretty much the same thing, right? It's all turtles all the way down, as they say. Okay. This is another good citation. And if you hope you get it. If not, come to the booth, I will explain, whatever. So let's going a little bit more. So what is in real life? We deploy this in real life, in a real world project, not a dummy one, okay, that you can very quickly execute. Oh, okay. It's on a real project, this went 100 more time requests per second, easy on the same hardware. And it did a 15x expansion factor in Redis, which means a lot of Redis commands getting executed at any given time. So this was a few thousands concurrent and a few thousands whatever. Yeah, oh, it's beeping, good. So okay, well, I've been going through this cycle, so there is a problem, right? So there are two hard things in computer science. And according to Rob Pike. One, it's naming things. Okay, I have a lot of fantasy when naming my projects, so that's typically done. The other one is caching validations. Hey, happy days. So we are talking about caching. I should mention caching validations. So how can we implement caching validations? And yeah, we have caching validations. Easy, no big problem. Done for you. So how do you do it? We do a thing called tagged cache invalidation. So whenever you want to put something in the cache, you can add some tags to the data return to your resolvers. And it can be generic, or it can actually be very specific to your actual arguments. Whenever you want to invalidate them, typically after a mutation, you can just specify this policy, and you just specify invalidate, and just return the tags that you want to invalidate. And that's it. And we automatically this solution does automatically do it for you. This creates some load on Redis. So we also have a nice companion Redis garbage collection script that you can run from time to time to shrink it a little bit. It's stable, it's not leaking memory on Redis, but it will take a little bit more time if left unattended. So you might want to, every hour or so, do a little bit of a clean, so that there is no leftover data. So yeah, that's it really. So I hope I am in time. I didn't go over time. I just thank you for having me here, folks. As usual, you can follow me on Twitter at Matteo Collina, or drop me emails for any question whatsoever. I tend to reply questions on Twitter pretty quickly, so just shout them at Twitter. I haven't done that video thing. I'm so sorry, Aris. I'm so sorry about that. I haven't done the video link. So if you were watching online on the live stream, you can ping me on Twitter, or you can just meet me at the booth downstairs. If you are in person, I'm going over there right now. So yeah, and yep, a couple of words about Nearform. We are a professional services company based in Ireland, and we are hiring, as everybody, but we are hiring. We are in 29 countries now, so whatever country are you, we can probably hire you now. So if you, even the UK, of course. So, it's if you need any help with JavaScript, Node.js, GraphQL, React, whatever, we are here to help. Just wanted to say thank you, guys, and yeah, bye.
As he is talented. Would you all like to win some more electronics that could go wrong in your own time, in your own home? Beamery, are y'all available? Oh, good, good. What are y'all giving out?
Hi, I'm Verity, and this is Lindsay, and we're from Beamery. We are currently in the other room as sponsors. Probably spoken to lots of you. We're giving away a Oculus Quest 2, and Lindsay's going to spin the wheel. If you want to turn it around, Lindsay, so everyone can see, to see who the winner is. Alex Traher. Woo! And we're also hiring loads and loads of roles, so check out careers.beamery.com.
Do you give all of your new employees an Oculus?
Maybe. You'll have to interview to see.
It's menacing, isn't it? You win something and you're like, yeah, the back room. Just go right back there with your new prize and everything will continue to be fine. I'm especially excited for this introduction because I get to be really, really petty. So Sophie Koonin is an engineer at Incident.io, but I am personally absolutely furious, like not kidding, not ironic, not joking. I am so angry that she has the best domain name that has ever existed. Sophie, what's your website?
It's localghost.dev.
Enraging. Local ghost. But also passionate about accessibility, about technical education, about keeping the web fun, so we're not allowed to be too jealous. And you're going to be giving us an extremely exciting talk, which is, again, about keeping the web weird. Sophie, everybody.
Thank you. Yes, I am going to talk to you about something a little different. So it definitely falls into the category of weird things that I have built. So I hope that you enjoy it. So as just mentioned, my name is Sophie. I am an engineer at Incident.io. So we're a small startup based in London, and we do incident management software. So we help companies manage and respond to incidents directly from Slack. As everyone else, we are hiring, so do come find me afterwards if you want to chat. But that is not why I'm here. So in my other life, I'm also a hobbyist musician, and I run a choir as well. And yeah, that's my website, localghost.dev. Sorry, Jess. And my Twitter account is type__error, because one underscore was taken. Rude. So this is my virtual piano. I'm going to talk to you a bit about how I built it. I'm going to share some of the musical theory that went into it. And I'm also going to talk about the API that powers it, which is the Web Audio API. But first, let's see what it does. Directly, you can play some scales. And you can make it play some chords as well. It sounds beautiful. I'm just like Mozart. So how did this come about? Well, in the choir that I mentioned, we have a retreat every year. So we go away for the weekend, we do workshops and we sing, and it's great. For obvious reasons, we couldn't go away last year, so we decided to have a virtual retreat. And I was going to run a workshop on music theory. And I wanted to make it in some way interactive. You can't sing over Zoom, it just doesn't work. So I thought, you know, being a web engineer, I thought, how can I do something interactive so that the people in the workshop can test out what they've learned? And I also saw a really good opportunity here for procrastination. So I managed to put off doing the workshop for as long as I could by building this little virtual piano. So let's start with a bit of musical theory. Apologies to everyone who thought this was a JavaScript conference. But what I find really interesting is that a lot of the musical theory from the workshop actually went into this app. So it helps to go over some of the background there. So sound is made up of vibrations that travel as waves, and we measure that in frequency, which is the number of those vibrations in a given time period. We measure frequency in hertz, which is 1 vibration cycle per second. And if you think of a piano, when you hit the notes on a piano, what's actually happening is there are hammers inside the piano that are hitting strings. And each string for each note has a different thickness and a different length that make it vibrate at a particular frequency so that it makes the right note. And in Western music, we've got a set of 12 tones that we use that have specific frequencies. So we give them a letter, A to G, and those are the seven of the notes, and then the ones in the middle, we call them accidentals. So those are notes which don't really have enough, there's not enough distinction between those and the ones that come either side of them. So we refer to them in terms of how they relate to the notes either side of them. So those black notes are those accidentals, and we just give them a symbol instead of a letter of their own. So for example, an accidental that's 1 up from A is A sharp, but the one that's one down from B is B flat. And they are the same note, so each accidental has 2 names. And that division of notes is based on the frequency of the note. And the distance between any note and its nearest neighbor is called a semitone. And then 2 semitones together is called a tone. So A to A sharp, that's a semitone, but A to B, that's a whole tone. So on a keyboard has 61 notes. A full-size piano has 88. But on a keyboard, we start from C, and we go all the way up. This is obviously not a full-size keyboard because it's not 61 notes. But the groups of letters repeat. So we go from C to B to C to B to C to B, going from lowest on the left to highest on the right. And those groups of repeating notes, we call them octaves. So on a full-size piano, there's 7 1/4 octaves, and we give them numbers as well. So when we're talking about notes from a kind of theoretical point of view or a scientific point of view, we'll refer to them with their note letter and their number, referring to which octave they belong to. So the one in the middle is octave 4. So a note in that octave might be C4, A4. So this is A4 and A5. It's A in the 4th octave and A in the 5th octave. And it's a weird quirk of our brain that we can hear those notes and kind of just tell they're the same note, but also different. So that one's higher and one's lower, but they are the same note. And that's because each octave jump doubles the frequency. So it's still kind of a very tightly related frequency. It's exactly double. Now, music tends to use some notes, but not all of them. And in Western music, we have sets of 7 notes that you can play to reach the next note in an octave. And that's what we call a scale. If you think of scales like kind of like color palettes that are predefined that will make your music sound a certain way or evoke a certain emotion. And like the most commonly known scale is probably the major scale, which typically invokes happy emotions. So this is the C major scale. It's just the white notes on the piano starting from C, basically. And we can play 7 notes up from C to reach the next C. And the important thing to note about scales is that they follow certain patterns. And being programmers, we love patterns. So this will come in very useful. This is a pattern for the major scale. So here I've shown you G major. And the pattern that we can use and apply to any note on the piano to get the major scale for that note is tone, tone, semitone, tone, 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 semitone. Which means if I start at G and go up a tone to A, then I go up another tone to B, then I go a semitone up to C, another tone, D, another tone, E, another tone, F sharp, and then a semitone to G. And that pattern will give us every single major scale. Cool, code now. So enough musical theory. Let's have a quick look at the Web Audio API. So I'm not going to go into detail about the various different use cases. It's very cool. It lives in your browser. So if you use one of the big 4 browsers, it's all there for you. You can do things like play audio. You can do some very cool Winamp style visualizations. You can analyze audio that's playing. But you can also synthesize audio, and that's what I've done. So looking at those sound waves that we learned about before, what synthesizers do is they generate these waves electronically to make sound. And that's what we need to do, but not electronically, I mean, sort of electronically, but we need to do it with code. We're going to build a little synthesizer. So what we need is an oscillator, which is the thing that makes the waveform that makes sound. We need to actually define what that waveform is going to look like. And then we need to know the frequencies of all the notes on the piano to be able to tell the oscillator what sound to play. And finally, we need a user interface that we can interact with to actually play the piano. So starting out, to actually get access to the Web Audio API, there's an audio context interface that exists on the window object in the browser. It's all native, and we initialize that. For this purpose, we only want one, because if we had more than one, we might end up with lots of things happening at once, which we don't want. And then we call the create oscillator function, and this gives us an oscillator. And in real life, an oscillator is a circuit that produces a constant waveform. But well, I don't know how it works. It's just there. But what we do is we connect it to what's called the audio context destination, which defaults to your system output. So speakers, headphones, that kind of thing. It won't be doing anything just yet. That is loud. So waveforms can take many different shapes. So we need to create the waveform, and the way that we create it is going to determine what the synthesizer sounds like. And there are 4 common waveform patterns, which are sine, square, triangle, and sawtooth. And those waveforms that I just played were sine and square, and they do sound different in the way that they come across. If you think about piano sounds, like often with virtual instruments, they'll actually use samples of real pianos to make the notes for the piano, because it's very difficult to get a realistic sound from an electronic waveform. I didn't try to go for the realistic sound. This is what a waveform looks like in terms of the Web Audio API. So it's like arrays of floats. And those are the plots of the points on those graphs that form a waveform. And we can pass those floats into the create periodic wave function on the audio context, and that will give us a wave that we can then plug into the oscillator. And in this case, I found one on GitHub that someone else had created. So we can set the periodic wave on the oscillator and then start it. And at this point, it's just playing a constant tone. So if we want to play different sounds, how do we go about finding the different tones to play? Well, we can actually calculate them using a formula. And so as long as we know the frequency of one note, we can find the frequency of all the other notes on the piano. Now, A4, which I mentioned before, is a very important note. And it's so important that it's actually standardized as ISO 16 as an orchestral tuning note. And it's got a frequency of 440 hertz, which is a really nice round number. And it's A in the 4th octave. And so if we use this as our kind of anchor, our constant, then we can work out where other notes are in relation to A4, and then work out the frequency. So the function to calculate the note's frequency is based on the position in relation to A4. So the actual function itself is 440, which is the frequency of A4, multiplied by 2 to the power of n over 12, where n is the number of semitones between A4 and our note. So for example, with C5, which is C in the 5th octave on the piano, that's actually, if you count it out on the actual piano, it's 3 notes above. So if we wanted to find the frequency of C5, we'd actually have 440 multiplied by 2 to the power of 3 over 12. And this is how I translated it to code. So the function takes a letter and a number corresponding to the letter of the note and the number of the octave of the target note, and it gives us a frequency. So we need to get the interval between A and our note as if they were in the same octave, And then we get the number of semitones between the octave that we're looking for and octave 4, where A4 lives. And then we add those together. And that gives us the semitone interval between A4 and the note that we're looking for. And then we plug it into the function. So A4 multiplied by math.pow, which is 2 to the power of steps divided by 12. And that gives us a number which we round to 1 decimal point for convenience. And the nice thing about this function is I could then make arrays, which I iterated through and generated just all of the notes on the keyboard, which was very convenient for what came next. So the next step is to build a piano interface. And I did this in React. Vanilla JavaScript would have worked just as well. I used a library called Piano SVG, which is an open source thing that someone built to render a piano in SVG, which is very convenient. So I ported that over. And each key is its own component, and it has an ID. And so I have an array of notes and an array of keys. And the index of each note in the array corresponds to a key on the piano. So a key with the ID 2 will play the second note in the array, or the third note in the array. What kind of programmer am I? And the piano lives inside a player component, which controls all the functions and the logic of actually playing the sounds. So it's got all the things like the oscillators and all of that stuff. And there's a sustain pedal, which allows you to hold notes down. So when I showed you the demo before, playing the chords, we have a sustain pedal, which will then mean that when we press one note and we press another note, they'll both keep playing. And when playing a note, we set the frequency of an oscillator. So an oscillator can play one note at a time. So there's two kind of different modes that we're doing here. There's with the sustain pedal off, you'd set the frequency of the oscillator to a particular note when you click a key. But with the pedal on, you'd actually create a new oscillator for every key that you press so that you can have multiple sounds at once. Turns out that it's kind of a mess. I had a lot of problems with this. If you play with it now, which you absolutely can, you'll see a little disclaimer at the bottom that says if the notes get stuck, just refresh the page, which is my solution to the fact that sometimes the notes just don't stop. So even though I stop the oscillators and I disconnect them and all sorts of things, sometimes it just doesn't work. I'm not sure whether that's something I did or whether it's a problem with the API. And I also found that they were very slow to initialize. So you need to initialize an oscillator before you can do anything to it. And it's not an async function, but I ended up having to wrap it in a promise because sometimes you would initialize the oscillator and then just try and perform something on it, and it would still be undefined. So yeah, a few teething problems. So when it comes to playing scales, we remember that scales are essentially, at their core, patterns. And we can translate those to code through numbers. So a tone, if you remember tones and semitones, a tone is 2 semitones. And the pattern for the major scale was tone, 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 semitone, tone, tone, semitone, tone, 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 semitone. If we translate that to numbers, we get 2, 2, 1, 2, 2, 2, 1. And if 0 is our root note, we can then iterate through that array to find the next note at that position. And so, so I had a table of scales, like a map of scales, all the different scales I could think of with their various patterns. And then when you select a scale on the UI, then it calculates the notes into an array and then plays them. So that is calculating the note pattern. So we kind of have a cursor, and then we iterate through the pattern, and then the cursor moves depending on which note in the array we're on. So when it comes to playing the scale, again, we have one oscillator because we want to play one note at a time, and we want to change the frequency of the oscillator in a regular interval. So I use timeouts, and I set the timeout to ½ a second multiplied by the index of that note in the array. So every note in the array gets a timeout. And when that timeout elapses, the frequency of the oscillator is set to that note. And I store all of these timeouts in component state so that if we wanted to press stop, we could cancel all the timeouts and stop playback. And for chords, it's very similar. There's fewer notes in chords, but they still follow predictable patterns. So if you play a major chord, there will be like a first, a third, and a fifth, basically. So 1, 3, 5 in a scale. And so unlike with scales, we want to play all of the notes at once. So for each note in the chord, we create a new oscillator and set the frequency to that note. And that is basically it. So you can have a play yourself. It's at virtualpiano.vercel.app. All sorts of different scales and chords to play with there. And you can also see the source code at github.com/Sophie Koonin/virtualpiano. And that is me. You can find me afterwards. I'll be floating around, or send me a message on Twitter, or leave something on Veto as well. Thank you very much.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Good morning, good evening, good night. Actually, before we begin to talk about the TypeScript, a few words about something else. Sorry. Here. I was born in, sorry, I'm a little bit nervous. So I was born in Ukraine, and I grew up there. And as you all know, what's going on right now in my homeland, they're fighting for the freedom, for independence. Today we have this after-party meeting with speakers and sponsors. You can buy the tickets on the Cityjs Conf website. There's section tickets. You can find there the after-party tickets. And all money will be donated to the Ukrainian refugees, okay, and will help, so it's highly important. That's basically it. Thank you about it. Now let's talk about the TypeScript. Let's start. Do you see this code, the snippet? It looks like, because I don't see anyone with the light. Oh, like this. Anyone recognize the snippet code? Anyone recognize the framework, what we're using here? Louder, louder. Angular. Who said Angular? Your name? Okay. So Angular, yeah, probably. And here, what do we have here? NextJS, right? Correct. Okay, guys, let's please leave. Repeat after me, okay? We will listen. We will respond. No one will tell us what to do. Okay, so yeah, but I have a question here on this one, this simple component from the AngularJS based on AngularJS, okay? What do you think, how many kilobytes of JavaScript right now on this page? Minified and everything. No, too many, how much? Give me the number. 500 kilobytes, anyone? Okay. It's about 1.5K of JavaScript on this page right now because there's no Angular on this page. Okay, so it is not, you hear me here? Yeah, good. Okay, so there's no Angular on this page. What we see here is just a simple component, simple decorator, okay, that actually does the entire job. It looks like framework Angular, it looks like the API from the Angular, whatever, syntax Angular. But basically it's just a simple, don't look at the code itself, okay, it's not best practice or whatever. It's very ugly and probably someone will throw at me something, but yeah, this is just to show the possibilities, okay? Basically, and by the way, also here, and we'll go a little bit deeper on these specific examples. The main problem with the different frameworks, okay, and how we develop and how we use frameworks is that we don't know what's going on behind the scene, okay? We work in this like it's a magic. Let's be honest. Who think he's a junior level developer? Okay. Mid-level developer. Great. Seniors. Experts. No one? Okay, great. So basically, usually everyone thinks that 5 years with React, Angular, Vue.js, okay, knowing the syntax make you senior. No, it's not, okay? It's make you senior only if you know what's going on behind the scene, how these things works. So today we'll go and talk about the TypeScript, okay? And let's come back. What's going on? My name, Daniel Ostrovsky. I work at GOH. It's a company that basically, we already talked about the ad blocking. We do ad blocking on the publisher website. So if you're taking care about the content that you have on your website and you want to ensure what's going on, what the ads are showing up on your website, we can block, all the gambling and all whatever stuff or whatever you configure to be blocked on the website. My Twitter, okay, I'm trying to get 300 followers, so I have left only about 270 to this number. So please, let's do it today. Follow me. I really want to get to the 300 followers. I'm a developer with more than 20 years of development, full cycle evangelist. It's a whole topic about what is the full cycle meaning. I'm public speaker on 3 different languages, English, Hebrew, Russian, open source contributor, Meetup, NG Hero. Here you can see my hobbies. That's what I was thinking, how it looks like when I started each one of them. Okay, snapping, sailing, and diving. And that's how it looks in the real life. So, TypeScript metaprogramming from 0 to 100. Small expectation, we're not gonna, seriously, we have like 20 minutes left, less, 10 minutes left, something like this. So it's gonna be from 0 to 100 of 1 million, okay? So it's too much to go over. What is metaprogramming? Something from Wikipedia. Okay, have the ability to thread other programs to their data and means programs destroy, whatever. Okay, so let's just simplify it, okay? What I should not to do. This is one of the most important things that when I'm starting to teach, to learn something, okay? It's to understand what the technology should not, how I do not abuse. What I should not to do is actually should not to change the business logic of the application. Okay, metaprogramming is something that exists somewhere near around my code or around somebody else's code. Someone else uses what I'm preparing, okay, but it cannot change anything that other developer does or I'm doing in main code, okay? What it can do, it can analyze, okay, it's good for debugging, analytics, data collections, whatever. It can add flexibility, it can dependency injections, runtime assertion and validation of the types, and a who use TypeScript, etc. By the way, how many of you working with the object-oriented classes in TypeScript? Okay, functional programming? Thank you, you can go. Okay. So let's move to our code. You hear me well on this? Because yeah, okay, cool. So basically, what is meta programming? I'll talk about the specific thing, reflection. Okay, reflection is. I try to find definition of what reflection is on our ecosystem. Okay, but I couldn't find something that can explain it. You know, like for 5 years old. So for me, so I decided I will, give my own explanation of what is reflection. Reflection is the ability to set additional data, additional information for specific class or method or property that I will use somewhere in the future, that I can do something with it, okay, or about it. So currently we can see here the controller, right? It looks like on SJS. We can see here two different decorators. The controller that actually defines that this class will take care of the path posts. We also have here the other decorator that get and params. Don't look at the params yet. Okay. Cool. That basically talks about, okay, this method will take care of the base, like the first one. Yes, this method, the get list post, will take care of the base path, and the get one post will take care with the based on ID. Okay, so we're talking about here the REST API, right? Posts, get all list, get one by ID, and etc. How the application looks. Usually, where it is? Hold on. Yeah. Usually the Express application looks like this, right? All the roads with the callback functions in it. This is like regular, less or more. Okay, maybe it's not very accurate or whatever, but this is real code from the company that I just started work on it. That's I'm gonna break, delete everything, and throw away. And then controllers looks less or more like this, right? Like export functions and whatever with all logic in it, services that required inside. I don't know what's going on here. Okay, so I like this much better. Okay, I like when I can actually use the. I can use the classes, I can use the dependency injection, and I can use separate of concerns and logics, okay, make some different layers. This one should be responsible only for getting and responding the requests. The services should be able to handle, with the database layer and the business logic layer and all this stuff. So, okay, let's go to the controller and let's see what's going on in it. Whoop. Okay. So we can see here the decorator controller, okay? It's regular decorator, okay? If you never worked with the decorators, just find me in the Medium, okay, Dandog81. There's article very nice about the decorators and how it works. So this is, as you can see, just function that return function, okay? And you can see the reflect define metadata. And here right now is that I'm defining on the target that is my class. There's a key value, base path is my key that I will, then I can go back on this class when I'm working on this class on the runtime. I can retrieve this metadata and decide what I want to do. Okay, so currently what I'm defining there is a simple thing. It's just base path. This is my key, and the value of this base path would be the path that I passed from the controller, okay, /posts. That's what I'm doing. Simple. I'm just saving this data somewhere on the class on the side, okay, to use somewhere in the future. Now, the same, by the way, we're doing less or more with the get. let's look at the get. Okay, just definition, okay. Get, we're making the some kind of factory, okay. Just function that accept get or post, depends on what I'm using. Okay, I can use get, I can use post, I can use delete, whatever, all other methods. And this is what it does. It's also saved some data, okay. We have the decorator, the method that I'm using, path, it can be empty string or ID or whatever, or any more complicated path. We also have here target, property key, and descriptor, okay? Now, here's a little bit more tricky if you never used decorators, but so first of all, let's define. We want to build our road, okay? We have the object road that we save property key. Property key is basically the name of the function, the name of the method on the class that is decorated, okay? Method, get, post, delete, whatever. And path it will be responsible on. So basically what I'm doing here, I'm creating some kind of a configuration object that says that this method, in our case was get one post, will be responsible for the path two dots ID, okay? And will respond on the method get, okay? So when get on this path comment, this function should work. And this simple values, right? It's simple objects. It's not reference object functions or something like this. It's very simple object. Okay, then I'm actually retrieving or defining. Here I'm defining, then I'm retrieving, okay, to ensure that it exists, that I'm not failing somewhere. Get metadata, reflect the get metadata that named roads. I created this metadata on the class, okay? And I'm adding the road on this class. So each time when these decorators are executed, by the way, decorators executed not on the runtime, decorators executed during the initialization of the JavaScript on the browser, on the runner, interpreter, whatever, okay? It's not something that running all the time. During the initialization. So when it goes through these decorators, it will add new road to this new definition. Will just, it's like array. Again, the definition, the get metadata, right? The metadata that stores, as I said, is key value. So key is the road, but value is list of definitions. In our case, it would be array of two objects of type road. Okay, one of them will hold the property key will be get one post, another one get list of posts, and the path, method, name of the methods, etc. Okay, both of them will be get, but basically this is the object that we saving as a metadata in our on our class. Okay, now where we're using it. The last one thing to mention is basically we changing the method here, descriptor value. Okay, it's the original method function. What I'm doing here, I'm actually saving it on site, okay, for a second, and updating it with some, I'm just retrieving here the request and the response. As you know, the express, who's familiar with this, right? Express on the callback is called with the response and request. So this is here our request and response that will be called later and show where it will call from. Okay, have some, we'll talk about this ability. So I'm just switching this function, and I do calling this function, the same function, the original function, with the same params, the same requests, okay? But I'll show later why and how it's done. Here's a controller handler. And let's go for a second for a server, okay? This is our server, the Express server, right? Nothing special. App post controllers. This is our controllers, okay? And the application, the client application is have the middleware that actually no. Okay. Init controllers, controller handler. It's kind of middleware inside of our application, and here is the magic happens. Okay, so on our decorators, we defined everything. Okay, we just built it. We said, okay, this class, this controller, this class is responsible for this base path. Each one of the methods responsible for this, each one of the class methods, okay, each one of the functions, responsible for get method, post method with this specific path or params on the path. And that's what we want to do. Now, we build all this mapping. We build the configuration how this controller should work. Here, we're actually retrieving all this data, okay? Because this one was already runtime. We're retrieving this data. We're retrieving the base path. We're retrieving the roads, okay? And we're just going over the roads, playing with the path, with the properties, with the configuration that we saved inside of our decorators, okay? And here, if you remember this, don't need to remember, let's just look at this, okay? This line here, okay, these lines, app, road, get, and the callback, they all exist here. App, road, okay? With path together, by the way, and the callback. Okay? That's as simple as it. That's it. So I just built all this, okay, all this thing. I just built based on the configuration each one of the classes. Okay, so each one of the class have its own standalone separator. I have one file. It's a little bit maybe looks awkward, complicated. Again, it's not the best approach. It's just an example, okay? Definitely have to be like a lot of different checks and validations and to ensure that code is running, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But the entire talk is not about to show all possibilities of the meta programming, but to show, to inspire, okay? Basically to inspire to get into the frameworks that we work with, okay? To understand that we can write our own frameworks, okay? Please don't, we have enough of them. Okay, just please don't write new frameworks. I'm too old to need to learn something new, seriously, okay? But basically you can, on your local work, you can create a lot of different, probably, I'm sure, especially in, with the big companies, with the enterprise, you can create a lot of small frameworks that are dedicated for your use cases, okay? When you can create the logic of what it should be done inside of your framework, and the business logic of the other developers will actually run your logic and do the things, okay? I hope it's too complicated, but I hope I explained myself. So this is example of how these things works, how actually routing and other stuff. Here, we can see how the dependency injection works. Okay, I'll just show it for a second. Where is this? Okay. The dependency injection, we can see here the service, for example, okay? Also looks like Angular, but there's no Angular in it at all. So we have this, for example, where is this? Here we have the classes, right? We define that each one of these classes are injectable. Okay, it's just decorator that sets some metadata and says, hey, I am injectable, you'll be able to inject me, okay? And like regular classes, right? You have this. Now, when you will call on when you instantiate this class, with the using new, you probably expect to pass actually the instances of each one of these classes, right? So we'll create new movie service in the scores. You will have new comment service, new crowd service, right? So that's what usual JavaScript should do, or usual Typescript should do. Okay, we don't want to do it like this. So all we want to do is just inject. Okay, I want to work like this here. Okay, this is my injector that I created. It's some function that return functions. Okay, it's a recursive function. I will show it right now. Okay, I'm passing the class that I want to instantiate. And when I'm getting back, I have class fully Okay, I have a class instance of the movies with all dependencies already initialized. Okay, and up and running. By the way, I also can change it, make the providers, but we don't have time to talk about this. So here's the resolver. Okay, where it is? This is injectable, and here's injector itself. Okay. So it's basically, again, using the reflect metadata, we're using some default, there's on reflection, there's some default params on the metadata keys, like design parameters, that retrieves the list of dependencies on the class, okay, that we're passing into the instance. Calling token. If we have token, we're doing a recursive call, okay? Make the same. And if not, just return the create the class, and the final return the new target. Target is our main class. So basically, this is also the simple example, not the best one, but it's a simple example of the dependency injection on 5 feet, something like this. That's it, less or more. If you have any questions, you can find me. I will be right now somewhere on with a booth, swags, okay? Or come to the after party again, buy the tickets. All the money will be donated, and find me there. I will be more than happy to answer to any of questions. Thank you. And 300.
Hi everyone. Are you a developer that works with images or videos in your web app? Did you know there's a global community on Discord to network with other developers that shares knowledge and best practices when it comes to working with media? Come join us and chat. In our Discord, you can find interesting stuff such as developer events others are participating in, resources and tips, career advice, best practices, tools and plugins, paid opportunities, content sharing, or even hanging out and sharing your pet photos and talking about video games while getting to know other developers. We will be raffling out weekly prizes for being an active community member. Join the server by going to this URL. See you there.
Prisma is an open source ORM that allows you to easily manage and interact with your database. It all starts with your Prisma schema, a place where you define your database models and relations using Prisma schema language. You can write your schema from scratch, or generate it by introspecting an existing database. And when it's time to talk to your database, you'll use Prisma Client, an auto-generated, type-safe query builder where you think about your data, not SQL queries. And when your app needs to evolve, you'll use Prisma Migrate, which is Prisma schema migration tool. All you need to do is update your Prisma schema, run the Prisma Migrate command, name your migration, and you're done. Seriously, that's it. Finally, there's Prisma Studio, an admin UI to view and edit the data inside your database. There's even dark mode. Prisma currently supports PostgreSQL, MySQL, SQLite, and Microsoft SQL Server, and works inside any JavaScript or TypeScript environment with all of your favorite backend technologies. Prisma allows you to be more productive and ship your apps with confidence. For more info, go to prisma.io.
Hi everybody, my name is Samuel Snopko and I am the head of the developer relation at Storyblock. Storyblock is not only this shiny logo right here, but it's also bringing you the Cityjs World Series. We are going to sponsor the whole year of the Cityjs conferences, and we are really happy that we are able to bring you this awesome event with all the learnings that you can find out here. We also hope that you will learn a lot, you will find out a lot of new stuff, you will experience something new, and you will also give a chance to our workshops where we run the workshop between the Storyblock and your favorite front-end technology. On this conference, we have also one of our speakers, so Siddhar will talk more about the headless, but so give him a chance and listen to what he has to talk to you. But before we jump to other topics, I would like to show you the Storyblock because maybe you may not know about a Storyblock. Storyblock is the headless CMS with a real-time visual editor, and we are the first one with a real-time visual editor. So what does it mean? If you go to the storyblock.com website, you can find out more at what is Storyblock, but also you will find this nice diagram where you can see how does it basically work. You will get the real-time editor forms where as you are typing, you see in the real-time the preview of your content, text, images, or other components. And all of this is working with all the technologies you love. So it's not strictly connected to anything. You can choose NextJS, Svelte, Vue, React, Next, and others. You can go for PHP and more. You can check out all the enterprise cases we have, and also you can find all the resources how to build a website with different technologies as a Next, Gatsby, or Nuxt. Also, even build the e-commerce solution. But I am here not to talk about the obvious stuff, hopefully, but also about the V2. The V2 is something we are bringing, and we are also hoping that it will help us to be the best CMS out there, not only the best headless CMS out there. So what does mean is like we are bringing more collaboration tools, and you bring even better UX for our users, for the editors, content creators, marketers, developers, and you will be able to use all the powers without any restrictions. Please go to the storyblock.com version 2, log in and try it yourself. Tweet about it, find out more, and keep posted. Keep your eyes on our Twitter, and you will find out more, and maybe there will be some opportunities to give you something back. So I hope you are excited about all of this news as I am, and I wish you the really cool rest of your conference, and see you somewhere in the real world very soon. Ciao.
To be successful here, you have to be very curious and always wanting to learn. Ask the right questions and then have the passion to pursue the answers for these questions.
Don't be afraid to ask why.
I think we strike a really good balance between caring about what we do and delivering quickly.
Light speed.
Beamery offers me the opportunity to learn from amazing people.
We very often work on interesting challenges that no one has maybe done before.
I'm a big believer in owning the change you seek. If you see something's wrong, then you should change it.
In the 4 years that I've worked here, I've gone from being a software engineer to being an engineering manager.
No one really judges.
I just really love the people at Beamery, and I love the work.
I can just be myself.
Culture at Beamery in 3 words.
Everyone's really curious.
Engaging.
Outcome driven, just 2 words.
Being a product manager in the AI team is a privilege, and it's frankly awesome.
We have socials each week, and share a lot of fun stories with each other.
We've got teams in Germany, the UK, and America, and we're growing.
I think it's evolving as well.
I have the chance to engage with incredibly intelligent people who care, who not only care about delivering on Beamery's promise, but who care about each other.
You have to get the Friends reference, so don't put that in.
Oh, yes!
Okay, cool.
Hello and welcome Cityjs London. I'm excited to be here. My name is Michael Liendo, and today we're going to be talking all about how to generate income from an idea, and in particular, an idea that you are familiar with. So we're going to cover a lot of technologies, a little bit of theory, but I'm excited to get into it, excited to be here once again. Let's go ahead and jump in. For some of you that don't know me, I work as a senior developer advocate over at AWS. But that is actually a perfect transition into probably the most boring slide of all of this, which is going to be just a little bit about myself. So if you are interested in learning about Amplify, serverless technologies, etc., feel free to go ahead and catch me on YouTube when I'm not making horrific video images like this one that you see here. You can also catch me in the day-to-day life of just being a husband, father, or in the metaverse where I partake in VR practically every day. And that is only if I'm not chasing down the latest taco truck. So that's pretty much all there is to know about me. Let's go ahead and dive in. Now, when we talk about a micro SaaS, right? Let's first and foremost define it. So a micro SaaS is a small, hence the name, solution as a service. And you might have been thinking, well, it's software as a service. But turns out when you get that granular with your topic, you really are going to be solution oriented, as you should be in any case. But it really appeals to this type of category. So you have a small solution as a service, cool. But there's some things you want to keep in mind as you build this out, and some aspects that actually pertain to niching down this small. First and foremost, what we're talking about here is somewhere in the range of making monthly $500 to $5,000 recurring revenue. Okay, so we're not talking about profit. And the reason why is because you may have to invest in your technology stack. You might have to pay for things like hosting costs or users, database, etc. So all of that comes into play, but at the end of the day, we're talking about generating between $500 and $5,000 of monthly recurring revenue. With that said, I talked about niching down, and this is actually the most important aspect of creating a micro SaaS. Reason being is because you want to keep things sort of one-to-one. Here are my customers, here is a solution, and here's the niche that I'm trying to solve. Like all of those should be pretty much in sync with one another. Now, turns out that's actually really hard to do. And if I had the secret formula, we would all be millionaires and this would be the end of the presentation. But unfortunately, that part is all up to you. All right. Now, I do have some insight on how you can best go about that. And I think the easiest one is just to navigate within the communities that you are already in. But this is very much so, as we talk about money, passive income friendly. I think one of the most motivating features of a micro SaaS is that it still has you in that category of making money while you sleep, right? You create it once, you launch it, and then from then on, sure, you could add in new features as your customers request it, but you're pretty much just in maintenance and support mode because the goal is to keep it confined. Sort of set a limit on how much you are willing to scale with this, because you can always create more micro SaaS applications, but what we're really trying to avoid is creating the next $1 million idea. Instead, we're going to kind of decompose it into smaller chunks. And that leads us into the final point here, where it's easily stacked and reproduced. You can have micro SaaS applications talking to one another, or you can just stick with the one that you want to build. It's up to you. So phase one here. Phase one is going to be all about the idea. And I talked about working within the communities that you are in. I think to put it more succinctly, we can say as a member of X community, I know that Y is a problem folks are willing to pay for to be solved. So sort of teasing that apart, there are three main aspects that we want to consider as we start to work within that framework. The first one is going to be that you are actively engaged with this community. This isn't going to be some random spot in the universe or in your network that you just want to jump into. You are a part of it. You understand the culture of it. This is a place where you can belong even outside of the idea of a micro SaaS, which is geared towards that second bullet point here, right? There is an impactful problem. And then that ties in really closely to the last one, that people would want to pay for. So using those two, right? Not only does it have to be sort of any old problem, it has to be something meaningful, something that kind of really irks folks within this community. Now, the reason why it has to be impactful is because there are problems that exist that we just don't care for. We just deal with it. But in our case, we want to say it's impactful enough that someone's willing to say, hey, take my money and find a solution for me. Once we have that in place, we're ready to move on to phase 2. Phase 2 is super fun because it's when we get to pick our tools, we get to get our hands dirty, write the code, or pick out off-the-shelf solutions and then tie them together. So note, that doesn't mean that we have to build everything ourselves, right? We could use existing services. We can use Airtable to easily create a database. We could use Microsoft Excel and have that be our database. But the whole goal here is that we want to minimize overhead. We want to keep the project fun, and we want to have this in the realm of something that we're familiar with. Because when it comes down to estimating our cost of 100 users, well, it's a lot easier when we already know the tools and services that are out there. Now, that takes us to what I'm calling the dream stack. This is the really pivotal moment in front-end development. What I mean by that is that personally and professionally, I have found the stack of AWS Amplify, NextJS, and Stripe to be one of the most compelling frameworks out there individually, but then when you tie them all together, it makes creating a micro SaaS application a breeze. In fact, the bare bones of a micro SaaS can be taken care of in a couple of hours once you get familiar with the process. If you've worked with a cloud provider before, you might be in the mindset that AWS is for backend folks. It's not something that we really integrate with. I consider myself a front-end developer. However, AWS sort of turns that on its head and says, what if we approach the AWS ecosystem from the mindset of a front-end developer? What are some of the tools and services that AWS can bring to make the lives easier for those folks? And out of that came AWS Amplify. Now, there's a whole bunch of services and tie-ins that go in with it, but we're really just going to be focusing on one piece of it today. In particular, it's going to be the CLI, and I'm going to niche that down to keep with the theme, and we're really going to be focusing on the API category. Now, once you have Amplify installed, which is a single command to do so, you can run Amplify add API. This is going to ask you a flow of questions, and it does that so that way it can get you down the best path of success and get the right best practices installed for your app. So in our case, running that command is going to ask us if we want a REST API or a GraphQL API. And selecting GraphQL will allow us to generate a schema similar to what you see here. Now, I tailored this so that it is having more to do with a product. And in particular, if you notice some of the fields here, it's a Stripe product. So we have things like the price and the currency and is it shippable, etc. And one of the best parts about that is Amplify will take this and using what's known as directives will automatically convert that over into an API just based off of the schema alone. And how it does that is really interesting because it brings in this idea of directives. Now, directives aren't agnostic to Amplify. They live within the GraphQL community. However, we do have specific directives that, again, integrate with AWS itself. The first one is going to be this app model. What that does is say, oh, you have a product? Great. I'm assuming you're going to need a database with that. In which case, it'll take an AWS service known as AppSync to manage the API, and it will create CRUD operations so that way each product has the ability to be created, updated, deleted, and read into DynamoDB. Now that itself is super cool to me. The fact that I can write, 6 characters and have that turned into a full database operated API? Awesome. And very, very powerful. It saves me time, it saves me costs, and I don't have to think about the underlying service calls because I'm assuming that some really, really smart folks at AWS already thought of all the considerations there. Next up is that if you have a product and if you're building out an application, you're probably going to need some users, and those users probably need different authorization models for us to work with. So for that, we have our auth directive. This auth directive says we're going to instantiate some rules. We're going to put some rules on this product, and starting with the second one here, we'll say that we allow public access to this product only for having the ability to read from it. So you can read products from our database, but if you're trying to update a product and you're not signed in, sorry, you can't do it. And then that takes us to this allow owner. The owner of a product is whoever created it. Now, that implies that there's going to be some sign-in mechanism, which we'll talk about shortly, but by leaving off operations altogether, I'm saying you have full CRUD access. So that implies if I created a product, well, then I have the ability to update it, I have the ability to delete it, etc. Now, I mentioned that this implies that we have some sort of authorization and authentication model. Amplify supports that as well. In fact, running the command amplify add auth will walk you through a short series of commands where you can get authentication set up super easily. On the left-hand side here, we have, for the most part, a typical React component, which has a couple fields on it where you can take in a name, description, price, and you can add a product. The thing to note is that at the very bottom here, we have this with authenticator wrapper. Now this higher order component wraps in our products page and automatically says, yeah, you can't come here unless you're authenticated. And by creating it within this way, it'll give us the sign up form that you see on the right. So you have to create an account and you have to sign in. Otherwise you can't view the information. In addition, you may notice that at the top, we actually provide via React context a sign out prop. And this is just a function that you can call so that you have full control over signing your users in and out. And with that, we've talked about NextJS. We took a brief tour of Amplify and what a micro SaaS is. Let's see how that all comes together and where Stripe plays a role as we go ahead and pop into the demo. Okay, so spoiler alert, I wasn't showing you just screenshots of a random application. That is actually the application that we're going to be working with today. Now, as you can see here, I'm on this create products page, and that's just like how we saw, right? I have the ability to have these certain fields here, but I'm saying, yeah, you can't really get to it unless you're signed in. Now, that's great. Now, I have a created user already, so we're not going to go through that process, but if you were, then once you sign in, we automatically email you based off of the email that you provide here, a code so that way you get the authentication code, but we also implement things like forget your password, etc. Super cool, and you don't have to do anything except for that one-liner of wrapping your application. So I'm going to sign in here. And now that I have, you'll notice that it's exactly what we see on the right-hand side, just in a UI form. So I have the ability to create a product. Now let's say we're creating a storefront. So we can have businesses sign up, and each business can manage their own products. They are the owner of a product. Now in this case, we'll mimic the idea that we have a charcuterie business coming up, because I just had that for the first time and it's amazing. So I'm going to say that this is going to be our special day food tray. This is the extent of my dictionary skills. Did I spell that right? I think so. Charcuterie offering. And then Stripe has everything in cents. So we're going to say that this is going to be $20, so 2,000 pennies. Now I'm going to click on add product here. And add product is going to call a method that Amplify actually already generates for us. It gives us this create product method. And we can verify that by just clicking on it and seeing, oh wow, when we created our schema and connected it to DynamoDB, it automatically created a way for us to interact with it. We didn't have to write this code at all. So assuming that we have this created now, let's head over to our homepage, and this would be where someone can jump in and view all the products within our storefront. So after heading here, we have our product there. Awesome. Note that I just hard-coded the image. And then we have our special day food tray. We can add it to our cart. So I'm going to be over on our index.js page. Aside from a bunch of UI elements that I imported, really all I'm doing here is just displaying a product list. Now this product list, and actually a bunch of these other components, make use of Amplify's front-end UI library. We provide to you a bunch of primitives that you can work with. And if you work with Chakra UI or Theme UI, you're going to feel right at home because it's the same implementation under the hood. So we have this ability here to now view all of our items, and we're calling fetch products as soon as our application loads inside of this use effect. Again, Amplify generated a function for us to list our products, and because it's public, I'm also using a public API key that automatically got generated for me. Now from here, I'm going to make use of a package to integrate with Stripe, and it's known as Use Shopping Cart. I highly encourage you to check it out if you haven't already. And I'm going to add this item to my cart. Under the hood, that's taking place, and when I head to checkout, it's creating a session for me in the backend, and it's going to redirect my front-end application to have a user pay for this item. So $20 in our case. Now, the cool thing here is that all this is taking place without me having to write a bunch of boilerplate code. In fact, really, I'm just tying these services together. So I'm going to head back to my application. And just like that, with pretty much just a bunch of stitching code, we have a lot of the infrastructure needed to create something like an Etsy clone, where you have a public domain, and then each store owner has their own /endpoint that they could go to. In our case, we are just dealing with a single user where they can go ahead and create a product, but there's nothing stopping us from having /profile/username, where a user can view and integrate with their profile that way as well. I'm going to hop back into the slides here. Now from here, I just want to highlight some tips and takeaways. The first one is going to be that you definitely want to identify your niche as you do this. Right? Think about your day-to-day interactions. Talk to folks in your communities and various groups, whether that be in person, via Twitter, or anywhere else. Always bet on JavaScript and always bet on serverless. These two fields have exploded in maturity and popularity. And in fact, AWS has taken that same stance when it came out to building Amplify itself. But in doing so, the biggest aspect is that now you get to decrease your time to market, meaning you can ship faster, but then you also don't have to sacrifice scale and cost. And it seemed like you always had to pick two, right? Did you want to have scale, and then did you want to minimize for cost? Well, that meant that you had to wait a little bit longer as you develop things yourself. That's no longer the case. Using frameworks such as these three in combination helps you achieve all of those at the same time. And then of course, leverage AWS Amplify to automate best practice. With that said, I definitely want to go ahead and thank all of you for listening to this talk and enjoying this session. If you do want to connect with me, I have a QR code listed here that you can scan. And if you want to learn more about Amplify, I have a YouTube playlist where we dive in from very beginner content all the way to creating your own application and having that deployed as well. I'm so sorry I couldn't be there in person, but I'm hoping you enjoy the rest of the conference, and I look forward to seeing all of your faces in 3D in the future. My name is Michael Liendo, and I'll catch you all next time.
Hello, everybody, and thank you for coming to my talk. Today, I'm going to be talking about what's new in React 18. We'll be looking at some of the features of React 18. Before I get started, I want to introduce myself. My name is Shruti Kapoor. I'm a staff engineer at PayPal. You can find me on Twitter at ShrutiKapoor08 or on Twitch at twitch.tv/ShrutiKapoor. So in today's talk, we're going to be looking at a few different things. First of all, I'll talk about how to upgrade to React 18. We'll talk about some of the new features of React 18. And I'll answer one question that everybody may have in their mind, which is, will my existing code break if I upgrade to React 18? So first, let's talk about how to upgrade to React 18. React 18 currently is in release candidate stage, which basically means that all of the features in React 18 will be moved to the public release version. To upgrade to React 18, it's a simple two-step process. The first step is to install React and React DOM from NPM. At the time of recording, React 18 is in release candidate state, so you can simply install React by npm install React at React RC. This next step is to update your React DOM.render and move it to create root. So currently you may have code something like this in your index.js file. You may have a container, and then you'll be rendering your app to the container using React DOM.render. But instead of now using React DOM.render, going forward in React 18, we'll be using root.render. So we'll be creating a root from React DOM.createRoot and rendering our container into that root, and then using that root to render our app. So if you have upgraded to React, if you have installed React 18 and updated your DOM, and you have not done anything so far, and not updated your create root, your code will still work. The only thing is that you will see a warning in your console, which will tell you that you need to update to React 18, otherwise your app will behave as though it is React 17. This does mean that your code will not break, so all of your code should be working fine for now, but it will still behave but you won't be able to use the concurrent rendering features of React 18, which we'll talk about in a minute. So speaking of what are the new features of React 18? React 18's new features are automatic batching, which is how React now batches state updates into one in order to reduce the number of renders it needs to do. React 18 also introduces concurrent features such as start transition, use transition, we'll talk about them in a bit, and also introduces suspense on server. In this section, we'll also look at what is server-side rendering and what does suspense on the server mean. So first, let's talk about automatic batching. So previously, React already batched updates that happened in event handlers, for example, handle click here. So if you see here, we have three set states. We have set is fetching, error, and form status. Now what happens in the background is that once React looks at this, it hasn't rendered yet, looks at set is fetching, it is an event handler, so waits for the next step, which is another set state, waits for the next step, which is another set state, and at the end of this, it re-renders. So it has batched all of these set updates into one item. And this has already happened, this was already happening in React 17 and earlier. In event handlers. But what it didn't do was batch updates that happened outside of events. So something like this. This is a promise. You've called a network request. You made a network request and you're calling three set updates again. So you've got set is fetching, error, and form status. So when React looks at it, it is a promise. So it will see a set update and it'll re-render it one time, second time, and third time. So as you can see, this is not so good from a performance perspective because we have re-rendered the app 3 times. Going forward in React 18, these updates will be automatically batched. So when React looks at it, it looks at the first set update, it isn't a promise, waits for the app to re-render, looks at the second update and the third update, and then at the end of this micro task, it will re-render this app only one time. So this means that each time you'd render your state, React would not re-render a component. And going forward in React 18, all of the state updates that happen even within promises, event handlers, or set timeouts will be patched. Automatic batching is available to you out of the box as soon as you upgrade your app. As soon as you have upgraded your React DOM.render to React DOM.create root, like we had shown before. But if you need to opt out of automatic batching for whatever reason, you can do that using Flush Sync. Now let's look at concurrent features. So to explain concurrency, there is a really good discussion thread that I have pasted a link in here for. But basically the idea behind concurrency is that imagine that you are talking on phone with two people, Alice and Bob. So let's say that you have to talk to two people, Alice and Bob. A non-concurrent item would mean that you talk to Alice, wait for the call to end, and then call Bob and talk to Bob. But in concurrent sense, what it could mean is, let's say that you know that the call with Alice will take long and that you have periods of time where you are not performing any task or having any conversation with Alice, so it's just on hold. Then you can keep that task or you can keep that chat on the back burner while you call Bob, which may be an urgent call. Get done with that, come back to call with Alice, and continue onward. So you don't have to wait to end the call with Alice before you call Bob. And that's what concurrency in React means. So we'll look at how this means from a start transition perspective, but one of the concurrent features is start transition, and let's look at that in a minute. So what start transition lets you do is it helps you to prioritize updates and lets you mark certain updates as urgent. And what that lets React do is that once it sees a React urgent update, it'll interrupt anytime an urgent update comes in. And anything that has been marked as a non-urgent update is called a transition, and React will deprioritize the update of a non-transition, of a non-urgent update. Let's look at an example of that. So let's say that here's a search bar. This is a common UI element where we have two items going on. One, we have two set states going on. So one is when you type in the field, you would need to show the user a feedback that you are accepting their input, which is as they type, you want to show the character that they're typing. And another is that as they type, you want to auto-populate the items in a drop-down list. So for example, you're typing something, and as you're typing, we're also searching. So that's an example of two state updates happening at the same time. Now, this was a really good experience on a very fast computer and very fast internet, in the sense that as you're typing, you're also searching instantaneously. But what happens if the network is slow or the computer is slow? Let's look at an example here and how Google handles it. So I'm typing, but the dropdown is not populating as fast as I'm typing. And that's fine, right? So what's happening here in the background is that I have typed my update. React will show me that a transition, React will show me that they have accepted the form has accepted my input, but it will wait for the search to populate because it has marked the search as a non-urgent update. And that's a good experience. So that looks something like this. So what we do is we've marked that the input value is urgent and we are setting that state as an urgent update. But the searching of the query has been marked as a non-urgent update by putting it within a start transition, which is the concurrent feature. So this lets React interrupt the re-render process anytime an urgent update comes in, which is the user typing in. And going back to the example of Alice and Bob, it kind of looks like this. So now because this is concurrent, we are setting an input value of A. That is an urgent update. And once another input value B happens, we can interrupt our state update, and the search query A will then get discarded and search query B goes on. So this is concurrent rendering. Let's talk about the use case where we want to perhaps show something when the transition is happening. In that use case, React offers a hook called useTransition. And with the help of useTransition hook, you can use isPending and startTransition. So with the help of that isPending hook, you can perhaps add like a isPending statement and add a fallback container or a spinner if you want to during that transition. Now, one question that we have is, where should we add startTransition? So two places I think that we can add startTransition is one, if there is a slow rendering. And this is usually the case where React needs to do a lot of background work. So for example, you have like a large table and you need to render large amount of data, you have to switch between tabs. So in that, switching between tabs is an important update. So that can be marked as an urgent update, whereas loading a large amount of data can be a non-urgent update. So you can mark that within a startTransition. Another use case is where where React is waiting for a large amount of data to load from the network because the network may be slow, or maybe just because you are fetching a large amount of data. In that case, you can use startTransition, but this needs to be in addition to suspense as well. So those are the two use cases of using startTransition. When thinking of where we need to add startTransition, a few questions that could be helpful is that whether this update is an urgent update that should be interrupted or a non-urgent update that can be perhaps deferred. Another question to think about is that when you have deferred that and it is transitioning, what should the component do while we are transitioning? So we talked about automatic batching and concurrent feature. Now let's talk about suspense on server. Before we talk about suspense on server, let's recap and talk about what server rendering is. So server rendering is a technique where you send HTML output of your React components from the server so that the user has something to look at while JavaScript is and the buttons are still loading. So for example, what happened before React 18 was that, let's say you have this app and one part of your app takes too long to load or to render. The app would actually wait for the entire app to finish loading before it would send anything. So it was kind of like an all or nothing thing. And it would take a lot of time before JavaScript becomes interactive. But so what would happen was that one slow component would slow down the entire page, and it was because server rendering was an all or nothing sort of thing. So you couldn't wait for one component to finish rendering before sending some stream. But with suspense on the server, you can actually wrap a slow part of your page within like a fallback component and specify the loading state while this is loading. And in this, React 18 will only slow down that specific component. And once that is done rendering, it will send it back in the same stream as the rest of the page once it's ready to be loaded. And all of this happens before any JavaScript or React is loaded on the page, so thereby increasing the time it takes for the user to decreasing the time it takes for the user to interact with the page, making it a fast and more responsive page. So to summarize what server rendering on the server, what server rendering means and what suspense means is that with the help of suspense, one slow part will not slow down the entire page. With suspense on the server, React 18 further improves the user experience by letting you show critical content first. Another thing is that in React 18, server rendering is also fully integrated with code splitting. Previously, it was hard to make server rendering work with code splitting, but with React 18, it works together out of the box. So the three features that we talked about were automatic batching, concurrent features, and suspense on the server. Now, one question that you may be having in your mind is, will my existing code break if I upgrade to React 18? So I have tried upgrading a few different apps to React 18 of different sizes, and I have not noticed any problems so far. So we expect that your app should run without any problem with little to no changes once you upgrade it to React 18. If you do not use create root, your app should work just like React 17. A good thing is that concurrent features are opt-in, so you can decide when you want to turn them on. One thing that we would say is that if you are using a library that is not yet compatible with React 18, you may want to wait to use concurrent features until that library is onboarded. So I do want to repeat again that most apps should work after upgrading to React 18 from the get-go itself, and you should be able to use React 18 with little or no changes. I think overall this is a very exciting update because nobody likes to wait and have to update and add a lot of code changes to upgrade to a new React version. So we hope that this upgrade should be easy for you with just one line of code. So overall, we talked about how to upgrade to React 18. We talked about the new features, and we talked about what problem could arise if you upgrade to React 18. I think another thing I want to point out before we end this talk today is the React 18 working group. So React 18 has started a new working group where there have been a bunch of really good discussion threads that I want to point out. This is all open to the public, so you can go and learn from there. A really good thread that I really liked was this glossary, which explains some React concepts such as server rendering, concurrency, state updates, and it is explained in a very easy to understand format. So I would highly recommend checking that out. Another example for testing start transition and learning more about start transition is this thread that was started by Rick Hanlon, which is also super useful as well. So overall, today we talked about how to upgrade to React 18, some new features, and talked about will my existing code break if I upgrade to React 18. I think overall this is an exciting upgrade, and your code should be able to run with React 18 with little or no changes. So I would highly recommend you give it a shot. And I want to leave with a link of my newsletter where I will be publishing a summary of today's talk. Thank you so much for coming to my talk, and you can find the links here.
Hello everyone at Cityjs. I hope you're all having a fantastic day and have had a brilliant conference so far. My name is Jo Franchetti and I am a developer advocate at Ably, and we're proudly sponsoring Cityjs this year. So what can I tell you about Ably? We're a real-time data broker, but what does that mean? Well, we've created a suite of tools, SDKs, and APIs to help developers like you to add real-time experiences to the apps and software that you're building. But what's a real-time experience? Well, anytime data is changed and needs to reach a client as soon as that change happens, we say that is happening in real time. So anytime you're sending or receiving a message in a chat app, you would want to receive that in real time. Anytime you are collaborating on a document or a spreadsheet with your colleagues and you see their changes happen, they're happening in real time. And anytime you have ordered a delicious takeout and you're watching as the driver wends their way towards you on a map, you're seeing their geolocation coordinates being updated in real time. And since we're all spending more and more time online and remote, many of us are trying to build real-time elements into our applications to make them feel engaging and interactive. If you're looking for a platform that can help you to build your own real-time experiences, that can manage reliability and scalability for you, then look no further than Ably. You can find us at ably.com and at Ably Realtime on Twitter. We've also got a whole load of demo code and applications that we would love for you to take and make your own. So if you're looking to add some real-time experiences to your applications, you can check out our SDKs at github.com/ably. We of course have JavaScript SDKs, and our many open source tech demos, which will give you examples of how to build real-time experiences, can be found at github.com/ablylabs. There are chat apps, examples of multiplayer games, quiz frameworks, logistics tracking apps, shareable whiteboards, all kinds of demos ready for you to take them and make them into something cool. And if you like the sound of Ably and would like to work with us and with me, then check out our careers page at ably.com/careers. We're fully remote, we have some truly excellent benefits, and we're growing rapidly. We're in exciting times, and we'd love to have you along for the ride with us. And if you have any questions about Ably and you're here in person, then you can come chat to me or any of my lovely colleagues who are here with me. Thank you for listening, Cityjs. I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference.
In action. Is there here who this is their very first in-person conference? Oh no. Who here is this is your first conference and you traveled from outside the country to here? All right, cool. This is much easier. Can you keep your hands up for just a second, and we'll get 2 books directly out to you. Wait, this is your first in-person conference? Oh, damn. Oh. And generally, this would be the point in a conference where we do some kind of obnoxious trivia saying, who remembers when? And then everyone yells, and then we give out books, and it's always unfair. And instead I'll say, does anybody have anything coming up where learning about webhooks would be easier for your job? Or if your manager's not here, getting a new job? Oh, fun. React hooks, wow. Wow, that's a real thing. I'm so sorry. I've been speaking for a while and I've forgotten how to speak English. Fabulous. And because I'm tired of talking, we'll make it happen. We're going to go ahead and introduce one of our most patient, most durably, wonderfully patient speakers. And we're going to be talking to Alex Lobera. He's a staff engineer over at Mira. And not just that, he's also a teacher and mentor. He's got a real focus on scaling large web applications and organizations, a skill which is reasonably unusual to find in the same person. And, like many of us, is passionate about the web and open source. Alex.
Thank you everyone for staying until this time and for my talk. So today I'm going to be talking about communicating state changes in micro-frontends. In reality, what I want to do today is tell you a story. That's what I want to do. And I want to tell you a story today about how I'm going to conquer the world. I'm going to tell you of the to-dos apps once and for all, because there are so many to-dos apps. Every framework, every library has a to-do app. We've seen so many. Sometimes we make fun of them. And I want to create the best ever to-dos app. And I'm not alone. I've got a team, actually 4. One of the teams is going to be focusing on the to-dos itself. There will be the people team. They will be focusing on people who want things to get done. The engagement team is really important because that's going to help drive behavior. That's going to motivate people to actually get things done. And the platform team, they will be working on cross-cutting concerns. We're going to be using micro-frontends because we think that micro-frontends are going to help us. They're going to give us the autonomy we need to be innovative in this very competitive to-dos market. Before I continue, let me share with you a definition of micro-frontends. Micro-frontends are a type of software architecture for building distributed front-end applications. And you can think of them as a collection of small micro apps that they are lean. What does lean mean? That's an acronym that I created myself, and it stands for loosely coupled. They are executed and deployed independently. They are autonomously developed and managed, and they are narrowed to a business domain. That's for us a micro frontend. So of course, our to-dos should comply with this lean architecture. Let me share with you some of the wireframes we've got so far. We are a very lean team. We like to ship things very quickly and get feedback from our customers. So, you know, they're not very impressive, but there we go. So we have 3 pages. In the first page, we're going to have the activity feed, where we'll be displaying what your friends are achieving. And there's also a navigation bar, and they are both owned by 2 different teams. On the next page, we have the to-do. And here we can create to-dos and display our to-do list. It's owned by a different team as well. And last but not least, we have the profile. Very simple at the moment, but we just want to get started, and that's owned by the people team. I don't know if you noticed, but the user's username is in every single domain. Let me show you. We've got in both there, also here, and also here. And to make it more fun, the profile domain can change the username. And so I guess if we change the username, it should change everywhere. But that makes me think, because we want our small apps to be lean, and they need to be loosely coupled. So how are we going to solve this problem? Well, the first idea I thought was we can use an event bus. And it's pretty simple. We have this component that is going to be this piece of in the architecture that is going to be listening for events. And it will, for instance, in this case, the profile will create an event. We'll put it on the bus. And then another micro app that is listening to it will respond to that event. And it works. However, the to-do and the feed micro apps are not mounted. They are not there. So, I mean, if you are not there, you can't listen, right? So what do? We have a problem here. Well, let me think. We could fix this by making our event bus a bit smarter. Like, we could store what events are delivered to which micro apps. And so when you mount a micro app that was not mounted before, then you can get, wait, it's getting a bit complicated. Yeah, so how do we solve this problem to avoid this inconsistency? The thing is, the feed micro app in this case, or any other micro apps, they don't really care about events, right? Like, we're using an event bus because that's what we think it could solve the problem, but they don't care about events. What they care is about the output of the last event, right? If I change my name 20 times and then I mount a given micro app, I don't want to get the 20 events that I didn't get before, right? So I just want the output of the last event. We also refer to that as current state. That's what I care about. So let's try a different approach. Now we're going to dispatch events, but we're going to subscribe to state changes and not to events. And this is the architecture of Redux and RxJS. So it's basically the same idea. You have a stream of events or things that are actions, things that happen over time, and then you're observing changes. And then to make it more interesting, you add a little bit of functional programming, like pure functions or reducers, so you can program things and make things happen there. So let's try again, but now with Redux. We have our profile. Our profile, notice the event bus has become Redux. And the profile dispatches an action. And that action goes through Redux. And look at the other side, the arrow is providing some state, right? So now the navigation bar got updated. If I go and navigate to the feed micro app, I'm just going to say, what's the current state? This is the new name. Perfect, it works. So we solve the problem. However, I think there is a problem here. And the problem is the last point. I don't think there is anything wrong with functional programming, but actually it's quite cool. It's very powerful, and that's the problem. It gives us too much power in this layer, right? We're in this distributed architecture, and in this paradigm, you don't want this layer in between to have behavior, logic, because who owns that layer, right? Let's have a look at the previous example. In the case of Redux, we can have middlewares and we can have reducers. So now the profile could say, fetch a user, then the middleware will do some sagas, whatever you want to do there, some magic. Then it will pass it to the reducer that will manipulate the state, and finally will go to the navbar. And this works, but we can add a lot of behavior there. And who owns that? Is it the profile? Is it the people team? Is it the engagement team? Who owns that? And that's the problem. And why is this a problem? Well, you end up in a distributed monolith, right? You have this centralized layer in this distributed architecture where you're adding logic into that Redux, who is owned by everyone. So not a good paradigm. What we're going to do instead is we're going to change the last point. We're going to distribute the logic as well. And so what this layer is going to do is going to make sure that we don't do things more than once, or we will try to optimize resources, basically. So we're going to move that behavior inside of the boundaries of the micro app, because now I know who owns that is the profile. But because we are distributed, we are also sending that to the navigation bar. Now everyone, if you want to get the username, like if you want to display the username, you're also responsible for fetching that data. So now let's say we land on this page and both independently want to display a username. So they say, give me the username, load this data, and the runtime will execute only one of them, because why do you want to execute the same thing twice? And it will notify to all the subscribers after this finishes. Notice also there is one runtime, but there can be many apps in this distributed architecture. This is what we just saw. We are sharing this runtime between two micro apps, but we can run our profile in isolation because they could be executed independently. Same thing for the navbar, right? So we are going to have one runtime that can be created in many places that can get a bit confusing. So what we're going to do is we're going to split this in two parts. Configuring the runtime, like defining what a runtime is, what can be in there, what we're going to share, and then creating runtimes. Now it's time for a demo. So here I have this, I told you guys, we're lean, right? So we're shipping things very quickly. So it's very simple, but it kind of works. So here I have my amazing Beth to-dos app. I can navigate between the different pages. And I'm getting the names are all consistent. This is all very nice. I can also, for instance, run my activity feed independently. I execute this on a different tab. It's fine, it's working. And what I can do, if I go to the profile, I can change my name or whatever. Let me think, something. And then navbar updates. Now if I navigate to the other micro apps, they've got the last value, current state. So it's all working nicely. Let me show you a little bit the code of this. So the way I've organized this is on the left, I have these micros. I like to call them micro apps. And so we have 3 of them. And let's have a look at the feed one, for instance. So what I do is I'm going to request, I want username, right? And let's have a look at this thing. So what I do here is I'm going to create some bindings for my runtime that are specific for React. And the reason I do this is because I want my runtime to be very safe. I don't want anyone to mess up or make it very hard to mess up with my runtime. So I'm adding some Typescript and some nice stuff that is going to protect it, specifically in the context of React. I can also look at my runtime. And I can see here, let me make this. So here what I do is I configure my runtime, and I'm going to say that in my runtime, I'm going to be able to share this state here. And if I go, for instance, to my app again, and I try to username is a string because that's what we've got. If I try to access something that is not allowed, that we didn't configure that in our runtime, I won't be able to do that. And also, I'm creating my runtime in many different places. For instance, I create it in the context of this micro app. I can create a runtime. I can also do it in my profile, and doesn't really matter. I can create my runtime in many different places, but I only configure my runtime in one place here, right? So now let's say in my, this team decides that they don't want to display the username anymore, right? So the username is going to be something like you, like we're not going to get that data, fine. Let's see what happens. So I'm going to tell you, something. I'm going to tell you, don't mess up with your demo before the demo. That's what you should never do. And you didn't see anything. Now I come back to here, and so if I run this, the username is gone from the navigation bar, right? Why? If I come back to my app and I add this, I guess the username. So here we have a problem. We have this dependency in the navigation bar where I'm consuming the username, but I rely on this other thing called someone else. The feed is it's initializing this value. So, and that's why when I remove the username in my feeds, then my navigation stops showing my feed. That's not good. So what we're going to do is every time I get some data, or I want to share to get some global state, I also need to initialize that. That's my responsibility. And so if I go back to the feed, we're going to keep both. Now it should work. But maybe you think like, well, but now we're going to have two requests, right? We're going to request the same data twice. But if you look at the network tab, we're only requesting the data once. So this runtime is making sure that we don't request, that it optimizes our resources. So basically what we're doing here is I want the username, and I give you a function to fetch that data. And you run it, and you give me the output of this. And one last thing I want to show you is like I have this runtime that I can observe data in different micro-frontends in my application. But it would actually be cool if, this is the distributed micro-frontend. So what if I also run this application on my phone, and I want to change my username here on my phone? So my runtime should be able to handle that thing as well, right? So in the end, we're observing data. It doesn't really matter where you distribute your micro frontends. So again, what is happening here under the hood, the runtime is observing, in this case, we're using Pusher. It doesn't matter, but it's going to create only one instance, one connection to the server. All the micro frontends can go and say, I want to connect to that remote thing. And the runtime will manage all the events, mounting and unmounting, everything under the hood. So you don't get too many connections, and you get all the data that you need. So that was it. If you like this demo, if you like this runtime thing, got something for you. I put that on an NPM package this morning, actually. So we have version 001. If you want to give it a go and try this, go ahead and give me feedback. And it's all for you. If you like it, you can go to the repo and smash that star. Really appreciate it. Try, give me feedback. And last but not least, if you want to work on interesting challenges, just hit that link, and thank you very much. Yeah, like yeah.
In order to make things as slightly surreal as possible, if anybody has any questions, do, and I absolutely know how weird this is, do yell them. And we'd be so happy to do a deconstructed screaming Q&A. Oh no, there's a mic. That's so rational. If you've got any questions, go ahead and casually put your hand up and a mic will come to you in time. Or y'all can come find him when he comes downstairs. All very chill. So much, Alex. You can impossibly pay. It is right here, yeah.
Okay. Because this is mine. But just don't leave it anywhere later. Don't give it to Ari because it's. And probably.
Aris. Oh yeah. Oh, that's just okay. So just a second. I apologize. All right, everyone, we are ready for our next speaker, Ruben Casas, who is a staff engineer at Postman. He is passionate about innovation and front-end architecture at scale. And today he is going to talk to us about the risks of micro-frontends. So please help me welcome Ruben.
Thank you, everybody. You're still here. Yay. I thought, I might not do the talk. No, I didn't escape. I'm going to be doing this talk. I'm going to be really brief because I want to hear my friend Alex. He's going to be doing his first talk. So last time I did a presentation about micro-frontends. Someone came after and asked a question like, what's the catch? What are the problems with micro-frontends? Because it sounds too good to be true, and you just keep talking about really good things about micro-frontends. So someone asked, what are the risks, what are the downsides of micro-frontends? And that's what we're going to do today. So we're going to be talking about the risks of micro-frontends. And how many of you here are you thinking or considering, or your company is considering using micro-frontends? I just had a question earlier. So many people are considering using micro-frontends. And more organizations are thinking about it, or actually in the process of implementing micro-frontends. And now the question is it good is a good idea? Is it a good idea to implement this on my company? And many of you are probably asking this question. Is it a good idea? What we want to do is that we want to create a new architecture, but we don't want to make a bigger problem, right? We don't want to introduce more complexity and then everything is going to be worse. We're trying to solve the problem here. So the only problem with Micro-Frontends is it's a very fine line between benefits and trade-offs. So you could really, really carefully walk that line, but you might fall to the trade-offs side more than the benefits. So come along. I'm just going to tell a really quick story. I know it's story time, is after party time, so just going to tell a quick story, and then we can just go back to some drinks. So my friend Bob, he's very clever, and he's been asked to implement the Micro-Frontend framework. So his leaders, they just said, hey, we need a Micro-Frontend architecture. And the reason is, well, we need to keep innovating. We need to be trendy. We need to, you know, it worked for us at a previous company. It was really good. So we definitely need a Micro-Frontend framework. So Bob didn't have any choice. And I was like, OK, let's do it. And Bob is a really, really good developer. So let's guess what Bob did. Well, he just went to a Stack Overflow, started researching how to implement a Micro-Frontends framework. But then the problem with Bob is that he found more questions than answers. So it was like, oh, server-side rendered Micro-Frontends, runtime versus dwell time, multiple frameworks like React and Vue and Angular on the same page. And a lot of people just saying, we do it this way. We implement Micro-Frontends this way or that way. Also, Bob found a lot of Micro-Frontend specific frameworks. And he was looking at them, and then he found one he liked, and it had a lot of stars, a lot of support. So he was like, OK, let's go for that one. Let's use this Micro-Frontend framework. Later, after a lot of work, finally, he was ready to present this architecture. But there was a problem. People started complaining and saying, listen, this sounds like really, really complex. I can't understand what you're trying to do. And he had a lot of pushback from the other people in the company. But then, good news for Bob, he managed to deploy that implementation to production, but then he started to have more and more problems. The first and biggest problem of all is his website started looking like this. Yay. So he started to have like a monster of a website where it's a complete mess, an inconsistent look and feel. Nobody knows what's going on with that website. Also, the way his company worked, they didn't want him to release features, like small features. They wanted to do big releases because that's how we used to do it. And then they were like, no, you can't release every day. We have to release every week. And they just couldn't do that because Micro-Frontends were split along. Micro-Frontends were on the same feature, so they couldn't do that. And that caused even a bigger problem. It caused something that I like to call the release queue of hell, where you have to deploy multiple applications in order to get a coherent, consistent experience. Poor Bob, man. I feel really sorry for him. He's in a really, really big trouble right now. So shall we help Bob? Let's try to help him. But just with a caveat, like my friend Luca likes to say, everything is a trade-off. And listen, distributed components, distributed Micro-Frontends, distributed technology is really hard. Just let me say that again, it's really, really hard. So, and also there is no perfect architecture. The best thing that we can do is to go for the best possible case scenario, the least worst option. It's not going to be the best, the greatest, but at least it's going to solve your problem. So let's see where Bob went wrong. First of all, the wrong motivations. I think you probably heard this before, but the fact, and this is a true story, that someone from the top told Bob, this is what we have to do, and the reason was because it's trendy or because it's brand new. That is the wrong motivation, because we are trying to solve a problem. That is the correct reason to implement Micro-Frontends. If you have a problem, try to solve it with the technology. So focus on the outcome. Micro-Frontends is just the tool. If you focus on the tool, you are focusing on the wrong thing. And the outcome is to solve the problem of business agility. You want to deploy faster, you want to make your teams more effective, etc. So again, it's more about the goal, not the tool. The second thing that went wrong with Bob was that it was a bit confusing. You know, as we saw, there was like a lot of information. There was not like a single place where you could find how to implement an architecture. And unfortunately, Micro-Frontends, this is one of the really not very nice side effects, and is that it's very specific to the company. So if it's very specific to the company, every single organization is going to be different. So there will be some different implementations. So what works for you on company A might not work for you on company B. So we need to be aware that there are multiple implementations, and they are because they are for specific companies. There is also a lot of confusion and a steeper learning curve. Doing distributed computing is hard, and you need to teach developers that it's a different way of doing things, and you need to think a bit bigger. It's not as simple as deploying just one single application. The next one is my favorite. This is actually true. I mean, I'm just making fun of the funny Twitter threads that are out there, but actually there is a blog post saying there are 12 Micro-Frontend frameworks that you should know in 2022. Well, you don't need a Micro-Frontend framework. That's my opinion, and I'll explain why in a second. This is fake. I mean, there is no thread, by the way. This is just fake. He found a Micro-Frontend framework from the many that they were available. But one thing is, I don't really, why I say that you don't need a Micro-Frontend framework is because you are making a big trade-off up front. And is that usually that Micro-Frontend framework was created for a company, and that company solved their problem. It might not be your problem. So you are making a big trade-off by taking something that worked at company A, and then you're trying to implement it. I'm not against Micro-Frontend frameworks. I mean, you can use them if you want a head start, but you need to be careful because there is a big trade-off up front, which we are taking all the decisions that these framework authors took and then trying to apply them to our context. You can use them, but just be careful and make sure that you make the right decision there. The fourth one is, well, there will be pushback. I mean, if you're trying to implement a new architecture, it's expected that you will get pushback from your colleagues, from people in the company. But with Micro-Frontends, there isn't a need for the company to adapt. If they're not willing to adapt, then it's going to be more trouble, because you need to change the way you work into a distributed, more independent deployment way of doing things. And if the company is not willing to change, there will be a lot of trouble. So again, find what is right for your organization. And the Frankenstein Monster website with inconsistent look and feel. This comes up a lot, and listen, it's no problem with Micro-Frontends. I think it is more to do with having a strong design system and strong leadership and governance. When you are distributing things, there is like what I like to call the consistency paradox. How do we keep something looking uniform where it's made up of multiple things? And again, it's something that you can fix with a really strong design system and with some governance. Next one is, this one is a very interesting one. When you split things incorrectly, you will find a lot of problems. And this is one of the hardest things with Micro-Frontends. How big is a man? Is it micro? Is it big? Is it one page? It depends. And it is by far the biggest mistake when there are Micro-Frontends that are split incorrectly. And a red flag is you start deploying 2 or 3 Micro-Frontends together. That's a red flag. Why? Because it means that they are probably coupled. And you start getting things like distributed components where they're really, really small and they don't make up one feature, which is very hard to get something working unless you deploy everything at once. So if you start deploying multiple Micro-Frontends at once, that's a red flag. The solution to all this is to split around business domains. So if you have a team working on something, split it there, and then you can save you some trouble. A side effect of splitting things incorrectly is that you will end up with too many Micro-Frontends. And this is real based on a true story, we had this problem where there was a team that decided to do a big release, and it was like 70 micro-frontends that they had to deploy one by one in order to get the website updated. That is the release queue of hell. I mean, that is wrong. And the reason for that is because the micro-frontends were split incorrectly. Now, you don't want too many micro-frontends, because if you have too many, you have unnecessary overhead, a lot of complexity, a lot of infrastructure. It's just, that has to be avoided. And again, distributed doesn't mean decoupled. So it doesn't matter if you have a lot of them, but they are decoupled, that's fine. But if you have a lot of micro-frontends and they're tightly coupled, you are in worst case scenario where you have a distributed monolith, like Alex mentioned earlier. So listen, I'm just want to finish with this. A lot of people, the people I've talked to about micro-frontends on the experience, and mostly the people who have a really bad experience with micro-frontends is because they had an experience with an incorrect implementation. And haven't met anybody who had a really good implementation who complains about this architecture. We have a lot of people complaining and saying micro-frontends is bad, and I went to this company and they use micro-frontends, I was hell, and it was because of this incorrect implementations. So any architecture is only good as an implementation. If you have a good implementation, then things are going to be good if you implement them correctly. And someone also said, do you still recommend micro-frontends? I said yes, if it's for the correct use case. Their argument is asking too many questions rather than providing solutions. But my opinion is, it is an unfortunate side effect of the nature of the complexity of being a distributed system. So if you're thinking about creating micro-frontends or implementing micro-frontends, I hope that you don't make those mistakes and you be aware of the really difficult trade-offs that you might be making if you adopt this architecture. So thank you very much. Yeah, just find me on Twitter if you have any questions, and thank you. Have a nice drink.
Thank you, Ruben. That was very insightful. Does anyone have any questions? Going once. All right, so you can find Ruben around during the after party. And I'll just be a second.
Say this was your first talk. If folks have questions or nice people,
yeah, whatever. Yeah, it's totally fine. Yeah, totally fine. No, it's totally fine. It's totally fine. Ready when you are?
Hello, lovelies. We are going to have our very last talk, sort of rounding out the, micro front ends. Yeah, micro front ends, if they work for your team. And we've got micro front ends again. Alex Trayer is a front end developer at IG, a specialist, which is a very nice thing to be, in developer experience and process optimization, who likes football, traveling, snow, and nature. Everybody, please put it together for.
Hello, can you guys all hear me if I stand here? Cool, great. I'm Alex. It's a really good introduction, but like I said, I'm a senior developer at IG, and today I'm going to talk to you about how we've used micro-frontends at IG to just improve developer experience and, as a result, client experience. So I get it, it's the end of the day, and you're thinking, why is this guy waffling on, talking to me? So I want to start by answering the question of why you should care about this talk. So at IG, we started to see a reduction in lead time for feature delivery, improved performance, and that's both technical performance metrics and also team performance, that kind of reduced lead time. And we're seeing lots of those benefits as a result of giving teams more autonomy to deliver features in their own way and whatever works best for them. So now you're obviously excited. The talk itself is split into kind of three parts. I'm going to give a little bit of a background about IG itself. I'm going to spend the bulk of the talk talking about the technology itself, some of the architectural decisions we've made. And then I'm going to finish off by just talking about a bit more about kind of the improvements we've been seeing. So I thought before I dive too far into it, and obviously we've already had 2 talks on micro-frontends, so I won't spend too long on this, but I really like this description from Cam Jackson. So micro-frontends is an architectural style where independently deliverable front-end applications are composed into a greater whole. So you're taking a bunch of smaller apps and composing them in a way that clients at the end experience them as one application. So without further ado, let's get into the bit about IG. So IG is a financial services fintech based in London. And our bread and butter is producing trading platforms like this one you can see on the right-hand side of the screen right now. And this trading platform you can see on the right-hand side is what we've been starting to unpick and pull out and divide into independently deployable micro-frontends. And you can see that it's got this really nice paneled separate UI kind of structure, which makes it a really good candidate for splitting out into separate sections. So IG's web trading platform is not new. It's, I guess, 6 or 7 years old now. And it started as a set of separate repositories that were linked together with NPM and came together to produce the web trading platform. So the issue with this is great. We had lots of advantages of that. We had a really nice explicit dependency tree, but we also had some challenges. Namely, that the way we split up this technology meant that if you wanted to deliver a feature, you'd be raising multiple pull requests and getting them merged and updating. That's probably quite a familiar story. So what we decided to do is take all this code and put it into a monolithic application. So just had the benefits that we only had to raise 1 pull request, which was great. But as the application grew, we started to fall foul of some of the typical challenges you get with big monolithic applications. Our build time started to go up, and we started to end up with these quite complicated sort of implicit dependency trees where we didn't know what was going on and started to end up with a little bit of a code soup. So it's starting to feel a little bit Goldilocks-y. We had sort of too hot, too cold, and we were looking for the perfect bowl of like proverbial porridge. So what we did was move this monolithic application and start to migrate it to a mono repo. So this was great because we had some of the advantages of our separated code base and some of the advantages of our monolithic code base. So we had explicit dependencies again. We had technology freedom, so any of our packages could be in any framework we wanted. We still only had that single PR per feature. That was a real benefit of the monolith. And by having these packages again, we can have kind of a natural separation of concerns. We did have one sort of big outstanding thing that was kind of not perfect with this model, and that was a bottleneck with this platform release. And this was fine when we only had kind of a single team working on the application. That could be managed and people could go into sort of a release queue. But as we started to, as you'll see, we started to move towards a multi-team model, and this becomes a bigger problem. And with that, I just want to take a little tangent to talk about team structure IG, because it's really an important backdrop to why we're introducing this micro-front-end architecture. So IGs traditionally had kind of a horizontal team structure, and by that, if you view your stack as being vertical front to back, our teams tend to be split across technologies. So you can see on the diagram here, you can see our front end, which is kind of our three parts of our monolithic front end in red. It's responsible. Our web platform team is responsible for that. And then we have a collection of middleware, API teams, data teams, and a collection of other sort of back-end teams responsible for other services in IG that keep that web trading platform up and running. So some really good advantages of this. We had really strong ownership of code bases. So people tend to work on a single or a few small code bases. And we had really strong tribes of specialists. So, if you were a front-ender, you'd work with all of the other front-enders on this web platform team. So that's great. But it came with some challenges. Features require a lot of cross-team communication. If I had a feature that spanned the full stack, you can see from this diagram that you've got at least 3 teams, even if it's a really simple example. And as a result of that, the architecture that we produced to solve problems often reflected teams that are geographically or culturally close to each other, rather than probably the right solution to the problem. So in order to help try and mitigate these problems, we've started to move towards a vertical product team model aligned to kind of journeys or business domains. And we got some great advantages of this. So as a result, we're having much reduced cross-team collaboration and much better team autonomy. So teams could own a feature from front to back and own the full delivery of that feature. But you can still see here the boxes I've got in red represent the sort of front-end application. And that bottleneck of that front-end release is now starting to become a really big problem. Because these teams now can make changes across their full stack except for their front end, where they've got to join a big release queue and wait until someone decides that it's ready for this web trading platform to be released. So how do we solve this? I'm sure you'll be unsurprised by when I say it's micro front ends, but let's talk technology. So our tech stack for this, we're using single SPA as kind of as a framework to help provide and manage our kind of interfaces and our APIs between our micro front ends and our host application. Using System.js to orchestrate and manage our modules along with import maps. We use a CI. I've put CI tool here. We use a combination of Jenkins, Bamboo, and GitLab. But this is basically to manage kind of import map orchestration. So there's a shared kind of JSON file that provides a link between the host application and the micro front ends. And there's some challenges around concurrency and how that shared resource is orchestrated. And I'll go on in a bit more detail to talk about that. These certainly aren't the only ways you can solve micro front end problems. So good old fashioned iframes are a great solution if you just want to be able to have separate applications really quickly. System.js has a great alternative in the form of Webpack module federation. And our kind of custom CI tool, there's an alternative that single SPA produces called import map deployer, which does many of the same things that our sort of CI solution does. So going on to talk about a little bit about our architecture. So I'm going to use these 3 fake teams in my example, and on the right-hand side, this kind of fake web application. So we have our host team responsible for our platform itself. Then we've got our blue team, which is responsible for these 2 blue micro front ends, and then our red team responsible for that red micro front end. So obviously we've got these separate teams, we've got these separate applications, but we need a way for them to be able to link together so that ultimately they can all be rendered on that host application, that host platform. And the way we do that is by having a shared resource that sits in the host team's remit called import maps. So as you can imagine, with the exception of the import maps themselves, all of our applications have a fairly standard sort of CI/CD process. So they go through tests and security gating and linting, etc. And once we're happy with that, we deploy them, in our case, to AWS S3. But we still need a way for our micro-frontend teams to tell our import map repository that there's been an update. And the way we do that is by having a separate CI box that runs and is attached to the import map repository, running a tool that we've simply named import map updater. And this is kind of IG's secret sauce when it comes to our kind of micro front-end architecture, our kind of solution. So the way this works is that when our micro front-end teams update one of their applications, they also trigger an update to this CI box with some config, which represents kind of the change they're going to make. And this computes what the new import map should look like. It uploads that to S3, and it also commits it back to the import map repository so that the next team that does it gets an updated thing. And this also manages kind of concurrency and makes sure that we're never trying to update the import map from multiple places at once. So I've talked quite a lot and I've shown quite a lot of diagrams. So I'm going to dive into a little bit of code and hopefully that'll help illuminate anything that's not clear as of yet. So I'm hoping this is going to, you might just have to drag this across. Okay, that's cool. I'll drag this across and I'll drag across the other. Oh no, that's there. Okay, great, cool. Bear with me because I'm going to have to try and type this without being able to see two screens. So is this big enough? Can you guys see this? Yeah, all good? Great, cool. So I've got a big speaker in front of me here, so I'll try my best to see this screen here. I will start. So let's start with the. I'm gonna move around here, I think. Let's start. So starting with kind of the folder structure. I'm using Turbo Repo for this, which is a little plug for. I hadn't used it before this, and it's awesome. But I've essentially got multiple different teams here. So we've got our blue team, and inside that they're responsible for our Navy micro front end and our Sky micro front end. We've got a host team, which is responsible for our host, that kind of platform application, and our shared import map code base. We've got our red team, which is responsible for our maroon micro front end. And then we've got our sort of secret sauce, that import map updater. So before I go too much into making some changes, which we will do, I just want to show you how this import map shared repository kind of works. So as I said, it's just a glorified JSON. It's just key value pairs. That's what the import map is. So here we've got a single import map called app.json, and this is what is used by default. So if a user visits our app in production, this is the import map that will be loaded, and whatever the versions of the micro front ends that are in here, that's what will be loaded in our production application. We also have the ability to create sort of pre-release import maps to allow teams to test their changes in situ in the host application prior to them being live to any clients, and we'll show that as well. So the way this works is this package depends on our import map updater, and it just exposes a few commands, so a release command and a pre-release command, and it provides just a link to that kind of production import map, which is kind of our source of truth for where the code sits. So before I go into the actual live coding, there's one more bit of this import map update I want to show you. So I've already shown you this release and pre-release. I just want to show you this. I just want to show you this trigger command. So this is a tool to enable micro front-end teams to more easily trigger updates. So in this case, it's fairly trivial. It runs a command in a particular workspace. In this slightly contrived demo, that's all it does. In our actual case, it triggers a remote build via REST API and manages things like authentication, all that sort of stuff for you. So let's go and actually make some changes to these code bases. I will. God, I can hardly see what this says. Okay. you guys can all see this fine. Obviously my site's just awful. What I want here. So, our Navy micro-frontend. So I'm going to show you the actual application, which is here. It's fairly uninspired at the moment, but hopefully it'll give you a good example of what's going on. And we're going to make changes to this Navy micro-frontend here. So in our Navy micro-frontend, we've got a few different things we want to look at. We've got two entry points here. We've got a Navy micro-frontend and we've got a beta version. And I've written these two entry points to essentially expose these two different root components. And for the sake of the demo, this represents kind of checking out a new branch and making changes on that branch will be this changes to this beta component, and then you can think of changes to this core root component as what would happen when you merge back to the trunk and kind of apply it to our master branch. So the first thing I'm going to do is make changes on a feature branch. So let's just make an update here. So if I save that, we'll get no changes immediately. But what we can then do is we can then run a pre-release command to test those changes in situ in the host application as if we were clients. So the way I do that is I can just run yarn run post version. Gonna hope I can remember all my commands off by heart. That's pretty good. So all that does is just run this pre-release TypeScript file. And all that does is compute sort of a key value pair of changed things and call that trigger pre-release function I showed you from the import map updater before. And hopefully if it's all worked well, where am I? Successfully, oh, sorry, I'm running the wrong thing. That's fine. I'm gonna run yarn run pre-release. That's fine. So sorry, I was supposed to run yarn run pre-release, which runs that pre-release step. And what we see here is a new micro-frontend, a new import map being produced. And you should be able to see here, this Navy micro-frontend now references MFE beta. So if I go back into our application and add a query param to our application, I think I do this, yeah. So you can see that we can use a query param to test our change in situ in the application. You can run automated tests against this, however you want to verify your changes prior to it ever being live in production to any actual clients. So going back, if we're happy with this change, we can then go and apply that change to our kind of to our master branch. We can merge it into our trunk. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to copy this and I'm going to quote unquote merge it. And when we merge our changes, what we're going to want to do after that is tag our code base and release it. So that's exactly what we'll do. We'll do yarn version minor. So hopefully that should do that, and we should get a new we'll get a new release as well. So hopefully I'm depending on the version in my Webpack config, hence the not hot reload. So if I have a look at my app now, we should be able to see that our Navy micro-frontend is now version 1.8.0, whereas previously it was 1.7.0. So we've tagged the version and we've now updated that production import map. And so when we go back to our application, you'll see that because I've stopped serving the 1.7.0, it's no longer working. Right. I actually can't read this. Can someone tell me where when I hit the end of the localhost? Keep going. Keep going. One more. Yeah? Okay. Okay, great, cool. See, we love a bit of audience participation. Okay, so now you can see here that we've got our Navy micro-frontend, and we've got our update applied, and we're now on version 1.8.0, which is awesome. So I want to show you one more thing before I stop demoing and go back to some slides. So compared to the example on the slide, you can probably see that there's a big gap on the top right of the web page here. That's because we're missing our kind of Sky micro front end. So let's go ahead and show you the process of actually adding a new micro front end, because it's also a fairly straightforward process. So what I'll do now is I'll cd into our Sky micro front end, and our Sky micro front end has pretty much exactly the same structure as our Navy micro front end. It's still got the same 2 steps. Now, when you're introducing a new micro front end, you can update your production import map without any worry, and that's part of what our kind of import map updater gives us, is that we're safe in the knowledge that we've not got any human error associated with our import map updates, and we know they're safe and they're only ever going to add things. And if you're adding a currently not used micro front end, it's not going to make any changes to the app. So that's exactly what I'm going to do now. So now that's done, you should be able to see in our production import map, you can see this Sky micro front end has now found its way in. But if we go to our actual web page, you can see that's still not live to anyone. And this is because we need to make one change to our host application just to recognize where we're actually going to render it. So let's do that. So in our host application, we need to first register our micro front end, and this just uses register application from single SPA, and we just need to make sure we name it and we tell it where to import from, which in our case is the same name, which is great. And then the last thing we need to do is tell it where to render. And one of the ways we can do that is by providing this very specific ID called single SPA application. And we just need to provide the name of the micro front end. In our case, Sky micro front end. So if we dive back to the application now and do a little refresh, you should see our Sky micro front end has come in and loaded, and now it's loaded into the application. We can go through the same process that we would have done with the Navy micro front end and do updates however many times we want without ever touching the host application. So diving back to the slides, I've talked kind of very positively, and Ruben's covered this a lot more detail than I will, but I want to just answer the question of should I use micro front ends? And this is by no means an exhaustive list of questions, but hopefully it's a good starting point for understanding whether or not it's appropriate to use micro front ends in your organization or in your applications. So starting off, is your application sufficiently large? There's no hard and fast rule for this, but do you think you have a big code base? If the answer is no, then you probably don't want to be using micro front ends. They're probably not the right thing for you. If the answer is yes, there's 2 more questions I want you to ask yourselves. Do you have multiple teams contributing? And do you want to incrementally adopt a new technology? If the answer to both of those questions is no, then again, micro front ends probably aren't the right thing to you. But if you answer yes to one of those questions and your application is sufficiently large, then micro front ends might be something you want to consider as a potential solution for your use cases. And if you do decide to use micro front ends, choosing a good micro front end candidate is kind of the $1 million question. If you get this wrong, you'll have all the organizational and technical overhead with none of the benefits. And we at IG are still learning how to do this, but we've developed a few rules of thumb on what makes a good micro front end candidate. So firstly, make sure you split up by domain, and I'm pretty sure Ruben already covered this, but make sure you're trying to split up by business domain, a business journey, think login or depositing money, something that a user can do and you can deliver complete features within. Secondly, don't pick components that are too small. Things like button groups and tabs and lists on their own are much more appropriate to be in a shared component library, and actually, a shared design system is actually really valuable for micro front end architecture anyway. And thirdly, don't pick things that depend on a lot of context. If you're providing huge amounts of contextual information to your micro front end, odds are it's either too small and it should encapsulate that contextual information, or it may be that it's just not appropriate to be a micro front end because it's so specific to that particular use case. So jumping back to IG's web trading platform, I want to just square a few places that are good and a few places that are bad micro-frontends. So this help and support panel, this is a good micro-frontend. It's the sort of thing that represents a specific user journey, a domain. It can load its own data. It's not too small, and it doesn't depend on an awful lot of contextual information. Similarly, this popular markets list is kind of a list of data that can load its own data. And again, it's not too small. It doesn't depend on a lot of context. Conversely, these little group of tabs in the top right, they're just way too small and just are not appropriate to be a micro-frontend. And perhaps slightly more controversially, this panel on the left-hand side, in our use case, just isn't appropriate micro-frontend. And the reason for this is it's probably big enough, and it's got kind of an independent UI, but the challenge is that it cross-cuts a huge amount of business domains, which means you'd have loads of different teams constantly trying to make changes to it and just sort of falling over each other. And this is probably more appropriate to try and solve this using kind of a collection of APIs. So I just want to finish off by talking about how we're improving. And this is, I've got to admit, a little bit of a sales pitch on how great we're finding micro-frontends. So basically, it's making us faster, happier, and better. Which sounds pretty great, right? Faster in the sense that teams are only having to test and build small independent applications. And we've got a massively reduced need for cross-team interaction. So we've got much easier feature delivery. Happier. If you give developers control of technology and control of feature delivery, they're going to be happier. And as a result, you're going to find it easier to hire because that kind of happiness just comes across in the interviewing process. On top of that, those small code bases make it easier to refactor, easier to test, and it also makes it easier to validate changes with things like A/B testing. And finally, better. Small micro-frontends, brilliant. IG, we're really excited about where they're leading our enterprise, but we certainly don't know everything there is to know about them, and we'd love to get feedback and get people's thoughts. So please do get in touch. And everyone likes a shameless plug at the end, right? All the code's available on my GitHub. Come and follow me on Twitter. I do occasionally tweet interesting things. And if you have any questions that can't solve on GitHub and doesn't seem to be on my Twitter, you can always email me there as well. And that's it. That's all I've got.
Terrifyingly, that you've been speaking for 10, 12 years? This was Alex's first in-person talk. It's wonderfully intimidating. If anybody has any questions for him or positive heckles, come and bother him afterwards.
Not negative heckles, so don't bother with them.
Oh, yeah, no, keep those on the inside.
micro-frontends and 3 reasons why I should avoid micro-frontends.
One each? Okay. I guess I'll go first then. So I'll do one good and one bad, and then we can all do one good and one bad. So I'll start with the bad. They're a massive increase in complexity normally of your build pipelines, of your processes. They can make things more challenging for that. Conversely, I think my good point is, and I think the strongest point for micro-frontends is that in the right situation, they can really give teams freedom that they couldn't have otherwise in terms of their delivery.
Okay, let's start with the good one. Independent deployments. That's the main reason. So you can deploy independently, and you don't need to coordinate. So that's the main benefit of using micro-frontends. The bad one, I'll say, I had it in my mind right now. The bad one, my talk was about bad things, and I can't remember any bad things about micro-frontends anymore because it's probably a bit late. But I will say if you don't need them. So if you're going to use them and you don't need them, that's bad. So just make sure that you need it and that you're trying to solve a problem, because if you don't, then it will be really bad for you.
Thank you. So if I'm going to be always the last one, that's going to make my life much difficult. But I think one reason for not using micro-frontends is this is about architecture. And there are 2 components to it. There are people and there are code, or there is code. Like, if you have very few people, then it doesn't make sense to use micro-frontends. So what is a good thing about micro-frontends? I think if you implement them properly, you will have loosely coupled code, which is nice because it's not spaghetti code, which tends to happen sometimes in monoliths. Yeah.
I hope I answer your question. And by the way, I'm Max. Hi there. I'm gonna helping out this little chitty chat session in the next half an hour-ish. So feel free to grab a beer, listen to us, and join us in the conversation. So some of you are already with a beer in their hands. I'm a principal engineer at DAZN. I've been fiddling around with micro-frontends for a few years now. And my role here today is to have these lovely gentlemen here to discuss about pros and cons, or question exactly like our friend started this session about micro-frontends. But I want to start with probably the most important thing. And this is the first question when I'm going to ask you, all of you. So raise your hands. Who thinks micro-frontend should have a dash in between of the name? Dash in between? 1, 2, 3, 4. Fair enough. 4. Who thinks there shouldn't be any dash whatsoever? Okay. 4 versus 1. Fair enough. But now let's move to the more serious stuff. One of the key aspects of micro-frontend and everything to me is how do we explain and how do we make sure that a new joiner can understand what's going on and can be as much as possible hands-on straight away as soon as possible. So from a new joiner point of view, I'm going to ask each of these guys, how is your process for a new joiner? Is it very much overwhelming because there are like 200 micro-frontends, or is it maybe a little bit better than a monolith for reason X, Y, or Z? I'm going to start in chronological order, so maybe.
Thank you. I don't want to say it depends, but I get to say that, sorry. Okay. I think if done nicely, the onboarding is easier because the idea is to reduce the cognitive load and what things teams need to focus on. However, that's an idea. You need to execute the idea. If your execution is poor, then you end up with something complicated and teams need to learn a lot of things. And then the onboarding is bad.
Right. So I'll say it's good from the, it's less code to look at and you know where things are instead of massive code base that you no idea where everything is. But at the same time, you have a massive bunch of things that you might not need, but you might need at some point. I think it's a paradigm shift. So it is easier from that perspective, but also it's harder because you need to now, instead of thinking in one place where you go to find things, you need to think about multiple things. So it's a different way of doing things, which for some people might be harder than other people. Other people will be like, it's harder to make sense of this because it's too many. So yeah, it depends.
And we had only 2 it depends for the night and they are all gone. So no more it depends.
Well, it kind of depends. Yeah. So I think the big thing for me, and it's something that we're certainly still learning at IG. We're still quite early on in our kind of micro front-ends journey, but I think the way to do it well is to have sort of multiple levels. I think you talked about having things, when you first come in, it can be daunting. If you're looking at this huge monolith, you just can't understand the application, you can't understand what's going on. I think from a point of view, you can look at 90% of the code and go, okay, this is just a normal React or Vue or Svelte or vanilla JavaScript application. You can go, okay, I understand this, and it's just this little API, this little interface that's still a little bit fuzzy to me, and kind of these build tools are a little bit fuzzy to me. But the point is you can provide it in levels. So you can provide, here's the code base, here's what you can get to grips with. Now you understand this, now let's understand how this API, this interface works. Now let's understand this. And I think, again, it depends because you do it badly and it's just overwhelming. But if you set it up correctly and set up the way you split your applications correctly, you can provide people with kind of consumable amounts of content when they join.
Thank you. So there is some similarities here. So code base is smaller, so the amount, can we count lines of code to read for a single person is lower, which is good, but there is more. And that more sometimes is spread, that more sometimes is in another repo, sometimes is another company. So quite interesting. I want to stay on the people side, this time with a slightly different look. One thing that many have faced, or you will have to face, is that, okay, I think that micro-frontends are a good idea for my company, and I would like to introduce them. How do I sell that idea to upper management, a CEO, a CTO even? How do we sell? Maybe you got some stories to share, some little ideas that other people can use when they want to convince someone that micro-frontends, after gone through the fantastic diagram, by the way, that they are a good idea. I'm going to start with
next. Right. How to convince? I mean, I said in my presentation, you're going to get pushback. People will be like, no, this is going to be too hard. So you need to start with where you want to be in the future. So you can say, if we continue like we are today and we want to hire more developers, then it's going to become more and more difficult. If you want to improve this, and in 12 months or 2 years or whatever timeline you want to set, we want to scale and get more agile, more in terms of deploying more frequently, etc., then we need to do something about it. And one option is, micro-frontends might help us in this case. So I will say a lot of metrics, a lot of analytics in terms of how long it's taking, how the problem is, and where we want to be in the future. Alex.
Thank you. I think at the end of the day, we all alluded to this. This is a complicated journey. Like, this is going to be tough. This is complex architecture, so you will need support. You will need engineering hours there. So you're going to need, some sponsors for this. And I think the way to sell this, in my experience, is to link it to current companies' goals. Right? If you use things like OKRs or things like that, where, and then, for instance, in my experience in a previous company, deployments were not very frequent, and one of the goals was to get into CI/CD. And so for me saying, this gets us closer to CI/CD, and they were like, okay, let's talk, right? And so basically link, and actually an interesting story about that is that it worked until some other team managed to bring the monolith to CI/CD, so that was not a good argument anymore for me to say we're going to bring micro-frontends because of this. But then you realize that there were other problems, like in that they were created because of the CI/CD work. Like it took too long to deploy. So we are like, okay, but if we break up the monolith, then we'll reduce costs, and the feedback loop will be faster. And so at the end, you just need to link the outcome of this architecture to some business outcome that is already there. So you don't need to make up anything. It's just, you have that problem, this solves this problem, and adapt over time.
Thank you. Over to Alex.
Yeah, I don't really have much more to add than what you two said, to be honest. The only thing I'd say is for us, it's certainly been, it's all about, like you guys said, it's all about the outcome. It's not about saying, you're not walking into a board meeting with a bunch of business people and saying, micro-frontends, you're saying, let's drive this organizational change, which means we can deliver software, deliver our product in the way we want to deliver it in a better way for everyone. And one of the tools we can use to get there is micro-frontends. And I think that's the way you always want to try and frame it.
Thank you very much. So we had align to business value, put that into regular flow of work, like OKRs or something which is structured in your company, but also, and it's quite important to think about it. We saw that in probably 3 of the talk as well, to see micro-frontend as a tool to solve a problem, not as the idea by itself. That's not a solution by itself. And I want to start with Alex this time, because someone mentioned CI/CD, so I'm jumping on that train. And personally, from the experience in the zone, CI/CD for micro-frontends was quite crucial. That crucial that we actually started from CI/CD, and then we actually built the app that we're running through that CI/CD. What's your experience with CI/CD, and which level of importance did it have for micro-frontend journey?
Yeah, so for us, it's massively important. And I think one of the big things we wanted to do is we were trying to be prescriptive about the ultimate result we wanted to get to, and prescriptive about how we created the interfaces between our sort of host applications and our micro-frontends. But one of the things we didn't want to do is to hamstring teams into saying, okay, you have to use this tool, and you have to approach it this way, and you have to do this. We tried to set up, I talked about this kind of import map up data. We tried to set up a really kind of light touch approach to what they're required to add to their CI/CD pipeline. So we expect them to build, a certain type of bundle. In our case, this is like a System.js output, like library target. But beyond that, all they have to do is be able to trigger that, and they can run their CI/CD in whatever way that they want to do. We have teams that have their own mono repos of micro-frontends, which they then publish. We have teams that have all their micro-frontends in separate repositories. It really depends how people want to approach it. So we were prescriptive where we had to be, but tried not to hamstring teams into approaching problems in a certain way.
I'm just going to add that small thing which I think could help. It's quite interesting also to understand, if you have an example, which kind of freedom does your team have, your teams have, in terms of, can I write a pipeline from scratch and decide everything I've got here? Which are the boundaries? Are you imposing to everyone the same CI/CD pipeline?
I'll say this one is a tricky one because you want to enable that culture of automation. So you don't want them to start from scratch every single time they create a new application. But at the same time, you need to give that freedom for them to modify it. So I wouldn't say go start from scratch and do completely different CI/CD, because you need to come up with something generic for the company, something that works for the company. So I'll say start with a template, make it easier for people to create the CI/CD automatically, like just a template, you create a pull request, and you have all the CI/CD created, like infrastructure of code and all that stuff. But then also, if someone wants to make a change, then give them an opportunity to make the change.
Yeah, so I think you can build a great app if you don't deploy it. Doesn't exist, right? So CI/CD, you need to really factor that in the architecture. And what I've observed in the places that I work with is that sometimes or front-end engineers don't really care that much about the CI/CD, right? So we like to write UIs. And so if you tell them now, oh, you're autonomous, now you take care of the CI/CD, it's you're going to slow them down. So what I've seen that works is that when you plan for this micro-frontends architecture, you need, and I think why we all, so I saw this idea in all the presentations, you need some sort of platform team, someone who's going to take care of cross-cutting concerns, and CI/CD is one of those. So then, yes, so the teams are autonomous, and if they want to use other things, they can use. But I don't think if you solve that problem for all of them, I don't think they will want to really get into CI/CD, in my experience.
Thank you very much. So takeaways are CI/CD, very, very important. Everyone told you, actually warned you, you will spend time on that, serious time. That was one of the suggestions why not to use micro-frontend. CI/CD is in that list. And second, which kind of freedom do we give to our teams? The overall approach seems to be some freedom and some guidelines, guardrails, something that the team have space to move into, but at the end of the day, there has to be some commonalities via a platform team that offers some common services or something similar in your company. And I think, Ruben, you mentioned the template, the templating solution, which is fantastic, and reminds me about the fact of what happens from a developer when that person wants to actually develop on a micro-frontend. So we enter the world of the developer experience. I'm on my terminal, I am on my IDE. How and how much your company or you personally invested into making that process as painless as possible for the developers? And slightly separate question, does your company have a DX or DevX team?
Okay, go first. Yeah, so the templates and the developer experience is very important. So I'll say templates is a good start. So especially because micro-frontends, you can just create a new one, and it's like a process that has to be repeated. So you don't want to be reinventing the wheel. So code generators are really useful. Code modes are also very useful. So the code generators is not just the repository, it's also all the tooling, it's also all the CI/CD, making sure that when you start a new one, you don't have to create everything from scratch. Otherwise, it's going to be too much overhead. In terms of from experience, if we had a DX team or, well, not my new company, my previous company, I think there was like, there should be a team, like a platform team that was, I belonged to that team before. So where you just need to make sure that the developer experience is looked after, and also the engineering excellence. So developer experience is what people want. I want you to make my job easier. But the other side is we want you as developers to have a high quality, make sure that you deploy the apps in the right way, or that you give them some guidelines, some guide rails on how to operate. Because again, if I use the example of that website that looked really weird because it had so many things on it, that also happens with developer experience. If you leave the developers to do their own thing, and everyone will be doing the same thing. So you need some sort of guidance, not too restrictive, use a balance, let them do what they need to do, but also give them some proper tools to do that. Oh.
Yeah, just same as that really. I think it's about a set of easy defaults that people can take out of the box, and that can be where they start. So you can start without a huge amount of overhead and sensible guardrails. I think finding the balance between those two is not always super easy, but you want to, if you can give people an easy starter and some guardrails that is hard for them to break, that makes developers able to feel free and be their most creative and their most capable, really.
Thank you.
If your company doesn't have this notion of developer experience, engineering productivity, all those things, forget about micro-frontends, right? Because I'll say it again, it's a lot of work, right, to get started. So you want to automate, to make, you know, like you're going to be in a very nice place once you overcome, you know, this cliff of, you know, all these problems about CI and so on. So like developer experience is critical. If your company doesn't have the culture, if you don't have already a you know, DX or some FedEx front-end developer experience, whatever, don't get into micro-frontends because otherwise you, yeah, teams won't be productive and then it's gonna fire back, yeah.
I like to call this, and my friend Jonathan here, we like to call this DevOps, you know, like dev operations, front-end operations. Yes, Jonathan, you're there. So yeah, you need a team that is specialized on, you know, tooling and making sure that the teams are successful. So dev operations for the win. Yeah.
I'm definitely gonna steal that from now on. One key takeaway that we are all saying here is that DevOps or DX, not DevOps, DX is playing a very important part. If you don't have it, make sure you allocate time, resources, and engineering mindset in order to have something like that. If you come from the backend world, imagine that launching one microservice on your laptop or launching 200 of them. That's not exactly the same thing to actually build up. I want to move to something slightly different now and thinking about one of the key aspects that we saw in all of the 3 talks is the autonomy that we want to give to a team. One of the core ideas, why do I want micro-frontend, is because you want teams to autonomously develop, to autonomously deploy their code in production. In my personal experience, that autonomy, at the Zone at least, led to a situation where there was too much autonomy. So we managed to separate those areas, independent deployment, independent development, independent everything, that we had 6, 7 teams working on front end that they were not talking with each other. So is that mission accomplished? Is that funny result of micro-frontends? I wanted to ask you, have you got this problem? Or if you don't have it, it's fine. It could be, no, I don't have it. Or we do X, Y, and Z to share knowledge across teams, even though they are fairly independent code-wise. Gonna start with Alex.
Yeah, so like I said, we're kind of early on in the process, but it's something we've already started thinking about. We've had a lot of silos sort of in the other direction in the past, so I think it's something we're really conscious of. And taking Ruby's example of the world's worst website where nothing's consistent and nothing's the same, I think you can almost start helping with those silos by creating those essential shared design systems, shared libraries, because I think those are the sort of things that as a collection of teams are contributing to. And it's great to have, you know, tribes and communities where you're bringing together experts from different teams, different areas to try and break down those silos. But I think often giving them a shared goal, which might be, you know, advancing a design system or producing some sort of shared resources. I think we're trying to encourage, particularly with the design system, something that lots of people can work on, and that naturally is trying to bring developers together. So I think that's where we're starting. I'm sure we'll come up against other challenges going forward, but I think that's kind of our starting point, is to try and create a central goal.
Thank you.
So you asked about previous experience with this. Yeah, so my previous company, we had that problem. And even before micro-frontends, the company is big, so they had features built in silos. And there are people just building the same thing over and over again. But again, this is not a problem with micro-frontends. It's a problem of governance of the company. If you don't have a consistent design system, if you use micro-frontends or don't use them, you will have a problem where people are not communicating, and then there is like duplication, and there is also an inconsistent user experience. So micro-frontends probably will highlight that, but if it's fine only until it becomes a problem. So it's fine if they are happy deploying independently, the experience looks okay, that's fine. When it becomes a problem is when you start having communication issues. But there shouldn't be too many communication issues because the idea of Micro-Frontends is you remove the need for communication. So if you're communicating too much, then probably something that's not right anyway. But if you start having like communication breakdown and the experience is not consistent, then again, you need someone like at the top of the Micro-Frontend architecture, just making sure that the different pieces work together anyway. If you look at microservices, this is the thing, Micro-Frontends, the problem is we have one common dependency that cannot be removed. That is browser. You all have to come back to the browser, whereas with microservices, they're very containerized and then you can just communicate and that's fine. The problem is they need to come together in the browser to make something look good. So there's still something, you cannot be 100% independent. You still need some sort of small coordination, not too much.
So it was about silos and previous experiences, right? I don't have that much experience with Micro-Frontends where I experienced silos because of the Micro-Frontends. In the previous workplace, we had silos and nothing to do with Micro-Frontends. And I actually tried to remove those silos. We knew we had silos and we thought it was bad. But then I actually realized that they are not always bad. Like, why a silo is bad? Like, if you had to focus on a very specific task and you didn't want any distraction, you would want to be in a silo, right? Like, you just focus on that. So, like, if you really organize your domains and your streams so well that they don't really need to talk with other ones, I mean, why is that bad, right? Like, yes, you want to maybe share knowledge, and maybe if one team is using Solid.js, maybe the other teams should also use it, but I think that's a different problem, and don't have maybe to solve it yourself. You could, they can go to conferences like here and realize those things. So I actually think that it's kind of a goal to organize your teams in a way that they actually don't need to interact much with other teams. And in my experience, in my previous company, I think we try to kind of remove silos where really were not important, and we missed other communications. Like, there were some teams that were communicating too much, which was also bad, and we were focusing on those who were actually not communicating much, which actually was not that bad. So yeah, that's my takeaway.
I think it's a really good point to counter back my initial question with, is it that bad that two teams are not talking with each other? Isn't that actually part of the goal of Micro-Frontends to create that? Probably the answer is yes. So find your balance into that, and also figure it out that if two teams are not talking to each other, that could be a good news for you. Almost at the end. If you got any question, feel free to raise your hand, wave, or start jumping, so we can ask these lovely gentlemen here whatever question you have in your mind. And speaking about teams, I think I'm personally curious to understand how are the teams working on the front end, on the Micro-Frontends in your company, or maybe your previous one. How are they composed? Is that like one team, or is that maybe 2 or 200 teams? And who is responsible for what? Like, you have one platform-ish team and another one which are more stream-aligned. So I wanted to understand how your front-end teams are composed in relation to Micro-Frontends. I'm going to start with Alex.
I don't have a good answer for that. My experience with Micro-Frontends is 1 year, more or less. So I can tell you the beginning of the journey and things that didn't work well, rather than what you should do. As we said, you probably need a platform team. In my previous company, we were a very bottom-up organization where teams would make their own decisions. And we didn't have like a clear direction on the front end, and we had Micro-Frontends, or we were trying to bring Micro-Frontends. So in my opinion, it created in the end some chaotic, like a front end, like, you know, different teams would do very different things, and it can also be dangerous in this like area where you are very autonomous. So I would say spend time thinking of your teams, right? Like, you know, there are going to be teams working on features, and there are going to be teams working on cross-cutting concerns. Think of all that beforehand, and if also you see that things don't work, take action quickly, because otherwise it can get very chaotic. So yeah, that's my what not to do.
Right. In terms of teams, I like to invoke the Conway's law. That's the easy answer. It's basically your technology and systems will just mirror your organizational structure. Luca likes to do the reverse maneuver, Conway maneuver, where your organization will just produce some technology. I'm not allowed to say it depends anymore. So I'll say your team will basically mirror your processes. The number of teams, especially important is that the teams own a micro-frontend. And the problem is when one team has too many micro-frontends, that's a bit meh. Or when you have just like multiple teams and they're still working on micro-frontends across boundaries. That's probably not good anyway. So yeah, again, it will mirror, just Conway's law, it will mirror your technology, mirror just your organization.
Like just to add something, I found another thing that not to do. In my in a previous employer, we had this. We broke teams into two groups, and we're like the app where our users would spend time, and the app where organizers would spend time, right? And that was like this this split. And it was always this boundary, like it was very hard to cross. Like even as a staff engineer, you would be in either of the two sides of the boundary. But the interesting thing is that teams in one side would also manipulate code on the other side, because at the end of the day, like if I want a user to use a given feature, maybe the organizer needs to enable that. And then, you know, bringing Conway's law here, it took us, I mean, like, I don't know if they ever changed that, but in that company, but it was clearly a mistake. Like we created an artificial boundary because maybe the business thought that, you know, the organizer is one type of person and the user is another one. But then teams were trying to go through that boundary, and that was really, really tough. So yeah, Conway's law could be a good use here.
Thank you. And you had two Conway laws to use, and you used both of them. So you cannot invoke Conway law, but that was a very good point. So how teams are structured for around micro-frontends?
Yeah, so I'm going to keep saying the same thing over and over, which is we're still in the process of doing so, but we're looking really at having kind of a core platform team, and then spinning up these kind of vertical, stream-aligned, domain-aligned teams, however you want to describe it. And the idea is to spin them up slowly according to business needs. And it may be that those teams have a single micro front end. It may be those teams are responsible for 2 or 3, but the idea is they'd never be responsible for, we'd never create micro front ends that didn't already have a team that had a remit to use them. I think that's our real strong takeaway. But yeah, I mean, what these guys have said is good. Basically, similar sort of pattern.
Thank you very much. And I think, to be honest, the journey of micro-frontend, as a lot of other things, is not like something that you completed. In our experience at DAZN, we defined the boundary across business domain as it was suggested in these talks. And then 1 year later, we figured out that actually the boundaries weren't that perfect the first time. So we iterate over that, and we actually slightly changed the boundaries. So as a final question, I wanted to ask you a little story or something that is related to micro-frontend. So know that maybe you have a little bit of time to think about it. I'm gonna start. So you have time to think about a little story. In DAZN, we did launch micro-frontends, and I was in the core team, our abstraction layer team, which is called Bootstrap. And basically, we launched a couple of micro-frontends, but the teams that were responsible for those micro-frontends were still pretty new to the concept. And I was super happy to discover one day that a single team actually deployed their micro-frontend 3 or 4 times on the same day, and I had no clue that that was happening. And I was actually very happy because that was the final goal of being independent. I was the principal engineer leading that and being with eyes everywhere on that project, and I had no clue that that team actually deployed so many times. And I was like, yes, we did it, that works. That was the moment of joy. Who wants to start?
I thought you were saying, but they were doing it wrong or something. Good for you. That's a good story. Well, I already gave one story. The 70 modules in a row deployment, micro-frontends in deployment, that was true. 70. That was a true story. So they came to me and say, oh, it's taking too long, the deployment. You just have to deploy 70 micro-frontends in one row. It's like, you're doing it wrong. I mean, this is no. Another story is reusing, similar to what Alex said, like intranet versus internet applications, that you want to reuse some of that, like, oh, the intranet application has these modules that some of the internal users and then the customer facing have similar. We want to reuse it, and then that will cause so many problems. So reuse is a topic that probably don't talk about it once micro-frontends are a bit more mature, but reusing is a nice side effect, but some people think that micro-frontends are about reuse. In real life, from my experience, man, that is even harder than implementing micro-frontends. So there you go. Alex.
Thank you. What's my story? I worked really hard in a company building this micro-frontends framework. We had a team, platform team, building this framework. It was a great team, it was amazing. We really enjoyed it. We built a great framework. As I was saying before, in this company, we had boundaries between business units, if you like, and in my business unit, we had the monolith. We were responsible for the monolith of the company, so we tried to apply that framework for many months. And we built, I think, when I left on production, we had 3 micro-frontends on production in that monolith. And I left the company, I was very disappointed. But then I got to know that other teams in other business units use that framework and built like, dozens of micro-frontends, which was really cool. So that was a good story. And I guess the kind of lesson learned is, yeah, micro-frontends are cool, but if you have a monolith and you want to break it up, it's actually easier to, because the other teams, they work on green fields, and that was much easier, always. Green fields are much easier. That's the story.
True story.
Micro-frontend story. I've sort of already told it, I suppose, but the first micro-frontend we've put into production is a really, is an existing coupling. You could have called it a build time micro-frontend. It's a charting library that sits on our made trading application that's now deployed separately, independent, and kind of a runtime integration micro-frontend. And so I think seeing the reduction in the kind of churn time, the lead time to getting features in that out into production has been massive, because you go from needing to do just a single build and a quick smoke test, and being able to have that in production. That's kind of your new pattern, and you go from having to run a build and then deploying it and then updating another library and updating an NPM version, then running another build and building those assets and deploying them. So just cutting out a huge amount, kind of 35 minutes of just automation time. It's just a massive improvement, and shows the kind of stuff you can get out of micro-frontends if you do them the right way.
I love to end on this one. If you do it the right way, we should put on a slide. No, thank you for joining. As you saw, Micro-Frontend is a journey, pretty recent journey. We started calling by this name 4 years ago, 5-ish. It wasn't really well known with this name 10 years ago. And the story is that when you start naming something, you start talking about it, you start discussing about it. And now we're getting better. We are getting best practices. We are getting support from the community. We are sharing our ideas. So I want to thank you, Alex, Ruben, and Alex, for being here today, giving us some examples, some real-life example on what you can do with your company and your code base about Micro-Frontend. Thank you very much. I think that this was the last appointment for today. Enjoy the bar, and we'll be around. I'll be around. I'm not speaking for everyone. I'll be around to have a chat. Thank you, everyone.
So we still have an after party. So we have a tap. So if you want to get some drinks and sit around, and no, I'm not going to be running anywhere. So you can talk to me. So just grab a drink, chill. And thank you very much, everyone.